covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Crucial top court order on VVPAT issue is coming up in court today. A plea seeking 100% cross-verification when it comes to the vote through EVM machines and the count there. That will be taken up by the court. Ahead of Bengaluru polls, Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah speaks to NDTV, calling the situation as far as Karnataka is concerned that there's no Modi wave in the state. A big claim that is being made that NDA will cross 220 seats. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra takes on Prime Minister Modi over the Mangalsutra comments made, saying that my mother sacrificed her Mangalsutra for the country, my grandmother sacrificed her gold, while the Prime Minister says that the Congress wants to take away your gold and your Mangalsutra. Even if KCR hangs is the comments that are being made by Revant Reddy, quoting that controversy, while Telangana Chief Minister's shocking comment on farm loan waiver. Even if KCR hangs, I will waive farmer loans by the 15th of August, is what Revant Reddy has said. Pride of those who demolished my home is broken. Only Jai Shri Ram and saffron everywhere is what Khanna Ranaut says to NDTV while she campaigns for Gajinder Singh Shekhawat in Jodhpur. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is starting his 3 days of talks with senior Chinese officials in Shanghai and Beijing, with the US-China ties at a critical point over numerous global disputes. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including the Supreme Court that will pass directions on a batch of petitions seeking 100% VVPAT EVM cross-verification. This will be a crucial hearing during the election season. The Election Commission is in an earlier hearing had said that it's impossible to tamper with EVMs. The Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict on the batch of petitions seeking the direction to tally the Voter-Verifiable Paper Audit Trail, the VVPAT slips, with voters. These are votes that cast through the electronic voting machines, the EVMs, during elections. VVPAT, the Voter Verified Paper Audit Trail, enables a voter to see if the vote has properly been cast and has gone to the candidate he or she has supported. The VVPAT generates a paper slip that's kept in a sealed cover and can be opened if there is a dispute. To get more on this, we have O.P. Rawat joining us to take us through. He's the former CEC joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast this morning. Can you explain how the EVM system works, and is it really foolproof against any sort of tampering?
Yes, EVM is a foolproof system, and the Mark III EVM is so sensitive that if anybody touches it with little ignorance or malafide intention, it goes into factory mode and its security certificate has to be renewed in the factory itself. It cannot work. So with VVPAT, actually, VVPAT, the main objective was to give voter a confidence that when he or she presses the button on EVM, the vote goes to the candidate intended for. And therefore, this VVPAT was introduced that a voter can see for herself or himself that the vote has gone to this candidate with this symbol. And purpose was not this, that you have to verify the electronic count by counting the slips. That was done on a sample basis with the advice of a Statistical Institute of India to reconfirm that EVM is foolproof.
Right, sir, the petitions have raised issues of trust as far as voters are concerned in the system and sought tweaks in the current process. Take us through the suggestions that have been made. Currently, the votes are recorded on 5 VVPAT machines. They are cross-checked with the EVMs in every assembly segment. The petition in the Supreme Court wants 100% cross-checking. Take us through the other suggestions as well.
There is no problem in that. Only thing is that this is number one, waste of time. Number two, this is bringing in a lot of risk because VVPAT slips are very small, just about 4 inches by 2.5 inches, and very thin paper. And our elections are held in peak of summer, and everywhere where counting is held, you don't have air conditioning. It's only the fan or the cooler. One
Right.
slip flying away will create ruckus. Whereas till now, in last 5 years, not a single mismatch was there. So the intention behind 100% counting has to be seen properly.
Right. Also, when we talk about the pros and cons when it comes to the EVM, sir, if you could take us through those.
Yeah. EVM actually is a calculator and nobody can do anything because it is not internet ready.
Right. So the EVM systems, they don't really require electricity. They come with battery power packs. This is very crucial, especially when it comes to areas that do not really have electricity.
It doesn't have any outside connection. That was the intention. And wherever there is no power, it works that way also. So we election commission wanted that it should have no communication link with the outside world, only the EVM and VVPAT system.
So the systems are very light, they're user-friendly, of course, they're lightweight and robust. But when we talk about tampering that can take place as far as the EVMs are concerned, like we did see in the first phase of elections, EVMs were tampered with, they were destroyed in certain areas of Manipur where, violence took place. So having these lightweight machines, is it very safe?
These machines are safe. Only thing is that the frustration of some vested interest in commercial world because they want this huge business of 15,000 crore. And if we have one nation, one election, this will grow, I think, double. So that is one side. And second is they are not able to use muscle or any other contraption to bring or swing the election to their favor.
Right, sir. So, the problem they have right now is with that light that comes on only for 7 seconds. So, what suggestions are really being made is at least that the light should remain on at all times. Is that possible?
That is not possible because you see, every polling station has 1,400 voters. And if you multiply by 7 seconds, the whole time of polling will go away. And if you increase this from 7 seconds, whereas any individual can see anything within just flip of a eyelid. Just 1 second is enough. And 7 seconds is more than enough to see whom your vote has gone.
Right. The suggestion for returning to paper ballots is something that is being suggested. However, the Commission's Council has gone on to say that the petitioner's request for return to ballot paper voting system is retrograde as a suggestion. Is that really possible to go back to that old system?
When no alternative is left before the election commission, they will have to go back to the ballot paper system, which is really retrograde, and it was the main cause for booth capturing, use of muscle power, and maligning our voter. That Indian voter has not learned how to vote. Thousands and thousands of votes were invalidated. So all these things have gone just because of EVM.
Right. Thank you so much, O.P. Rawat, former CEC, for joining us on the broadcast. Crucial hearing coming up in court. All eyes on that verdict. Moving on now to Goa and the comments that were made by Congress candidate talking about how the Indian Constitution was forced upon Goans. Well, it is the Prime Minister reacting to that comment and is accusing Rahul Gandhi of insulting B.R. Ambedkar's Constitution and attempting to break the country, saying that the intention is to break the country. This after the Chief Minister of Goa has filed a complaint as well, talking about how, this situation demands an explanation from Rahul Gandhi himself.
अब कांग्रेस के गोवा के उम्मीदवार कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर भारत का संविधान लागू नहीं होता। वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर देश का संविधान थोपा गया और उन्होंने ये बातें कांग्रेस के शाहजादे को बताई है। ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ है कि नहीं है? कांग्रेस का उम्मीदवार कह रहा है कि गोवा में संविधान नहीं चलेगा। ये सोची समझी चाल है देश को तोड़ने की। आज गोवा में संविधान को नकार रहे हैं, कल पूरे देश में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के संविधान को नकारने का पाप करेंगे लोग।
Mr. Pramod Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to us. आपने कंप्लेन भी किया है पोल पैनल से इसके बारे में?
जी हाँ, आपकी बात सही है। हमने गोवा में इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास कैप्टन विरेटो की कंप्लेन की है, जिन्होंने बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर के इस संविधान के ऊपर जो प्रश्न उठाया है, संविधान जो थोपा गया है गोवा के ऊपर, ये स्टेटमेंट किया है, इसके खिलाफ हमने ऑलरेडी कंप्लेन सबमिट की है इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास।
जी, और सावंत जी, जो गोवा कैंडिडेट विरियाटो फर्नांडिस जिस चीज के बारे में एक्चुअली बात कर रहे थे कि ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप, ये उनकी मांग थी कि हमको ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप चाहिए गोवंस के लिए, पोर्चुगीज एंड इंडियन सिटीजनशिप।
उसकी बात एक ड्यूअल सिटीजन की हो सकती है, लेकिन उसने फोर्सफुली द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ये बात नहीं कहनी चाहिए। और रही बात ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, तो हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास कंटिन्यूअसली ये मैटर फॉलो कर रहे थे, और द रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट और द सरेंडर ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इससे ओसीआई कार्ड ऑलरेडी उनको मिलने वाला प्रोसेस भी द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कंप्लीट कर दिया है। इफ सपोज दे आर गेटिंग द आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग या रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, उन्हें समझो ओसीआई कार्ड मिलता है, तो ये ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की बात ही नहीं रहती है। जो ये इशू था, ये ओसीआई कार्ड मिलने वाला जो इशू था, वो हमने रिसेंटली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और होम अफेयर्स ने ये सर्कुलर निकालने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि इनका इशू जो था वो रिजॉल्व हो गया है।
जी, आप कह रहे हैं भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है। हमारे पास अभी रिएक्शन नहीं है कांग्रेस का। ये जो एलिगेशंस बनाए गए हैं, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सरासर भारत तोड़ो करने की बात है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता रही हूं कि ये कैंडिडेट एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे जिस तरह से वो उनकी मांग है ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, वो हिस्ट्री के बारे में बात कर रहे थे जब गोवा का इंडिपेंडेंस हुआ, जिस समय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जब इफेक्टिव हुआ इंडिया में, तो उसकी बात कर रहे थे। तो वहां से ये तोड़ने की बात कहां से हो गई है?
उनकी क्लियर स्टेटमेंट देखो, उन्होंने कहा है कि फोर्सफुली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन द स्टेट। ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ। और उन्होंने कहा भी कि मैंने खुद वो के बात राहुल गांधी जी से की, और राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर हाँ द पॉइंट इन इट ये स्टेटमेंट किया। उसकी वीडियो है और वो सोशल मीडिया पे क्लियर कट है, पब्लिक में है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है, और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी शुड कम क्लियर ऑन दिस स्टेटमेंट।
Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant asking an explanation from Rahul Gandhi. But let's just listen into what the Congress candidate Virato Fernandes had to say about the Indian Constitution being forced on Goans.
I said, sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले, ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले, जाका आमकां तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करूंक ना, ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले।
Switching tracks now, Priyanka Gandhi has hit back at the Prime Minister's remarks regarding the Mangal Sutra comment that was made by Prime Minister Modi about the Congress robbing people of their wealth to give to infiltrators, questioning if such a thing has ever happened in the 50-year rule of the party. As for Mangal Sutras, her mother, she said, has sacrificed for the country, and her grandmother sacrificed her own gold that was donated during war. Listen in.
कैसी कैसी बहकी बहकी बातें पिछले 2 दिनों में अब ये शुरू हुआ है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है कि आपके मंगलसूत्र और आपका सोना आपसे छीन ले। 70 सालों से ये देश स्वतंत्र है, 55 सालों के लिए कांग्रेस की सरकार रही है। किसी ने आपसे सोना छीना, आपके मंगलसूत्र छीने। इंदिरा गांधी ने अपना सोना, जब जंग हुई थी, अपना सोना देश को दिया। मेरी मां का मंगलसूत्र इस देश को कुर्बान हुआ है।
अब इनकी नजर कानून बदलकर हमारी माताओं बहनों की संपत्ति छीनने का भी खेल खेला जा रहा है। उनका मंगलसूत्र, उस पर उन लोगों की नजर है।
And switching tracks now to Khanna Ranaut, who has gone on to say that the pride of those who demolished her house has now been broken. Speaking to NDTV, she says there's only Jai Shri Ram and the saffron wave everywhere she goes while campaigning in Jodhpur ahead of the polls. She's campaigning for Gajendra Shekhawat.
केंद्रीय मंत्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत के समर्थन में जोधपुर लोकसभा क्षेत्र में फिल्म अभिनेत्री और हिमाचल प्रदेश के मंडी से लोकसभा प्रत्याशी कंगना रनौत जो है वो रोड शो कर रही है। जोधपुर के संसदीय क्षेत्र के सूरसागर विधानसभा में जो है कंगना रनौत का ये रोड शो चल रहा है, जो हाउसिंग बोर्ड से शुरू हुआ और अब जो है वो पूरी तिराई तक जाएगा। हम प्रयास करेंगे कंगना से भी बात करने का। आप देख सकते हैं कंगना रनौत जो है वो भाजपा का ध्वज हिलाकर जो है वो कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन भी कर रही है और जो है जय श्री राम के नारों के साथ जो है वो इस रोड शो में जो है वो गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। कितना उत्साह है कार्यकर्ताओं में?
सारा जोधपुर उत्साह से भरा हुआ है और यहाँ पे एक ही नारा सुनाई दे रहा है, भगवा ही लहराएगा था, भगवा ही लहराएगा। हर जगह एक ही नारा है, जय श्री राम।
Now, as India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha that's coming up this Friday, it's both our privilege and a duty to vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see a low voter turnout, including those amongst office goers. NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching a campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in this grand democratic exercise. You can get onto our website, ndtv.com/pledge to vote, and take that pledge. Don't forget to share that on social media.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
The poll heat is rising.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Telangana. The Chief Minister there's comments have sparked a row as far as Revanth Reddy is concerned. Telangana Chief Minister has reiterated his promise to waive farmer loans up to 2 lakh rupees come what may. This time saying something even bizarre as to the tune of he will continue with his promise even if KCR was to hang. He will continue with that promise, and that promise will be made possible by the 15th of August. This comes on the eve of PRS Chief Chandrasekhar Rao starting his Lok Sabha campaign. And to get more on this, first let's just listen into what Revanth Reddy had to say.
అక్కడి సూర్యుడు ఇక్కడ మొర్చిన భూమి ఆకాశాలు తలకిందులైన కేసీఆర్ ఫామ్ హౌస్లో ఊరేసుకొని సచ్చిన 15 ఆగస్టు లోపల రైతులకు 2 లక్షల రుణమాఫీ చేస్తా.
Well, we have Uma joining us to get us more on this. Uma, a very bizarre comment coming out of Revanth Reddy, and this comes just on the heels of when BRS leader, nephew of KCR, had asked whether Revanth Reddy would resign if he was unable to fulfill his loan waiver promise.
Yes, indeed. Certainly an offensive comment and perhaps totally uncalled for, because Revanth Reddy was in Kodangal, which is his constituency, and that falls in Mehboob Nagar, his own native district as well. And the background to this is that the BRS had been saying that even though he promised loan waiver to the farmers, as soon as he comes to power, he had not been able to implement it. And in Bongir, he had made this announcement saying that by August 15th, I will waive the loans of farmers up to rupees 2 lakh. To which Harish Rao had in fact said that, are you willing to say that if you don't do that, you will resign your post? And Revanth Reddy was in fact responding to that and said that, will KCR disband his party if I do implement that promise by August 15th? And it is in that flow that Revanth Reddy said that come what may, whether the sun rises in the east or the west and the Zameen Asman ek bhi ho jaye, fir bhi main I'll go ahead and do this. And he said that even if KCR were to hang himself to death in his farmhouse, I'll still go ahead and do this. This is not the first time that Revanth Reddy is talking about the hanging of a KCR or a KTR. He had spoken about saying that they even deserve to be shot to death or hung, because he said that they had indulged in massive rigging or rather of the real estate here, in many senses, saying that there's a huge real estate scam in Hyderabad. And you would recall that on the 7th of April, when Rahul Gandhi was here, they released the Telugu version of the manifesto of the Congress. On that day as well, Revanth Reddy had gone all guns blazing, and he had in fact said that he would ensure that KCR goes to jail. And he also suggested that he would in fact build, very mockingly, he said that he would build a 2 BHK for KCR in Cherlapalli jail, because not just he but his family members, including his daughter and son-in-law and son and daughter-in-law, everyone would go to jail as well, and they could all stay there. So obviously Revanth Reddy upping in the sense a personal kind of an animosity and showing that here. I must point out that in 2015, Revanth Reddy had gone to jail in the vote for note scam. That was, of course, when he was in the Telugu Desam and KCR was chief minister, and he had been caught on camera, or at least allegedly caught on camera, offering bribe to an MLC to vote in favor of the TDP. And after that, he had gone to jail, and he has always said that even when my daughter got engaged, I had to take a bail from jail and come and attend it, and that's something that is held personally. But this, of course, is a political battle. I must point out that Mehboob Nagar is high-stakes battle for Revanth Reddy, not just because it is his native district. He hails his own constituency is also there, and he wants to ensure that the Congress, is able to get its victory there. The other constituency that is a prestige constituency for him is, of course, Malkajgiri, from where he was elected as MP in 2019. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. Well, switching tracks to Karnataka now, and the Chief Minister there, Siddaramaiah, has claimed that contrary to its aim of winning 400 seats, the BJP-led NDA will not cross even 220. At least part of the reason for this will be that Prime Minister Modi has not fulfilled his promises. Speaking to NDTV, he says that there is no Modi wave when it comes to the state of Karnataka. Let's listen in.
How would you respond to those who say that Siddaramaiah personality and state government's work is very important in an assembly election, but in a parliamentary election, the Narendra Modi image may have an edge?
Modi, what is the image he has when he has failed to fulfill the promises which he has made to the people of the country? How the same image will be continued?
So you don't see him having an impact in these elections?
I don't think there is a Modi wave in the entire country. Particularly in Karnataka, there is no wave.
The JDS and the BJP coming together, it didn't work out in 2019. You understand the JDS very well as well. Is there a worry? It's being called a natural ally. Is there a worry that that could potentially be a strong grassroots alliance in terms of caste arithmetic?
No, it is not. See, it is an unholy alliance. All along, Devegowda criticized BJP like anything. He called BJP a communal party. They are communalizing the entire society and also polarizing the votes on the basis of Hindutva. So the people will not forget what he said in the last parliament election. This time what he is telling now, people will not forget. People can understand why this alliance has been taken place.
What do you think is the most critical challenge in the old Mysuru region, your own home turf? Do you believe that that's going to be a very difficult challenge to hold on to the seats? Last time the Congress got only one seat in the old Mysuru region, in fact in the whole of Karnataka.
Last time the situation was different because they projected emotional issues. This time Narendra Modi has to tell what are the achievements that he has made during his 10 years tenure. That he is not talking. See, yes, there are no achievements of Narendra Modi. There are no what he has made, the promises which he has made to the people of the country, and those promises will never be fulfilled. So this is the situation, and people can understand. In 10 years, it's not a small period. It's a long period, 10 years. See, he's not talking about unemployment. He's not talking about price rise. He's not talking about farmers' issues. He's not talking about women issues. He's not talking about labor issues. He has not discussed any of these things.
Do you believe that the lack of a prime ministerial face for the INDI alliance is an inherent disadvantage as you head into an election against a personality like Narendra Modi?
See, you are all under the illusion that Narendra Modi is having a very big personality like that. What was he? See, he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. Before becoming the Prime Minister of this country, what is his contribution to the national politics?
So you're saying it's not a disadvantage not to have a prime ministerial face?
Yes, it is not at all a disadvantage to the India.
Okay. My last couple of questions, sir. You've been asked this many times. Is there a worry that there could be, the results of these elections could result in instability for the state government? Is there a fear of that?
No such fear. Because instability will come only if the people are unhappy. The stability means the government continues for 10 years is not a stability. See, the people should also be political, that their social and political and economic empowerment should be there to the people of this country. Then only we can say that the country is stable.
I asked this question to Mr. D.K. Shivkumar as well yesterday. You've been asked this question many times. Irrespective of what happens or irrespective of how it is, who's the chief minister, what is the role, the Congress will be in power in Karnataka. Are you confident of that?
Yes, definitely. Congress will be in power and it will complete 5 years term. And afterwards, if the people, I hope that people of Karnataka will bless Congress party again and it will come to power.
What's your prediction for Karnataka, sir? Finally, out of 28 seats, what's your prediction for Karnataka? And more importantly, what's your prediction for India?
According to me, the NDA will get 200 to 220. That is the information I have. I may be correct, I may not be correct. As per my information, NDA may get 200 to 220.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you by
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2.
Welcome back. Let's get you news coming in from Uttar Pradesh, and we're talking about Robert Vadra's posters that have come up outside Amethi. Ab ki baar Vadra are the posters that have now surfaced right outside the Congress office in Amethi. Well, who is the Congress's pick this time around for Amethi is the big question that looms large. Well, we have Tanish joining us. Tanish, Amethi has been a stronghold for the Gandhi family till 2019, till last elections when Smriti Irani won. And, we just heard Robert Vadra recently say that the people of Amethi, they deserve, that mistake that they made, that to be rectified after electing Smriti Irani in 2019. And we also heard Smriti Irani talk about how the Jija of Rahul Gandhi is eyeing that seat, and now posters have come up.
Well, let me just tell you this clearly, that this doesn't seem like a poster by the Congress party. Few days back, before Robert Vadra said anything, there were actually posters circulating on internet as well. Similar kind of posters which were believed to be made by Robert Vadra's supporters. Some very few supporters, Robert Vadra's supporters. So the posters seem like they have been put up by Robert Vadra's supporters. It is also written that the people who have put which is Nivedak, or the organizer of them is people of Amethi. So, but of course, this keeps getting interesting. And Robert Vadra, suddenly coming up and saying that he's now interested in entering politics. But Amethi being the family seat, but the suspense continues that who will Congress actually put over there.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanish, for joining us with those details. Switching tracks now to Darjeeling, and the battle for the Darjeeling seat heats up. We're talking about a triangular contest for Darjeeling. Is BJP versus Congress versus Trinamool contest, and BJP's Raju Bista won by a record of 4 lakh votes in 2019, and TMC has fielded Gopal Lama, a local face, and the Congress has picked DU professor Munish Tamang as the vocal as far as this triangular contest is concerned. So the hot seat there as far as Darjeeling is concerned in a triangular contest.
The misty cool weather, the breathtaking mountainsides carpeted by tea gardens are no indicator of the political climate of these hills. As the heat and election fervor rise across India, the politics in Darjeeling is no different. This man, a young Gorkha, was given the ticket pretty late as there was confusion over whether the BJP would field him or former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla from this seat. Eventually, his margin of 4 lakh votes last time and his grip over regional satraps in the area worked for him. He now has the support of major parties in the hills like the Bimal Gurung-led Gorkha Janmukti Morcha and GNLF or Gorkha National Liberation Front. Parties that propagate the idea of a separate state of Gorkhaland.
Raju Bista is, of course, the BJP candidate from the Darjeeling seat, but his ticket announcement came much later, leading to speculation that whether initially the party wanted to go with him or not. But having said that, he is the MP who won with the highest margin for the BJP in 2019, and he has managed to gain the support of several local satraps who have rallied behind him over the Gorkha cause.
मैं जब 19 में चुनाव लड़ने आया तो बोलते आप टूरिस्ट एमपी नहीं हो, इसका क्या प्रमाण है? वो 5 साल में वो प्रमाण दिया मैंने और विश्वास करके पार्टी ने मुझे यहाँ पे भेजा और जनता का इतना प्यार मुझे मिला और जो आप देरी बोल रहे थे वो तो समय पे ही हुआ, लेकिन जनता को लग रहा था कि पहली लिस्ट में आएगी, उनके मन में एक उत्साह था उसको जानने का.
But it's on the issue of Gorkhaland where things get a bit tricky for most parties that have a statewide or national imprint. The BJP has assured a permanent solution, but that is yet to materialize. And with the TMC also fielding a local candidate, the pressure to commit on Gorkhaland is there on all candidates. The BJP camp is aware that the margin will fall this time.
जहाँ मुझे विषय रखना होगा पार्लियामेंट, मैं उसी के लिए जा रहा हूँ और विषय वही रखूंगा.
थोड़ा लीड कम होगा, लेकिन अच्छा होगा.
The Trinamool Congress candidate is confident that he will be able to make up for the margin last time. With the Trinamool organization in the plains and the Bharatiya Gorkha Prajatantrik Morcha in the hills, the TMC believes they have a chance with this seat. But with the Gorkhaland sentiment strong in the hills, it is going to be a very difficult battle.
ये मार्जिन को मेकअप करने के लिए ऐसा है 2019 में जो वोट हुआ था उसमें हम लोग का जितना पार्ट में था सबने बीजेपी को वोट दिया था. 2019 में अलग सिचुएशन था, अभी सिचुएशन पूरा चेंज हो गया. गोरखालैंड इशू ऐसा है कि ये कोई वोट में मांगने का चीज़ नहीं है, हमने क्लियर किया है हमारा वक्तव्य में जहाँ पर भी जा रहा है. ये एक जाति का मुद्दा है, ये जाति ठीक करेगा. जाति तो भारतवर्ष में गोरखा जाति तो सब जगह ही है, गोरखालैंड तो सभी का है, किसी का एक पार्टी का नहीं है. मगर पार्टी से गोरखालैंड नहीं होगा, क्योंकि हमारा यही बोलना है कि इलेक्शन के टाइम में गोरखालैंड उठाने से नहीं होगा.
The Congress's pick of a candidate is someone who's open about his views on Gorkhaland. Delhi University professor Dr. Munish Tamang is originally from Kalimpong, and his candidature is being supported by the Hamro party led by Ajoy Edwards. Munish Tamang is committed to the Gorkhaland cause and he accuses the BJP of not delivering despite having won so many times.
Now, Gorkhaland issue is something that's been a long-standing sentiment and a long-standing demand. It's not something that is new. It's about 100 years old. And every person in the hills, or whichever political persuasion, believes in that sentiment, subscribes to that sentiment. So Congress will engage with the sentiment and taking all stakeholders on board, we will find a constitutional solution to this.
Both the TMC and the BJP, however, have promised the inclusion of 11 Gorkha sub-communities in the scheduled tribes list, with both Union Home Minister Amit Shah and TMC National General Secretary promising to deliver.
কিন্তু আপনাকে মাথায় রাখতে হবে, আপনাদের ভুল বুঝিয়ে প্রধানমন্ত্রী বড় বড় ভাষণ দিয়েছে 2014, 16, 19-এ চা বাগানের শ্রমিকদের জন্য অমুক করব তমুক করব. 11টা গোর্খা জনজাতিকে 2016 সালে বলে গেছিল আমরা তপশিলি উপজাতি তালিকাভুক্ত করব. আমি গত সপ্তাহে শিলিগুড়িতে বসে এদের সাথে সবার সাথে দেখা করেছি, কথা বলেছি. 4 দিন আগে 5 দিন আগে আমাদের ইস্তাহার প্রকাশ হয়েছে.
Darjeeling is a unique constituency in West Bengal for various reasons. One, that it includes constituencies from both the plains and the foothills and also the hills, where the demographics and aspirations are very different. But as the BJP hopes to pull off a win. This time too, the Trinamool says the battle is still on as they too have fielded a local candidate. With camera person G.D. Shankar in Lebong, Darjeeling, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Now, this month we unite to mark World Immunization Week, a pivotal time from today to the 30th dedicated to reinforcing the power of vaccines. This global initiative, championed by the World Health Organization, focuses on the urgent need for collective action to ensure everyone benefits from life-saving vaccines. It's also a time to look at the hurdles we still face to achieve universal vaccination coverage.
World Immunization Week stands as a testament to the power of vaccines in our fight against infectious diseases. It's a call to action for communities, health organizations, and governments worldwide to come together in promoting the accessibility and importance of immunization. This campaign is crucial in combating vaccine hesitancy, ensuring equitable access, and highlighting immunization's role in safeguarding global public health. From its beginnings in 1974, focusing on shielding children from 6 major diseases, the expanded program on immunization, EPI, now encompasses 13 universally recommended vaccines, expanding its reach and impact. This year, we celebrate half a century of the EPI's monumental strides in preventing disease and saving lives, underscoring the transformative power of vaccines. Goals of World Immunization Week: advocate for widespread vaccination, increase awareness of how vaccinations prevent diseases and save lives, tackle vaccine hesitancy by clarifying myths about vaccine safety and effectiveness, stress the need for equitable vaccine access for all, bolster support for global and national immunization initiatives to strengthen public health systems. Through groundbreaking immunization efforts, we've eradicated smallpox, are on the brink of defeating polio, and continue to make strides in public health that enhance the quality of life and contribute to achieving health outcomes. It's time for renewed and continuous focus on vaccination programs to ensure many more lives can be saved.
Brought to you.
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Just as we spoke about the new nothing earphones, मुझे sound दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं क्लिक कर रही थी, and sound से दिमाग में आया Siri, because all the iPhone users, at least the ones जो नया iPhone लेते हैं, या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग जो काफी टाइम से iPhone को यूज कर रहे हैं, at times they tend to use Siri a lot. वो बार-बार बोलते हैं Hey Siri this, Hey Siri that, और बात करते रहते हैं अपने iPhone के साथ में आने वाले डिजिटल असिस्टेंट के साथ. But the question is, did you know which iPhone was it जिसके साथ में Siri was launched for the first time? You know what? Siri is quite old. She is actually 13 years old, and the simple reason is it was in 2011 that Siri came along the iPhone 4S for the first time ever. Now that time Siri was not that powerful, थोड़ा slow भी था, at the same time the functionality was quite limited, but today it's very smart, at the same time kind of enables us to do a lot more stuff with our iPhone just by using our voice. Did you know this?
Hello and welcome. You're watching Lights, Camera, Sixer. I'm Osama Shab. The Chepauk fortress has been breached. Chennai lose for the first time at home this season, and it's Lucknow who have done the double over Ruturaj Gaikwad's men this season. As far as Chennai innings is concerned, it was Ruturaj Gaikwad who flourished when other batters found it difficult to get going. Gaikwad has struggled to get going in this year's IPL, but he finally got his big score, his big 100, his second century of his IPL career. He, along with Shivam Dube, who came out all guns blazing, gave Chennai the push right at the very end to help CSK post a decent total on the board.
He's played magnificently. Strike
But Lucknow and especially Marcus Stoinis, they were on a mission. Stoinis, who was promoted to the number 3 position, took his time, just like he does while playing for his Big Bash side, and then took off when the dew came into the picture. The Chennai spinners were non-existent as Stoinis powered his way to an unbeaten century and gave Lucknow a big push on their quest to make it to yet another playoff.
And in a chase. And there's side.
And this is how the points table look like. 7 wins out of 8, and Rajasthan are now sitting at the top of the table. But with that win against CSK, Lucknow move above Chennai and are now sitting 4th in the points table. The second half of the table remains the same. Gujarat with the same number of points as Chennai sit 6th, courtesy a negative net run rate. Gujarat, they will be playing Delhi, and both the teams need a win to stay in the race for the top 4. And to talk about that match and much more, we are joined by Gautam Bhattacharya, senior sports journalist, and Sitanshu Shah, a Chennai fan. Sitanshu, let me start by asking you, LSG, they have done the unthinkable. They have breached the Chepauk fortress. Have you ever heard the Chepauk so silent?
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit different. We are used to having the Chepauk, the noise level which comes on the meter in the Star Sports. It always goes par 120. But yeah, it was shocking. I mean, the loss was not expected, at least till the 14th over last night in the second innings. But then since Marcus Stoinis played an incredible innings, that just took away the match from us.
Well, it did. And Marcus Stoinis, he scored a century, an unbeaten century. Gautam Bhattacharya, he was batting at number 3 for the very first time. How did you rate that particular innings by Stoinis? Because we have seen him doing that for his Big Bash side. And now he has come and done it for Lucknow. It's a great positive for Lucknow this time.
Well, it's really a masterclass in chess, I would say, Osama. As you know, that they have got a bit of an issue with their number 3. And middle order in general, where Puran doesn't have a fixed spot. So he kept on believing in himself, taking the match lead. If you look at at the halfway mark, they were 88 for 3. So the kind of self-belief that he showed and the kind of single-handed effort. Of course, there was the crucial 70-odd run partnership between him and Puran. But one of the best innings in the IPL so far, I would reckon, by chasing.
Gautam Bhattacharya, do you also feel that this is probably the best position that Marcus Stoinis can play in this particular team? Because he normally comes in as a finisher late in the innings, and we haven't really seen him do well in that particular position. Do you think this position gives him the kind of freedom to express himself and also take his time in the meanwhile?
Yes, I think he's, given the resources that they have at their disposal, he is the right number 3. Because he can also shift gears. Like, he can, if the wicket is a little challenging one, he can keep the scoreboard clicking, and then he's such a powerful hitter of the ball, the way he can clear the boundaries with his. He can be the perfect, number 3. And with them now among the top 4, Lucknow Super Giants look capable of mounting the challenges.
Right. I also want to talk about these teams, all the teams, most of the teams hitting beyond 200. And yet those scores are not safe enough. Sitanshu, what is a safe score in the IPL this season?
I mean, it's very hard to say what the safe score would look like in this IPL, especially considering the impact player rule. Every team is going with one extra batter. So even when the Sunrisers Hyderabad posted a 280 plus target, I think RCB came up to around 260. So it's like the team who has a better bowling unit a more experienced bowling unit, only they are able to defend the totals here in this IPL. So every time you go in, with especially Dew coming in into many of the grounds this season now, at this time of the year, I think at least 20 to 30 runs above par is what you need to target if you're batting first.
I also want to get a sense of the Chepauk wicket from you, Sitanshu. Was it a true Chepauk pitch, or you think it played a little differently from what we have seen in the past?
It was slightly different. I mean, it didn't assist the spin that much, and plus the dew factor came in towards the second innings, and even towards the second half of the first innings as well. We saw that the dew had started to pitch in, so it wasn't the usual Chepauk wicket which we see as a slow turner, which we have seen in the previous editions. So it was more of a normal flat kind of a pitch.
Right. On a pitch where other batsmen struggled, Ruturaj Gaikwad in that first innings, he flourished. Gautam Bhattacharya, it basically tells you the importance of just staying out there and giving yourself that time on a pitch like this.
Yes, I mean, Ruturaj, he wasn't having the best of IPL. In one of the matches, they made this little quirky experiment of dropping down at number 3. There is no need of that because he is a guy who's meant to bat right for 20 overs. We have seen him do before when Chennai became the champions and he was just coming up. So, his importance will not be overemphasized. He's a vital call in the way. That's why MSD has chosen him as that. And of course, with Shivam Dube, mighty impressed.
Absolutely. You talked about Shivam Dube. Gautam Bhattacharya, has he consolidated his chances for the World Cup?
I think he should be there. I mean, it's a tough call, but he has this ability to clear the field almost at par with the powerful West Indians.
Yeah.
It's a pity that because of the impact they haven't seen bowl as much, but he also has this capacity to take the pace of the ball. So he should be a serious contender out there for that number 6.
Absolutely. He has scored 1,000 runs in the IPL now. Sitanshu, do you feel somebody like Shivam Dube deserves a place in the ODI, in the T20 World Cup? And this can be a controversial take, but would you prefer him over somebody like a Hardik Pandya?
If you are going only by the current form, I would definitely pick Shivam Dube over Hardik Pandya. But then again, Hardik Pandya is also bowling right now. If you see in the IPL, he's also giving at least 1 or 2 overs in the entire innings.
But he hasn't really done well
Shivam
with the
Dube,
ball.
on the other hand, although he bowls, but he hasn't been bowling in this IPL. So just for the power hitting or just for the batting abilities, I think that would be one reason why he might be pushed behind Hardik Pandya. But based on the current form, if you would ask me, I would definitely pick Dube over Pandya.
This talk about Hardik Pandya versus Shivam Dube and who makes it to the T20 World Cup, it also comes down to the fact that Hardik Pandya hasn't really performed well with the ball. And that is what is expected out of him. Gautam Bhattacharya, do you feel that can actually work against somebody like Hardik Pandya and help Shivam Dube get ahead of him in that sense?
It's about a lot of buzz that Hardik has been asked that you need to prove yourself as a bowler. But finally, the World Cup is such a big stage. And when India is kind of giving a last throw of the dice that, we have to win this, the desperation is getting more agonizing, let's say. So finally, it looks like Hardik will definitely be on the plane. But you also need a plan B for Hardik, given his track record of breaking down in difficult conditions. There'll be a lot of traveling involved, etc. in West and West Indies.
All right, Lucknow. Yes, yes, Gautam Bhattacharya, you were saying something.
Yes. So Hardik should eventually be there. But then again, Shivam, I mean, that's where, the ifs and buts come into play. That how are you going to switch Rinku Singh? Rinku Singh has been a bit injured, hasn't had the same IPL like last year.
Yeah.
So these couple of iffy spots are there in the lower half of the batting order. Not at the expense of Hardik.
All right. I also want to get a word from you on Lucknow moving into the top 4. Gautam Bhattacharya, one final word from you. And Can they do it thrice in a row and make it to the playoffs yet again?
Yes, they look at, the thing about them is they often pass under the radar and we don't keep track of, what they're doing or what teams they have. But now that they also have Matt Henry as a lead pace bowler, somebody who can lead the pace attack, they are looking a lot more composed than what they were in the initial sprints.
All right. It is Delhi versus Gujarat today, and that match is going to happen at the Arun Jaitley Stadium. We'll have to wait and watch how Gujarat performs in that particular match so that they can stay in the hunt for that top 4 position. Gautam Bhattacharya, thank you very much for joining us, and Sitanshu Shah, cheer up because Chennai is going to be playing at home for some time, and we hope that Chennai does well. Thank you both of you. And finally, it is the Master Blaster, Sachin Tendulkar's 51st birthday today. Sachin, who is widely rated as the greatest batter of his generation, has been synonymous with India's growth story. And in the 90s, he became an inspiration for millions of Indians. And who can forget that desert storm at Sharjah? Sachin broke numerous records and set new milestones during his career, which lasted nearly 2.5 decades, culminating with a World Cup win in 2011. We at NDTV wish the Master Blaster a very happy birthday. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Brought to you.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Crucial top court order on VVPAT issue coming up in court today. A plea seeking 100% cross-verification of the EVM vote count. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra takes on Prime Minister Modi over Mangalsutra comment. Says, my mother's Mangalsutra was sacrificed for this country. My grandmother's gold was a sacrifice for the country as well. And the Prime Minister said that the Congress wants to take away your gold and your Mangalsutra. She's asking if it was ever done in 50 years of their reign. Suspense over the Amethi seat. Rahul Gandhi seems to be reluctant. Is Robert Vadra the keen contender? Well, Ab Ki Baar posters have come up outside the Congress office in Amethi with Robert Vadra dropping hints of seeking a political career. Even if KCR hangs, is what Revant Reddy has said, quoting a controversy, making bizarre comments about that loan waiver. He's saying that he will keep up with that promise even if KCR hangs, and that has got him, a lot of people commenting and reacting to the comments that have been made by Revant Reddy. Khanna Ranaut says the pride of those who demolished my home is now broken. Only Jai Shri Ram and saffron everywhere, is Khanna Ranaut saying that while she campaigns for Gajinder Singh Shekhawat in Jodhpur. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is starting his 3 days of talks with senior Chinese officials in Shanghai and Beijing, with US-China ties at a crucial point over numerous disputes globally. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get your top story, and that's the Supreme Court that will pass a direction on a batch of petitions seeking 100% VVPAT EVM cross-verification. This will be a crucial hearing in the election season. The Election Commission is in an earlier hearing had in fact gone on to say that it's impossible to tamper with the EVMs. The Supreme Court will today pronounce its verdict on that batch of petitions seeking directions to tally Voter-Verifiable Paper Audit Trail. That's the VVPAT slips with votes cast through electronic voting machines, the EVMs, during elections. The VVPAT, Voter-Verified Paper Audit Trail, enables a voter to see if the vote was cast properly and went to the candidate he or she has supported. And the VVPAT generates a paper slip that's kept in a sealed cover and can be opened if there is a dispute. My colleague Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, what time is this case coming up in court this morning? And also, take us through the pros and cons when it comes to the EVM machines.
Well, very important day as far as electoral process in the country is concerned. Supreme Court is going to deliver its judgment on the VVPAT petition that was filed. Of course, it was a two-day intense hearing that took place, after which the Supreme Court two-judge bench reserved its judgment and it will be pronounced today anytime at around 11 or 11:30. But a few important points that went through the hearing process in the Supreme Court. Number one, of course, the demand of the petitioners that 100% verification through VVPAT should happen. Number two, the entire electoral process should go to ballot papers. Number three, the demand was to cross-check the the vote that you and me had casted, and there should be a cross-verification chit, and that should come out so that a voter can know that who he had casted the vote. Now, it was the Supreme Court who had engaged with the top officials of the Election Commission of India, asking the entire process of how the EVMs work. It was one of the observations stated by the Supreme Court that the electoral process in the country is an humongous process and it cannot be shifted completely to human. Although it was also observed by the Supreme Court that complete change from EVMs to manual process would be very difficult for the country as far as the entire process is concerned. But while observing and hearing about the entire process, the mechanism of the EVMs, it was also observed by the Supreme Court and stated by the Election Commission of India officials that and they claimed that EVM cannot be tempered, although they also stated that if there is a human error only, then such things can arrive. There has been also Supreme Court who has stated that 5 of the EVMs from random assemblies will be collected, and from their EVMs will be checked as well. So clearly, after hearing for almost 2 days, today the Supreme Court 2-judge bench will be delivering its judgment as to whether the Supreme Court will allow to continue with EVMs in the in the ongoing election phases, or there would be some change as far as Supreme Court directions are concerned.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashwarya, for joining us with all those details. All eyes on that crucial verdict that's coming out today. Moving on now to Khanna who says that the pride of those who demolished my house has now been broken. Now, Khanna, while speaking to NDTV, says there's only Jai Shri Ram and the saffron colour that's seen everywhere while she campaigned in Jodhpur ahead of elections for Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Let's listen in to what the actor turned politician had to say.
केंद्रीय मंत्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत के समर्थन में जोधपुर लोकसभा क्षेत्र में फिल्म अभिनेत्री और हिमाचल प्रदेश के मंडी से लोकसभा प्रत्याशी कंगना रनौत जो है वो रोड शो कर रही है। जोधपुर के संसदीय क्षेत्र के सूरसागर विधानसभा में जो है कंगना रनौत का ये रोड शो चल रहा है, जो हाउसिंग बोर्ड से शुरू हुआ और अब जो है वो पूरी तिराई तक जाएगा। हम प्रयास करेंगे कंगना से भी बात करने का। आप देख सकते हैं कंगना रनौत जो है वो भाजपा का ध्वज हिलाकर जो है वो कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन भी कर रही है, और जो है जय श्री राम के नारों के साथ जो है वो इस रोड शो में जो है वो गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। कितना उत्साह है कार्यकर्ताओं में?
सारा जोधपुर उत्साह से भरा हुआ है और यहाँ पे एक ही नारा सुनाई दे रहा है, भगवा ही लहराएगा था, भगवा ही लहराएगा। हर जगह एक ही नारा है, जय श्री राम।
देखिए, मेरे साइड से तो हमेशा मुद्दे की ही लड़ाई थी, मगर उनके पास मुद्दे है नहीं, या मुद्दों की कमी है, या जो है गहराई में वो चीज़ों को समझती नहीं है। तो शायद इसीलिए उनके तो बयान जो आते हैं, मैं उस पर टिक्का टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, मगर वो किसी को भी समझ नहीं आते हैं, क्योंकि वो व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के बयान हैं। उसमें ना हिस्ट्री है, ना लॉजिक है, ना अर्थमेटिक है। बट इस तरीके की बयानबाजी करना जिससे वो खुद एक हंसी का पात्र बन जाती हैं, तो वो सोच उनको मुबारक है। हम तो मुद्दों के ऊपर जाएंगे और मुद्दों के ऊपर बात करेंगे।
Switching tracks now to Amethi, and well, Robert Vadra's posters have come up outside the Congress office in Amethi. The suspense continues as far as who will be filling that seat of Amethi. Will it be Rahul Gandhi, or with Robert Vadra now dropping hints of starting a political career? We have my colleague Tanish joining us. Tanish, what does this really mean?
You know, few days back, you know, before Robert Vadra said anything, there were actually posters circulating on internet as well, similar kind of posters which were believed to be you know, made by Robert Vadra's supporters, some very few supporters, Robert Vadra's supporters. So the posters seem like they have been put up by Robert Vadra's supporters. This keeps getting interesting, and you know, Robert Vadra you know, suddenly coming up and saying that he's now interested in entering politics. But Amethi being the family seat, there is but the suspense continues that who will Congress actually put over there.
Thank you, Tanish, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks to Goa now. The Prime Minister has hit out at the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, accusing them of insulting B.R. Ambedkar's constitution and attempting to break the country. This is after the Goa candidate of the Congress party had said that the Indian constitution was forced upon the people of Goa. Now, Goa's Chief Minister Pramod Sawant also spoke to NDTV and demanded an explanation from Rahul Gandhi.
अब कांग्रेस के गोवा के उम्मीदवार कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर भारत का संविधान लागू नहीं होता। वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर देश का संविधान थोपा गया, और उन्होंने ये बातें कांग्रेस के साहबजादे को बताई है। ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ है कि नहीं है? कांग्रेस का उम्मीदवार कह रहा है कि गोवा में संविधान नहीं चलेगा। ये सोची समझी चाल है देश को तोड़ने की। आज गोवा में संविधान को नकार रहे हैं, कल पूरे देश में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के संविधान को नकारने का पाप करेंगे लोग।
Mr. Pramod Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to us. आपने कंप्लेन भी किया है पोल पैनल से इसके बारे में?
जी हाँ, आपकी बात सही है। हमने गोवा में इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास कैप्टन विरेटो की कंप्लेन की है, जिन्होंने बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर के इस संविधान के ऊपर जो प्रश्न उठाया है, संविधान जो थोपा गया है गोवा के ऊपर, ये स्टेटमेंट किया है, इसके खिलाफ हमने ऑलरेडी कंप्लेन सबमिट की है इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास।
जी, और सावंत जी, जो गोवा कैंडिडेट विरियाटो फर्नांडिस जिस चीज के बारे में एक्चुअली बात कर रहे थे कि ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप, ये उनकी मांग थी कि हमको ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप चाहिए गोवंस के लिए, पोर्चुगीज एंड इंडियन सिटीजनशिप।
उसकी बात एक ड्यूअल सिटीजन की हो सकती है, लेकिन उसने फोर्सफुली द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ये बात नहीं कहनी चाहिए। और रही बात ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, तो हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास कंटिन्यूअसली ये मैटर फॉलो कर रहे थे, और द रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट और द सरेंडर ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इससे OCI कार्ड ऑलरेडी उनको मिलने वाला प्रोसेस भी द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कंप्लीट कर दिया है। इफ सपोज दे आर गेटिंग द आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग या रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, उन्हें समझो OCI कार्ड मिलता है, तो ये ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की बात ही नहीं रहती है। जो इशू था, ये OCI कार्ड मिलने वाला जो इशू था, वो हमने रिसेंटली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और होम अफेयर्स ने ये सर्कुलर निकालने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि इनका इशू जो था वो रिजॉल्व हो गया है।
जी, आप कह रहे हैं भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है। हमारे पास अभी रिएक्शन नहीं है कांग्रेस का। ये जो एलिगेशंस बनाए गए हैं, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सरासर भारत तोड़ो करने की बात है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि ये कैंडिडेट एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे जिस तरह से वो उनकी मांग है ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, वो हिस्ट्री के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। जब गोवा का इंडिपेंडेंस हुआ, जिस समय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जब इफेक्टिव हुआ इंडिया में, तो उसकी बात कर रहे थे। तो वहां से ये तोड़ने की बात कहां से हो गई है?
उनकी क्लियर स्टेटमेंट देखो, उन्होंने कहा है कि फोर्सफुली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन द स्टेट। ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ। और उन्होंने कहा भी कि मैंने खुद वो के बात राहुल गांधी जी से की, और राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर हाँ द पॉइंट इन इट ये स्टेटमेंट किया। उसकी वीडियो है और वो सोशल मीडिया पे क्लियर कट है, पब्लिक में है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी should come clear on this statement.
Now let's just listen in to what the Congress candidate Viriato Fernandes had to say regarding the Indian Constitution being forced upon the people who live in Goa. Listen in.
Sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले, ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले, जाका आमकां तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करूंक ना, ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले।
कांग्रेस वालों ने कैप्टन विरेटो का वीडियो देखना जरूरी है। क्लियर कट कैप्टन विरेटो ने बताया है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया गोवा लिबरेशन के बाद हमारे माथे के ऊपर थोपा दिया गया है। The forcefully Constitution of India have implemented in the state of Goa। इसीलिए तो हमने इलेक्शन ECI के पास कंप्लेन किया है कि मुझे तो लगता है कि इसका फॉर्म रिजेक्ट कर देना चाहिए, इसका फॉर्म डिबार कर देना चाहिए। इस तरह के कैंडिडेट को खड़ा भी नहीं रहना देना चाहिए, जो भारत देश को संविधान को नहीं मानता है, जो भारत देश को इस तरह से यानी जो अपमानित करता है। बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर का संविधान हमें तो सर्वोपरि भगवत गीता के समान है। तो राहुल गांधी जी ने मुझे लगता है इसके ऊपर आंसर देना जरूरी है। इज इट राहुल गांधी इज विद कैप्टन विरेटो स्टेटमेंट, हाँ या नहीं?
Switching tracks to Karnataka now, and the Chief Minister there has said that the NDA will not get over 220 seats, and there's no Modi way when it comes to India or Karnataka, is what Siddaramaiah has said in an interview to my colleague Veera Raghav. Let's listen in.
How would you respond to those who say that Siddaramaiah personality and state government's work is very important in an assembly election, but in a parliamentary election, the Narendra Modi image may have an edge?
Modi, what is the image he has when he has failed to fulfill the promises which he has made to the people of the country? How the same image will be continued?
So you don't see him having an impact in these elections?
I don't think there is a Modi wave in the entire country. Particularly in Karnataka, there is no wave.
You know, the JDS and the BJP coming together, it didn't work out in 2019. You understand the JDS very well as well. Is there a worry? It's being called a natural ally. Is there a worry that that could potentially be a strong grassroots alliance in terms of caste arithmetic?
No, it is not. See, it is an unholy alliance. All along, Deve Gowda criticized BJP like anything. He called BJP a communal party. They are communalizing the entire society and also polarizing the votes on the basis of Hindutva. So the people will not forget what he said in the last Assembly Parliament election. This time what he is telling now, see, people will not forget. People can understand why this alliance has been taken place.
What do you think is the most critical challenge in the old Mysuru region, your own home turf? Do you believe that that's going to be a very difficult challenge to hold on to the seats? Last time the Congress got only one seat in the old Mysuru region, in fact in the whole of Karnataka.
Last time the situation was different because they projected emotional issues. This time Narendra Modi has to tell what are the achievements that he has made during his 10 years tenure. That he is not talking. See, yes, there are no achievements of Narendra Modi. There are no what he has made, the promises which he has made to the people of the country, and those promises will never be fulfilled. So this is the situation, and people can understand. In 10 years, it's not a small period; it's a long period. 10 years. See, he's not talking about unemployment. He's not talking about price rise. He's not talking about farmers' issues. He's not talking about women issues. He's not talking about labor issues. He has not discussed any of these things.
Do you believe that the lack of a prime ministerial face for the INDI alliance is an inherent disadvantage as you head into an election against a personality like Narendra Modi?
See, you are all under the illusion that Narendra Modi is having a very big personality like that. What was he? See, he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. Before becoming the Prime Minister of this country. What is his contribution to the national politics?
So you're saying it's not a disadvantage not to have a prime ministerial face?
Yes, it is not at all a disadvantage to the India.
Okay. My last couple of questions, sir. You've been asked this many times. Is there a worry that there could be, the results of these elections could result in instability for the state government? Is there a fear of that?
No such fear. Because instability will come only if the people are unhappy. The stability means the government continues for 10 years is not a stability. See, the people should also be political, that their social and political and economic empowerment should be there to the people of this country. Then only we can say that the country is stable.
You know, I asked this question to Mr. D.K. Shivkumar as well yesterday. You've been asked this question many times. Irrespective of what happens or irrespective of how it is, who's the chief minister, what is the role, the Congress will be in power in Karnataka. Are you confident of that?
Yes, definitely. Congress will be in power and it will complete 5 years term. And afterwards, if the people, I hope that people of Karnataka will bless Congress party again and it will come to power.
What's your prediction for Karnataka, sir? Finally, out of 28 seats, what's your prediction for Karnataka? And more importantly, what's your prediction for India?
According to me, the NDA will get 200 to 220. That is the information I have. I may be correct, I may not be correct. As per my information, NDA may get 200 to 220.
Now, as India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha elections this Friday, it's both our privilege and our duty to vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see a low voter turnout, including among office goers. NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching a campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in the grand democratic exercise. You can get onto our website, ndtv.com/pledge to vote, and take that pledge. Don't forget to share that on social media.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's Pledge to Vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you by State Bank of India, the banker to
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing there.
Welcome back now. Two teams of Indian students, one from Delhi, one from Mumbai, have won awards from the NASA Human Exploration Rover Challenge. There is a student team that was sent from the Delhi NCR region from the Kayat School of Institution that won the award in the crash and burn category of the annual Human Exploration Rover Challenge. And the other team was from Mumbai, from the Khanna International School, that has won the Rookie of the Year award. More than 600 students with 72 teams from around the world participate congratulated as NASA and the Human Exploration Rover Challenge celebrated its 30th anniversary as a NASA competition. We have the students from the Mumbai school joining us this morning. We have Divya Chauhan, Pratham Mehta, Ved Kimani, Adya Shetty and Zia Sanghavi joining us this morning along with the rest of that team. Congratulations. The Human Exploration Rover Challenge is an annual engineering design competition of NASA. Your team was one of the 7 representing India at that challenge, which is highly prestigious in itself. And many congratulations for winning the Rookie of the Award. This is a Rookie of the Year award, which is an award for overall performance of a newcomer team. How does it feel to get this huge recognition by NASA? Pratham, over to you first.
It was a very overwhelming moment for us when we got selected in October. And even winning, I think we are proud of the opportunity that we got because of our school and our work. But I think what we're even more proud of is that we made best use of this opportunity and we did our absolute best and we could bag an award once we at the end of the competition.
Right. Divit, it was a 9-month challenge. The design and safety had to be of the standard used by NASA engineers and scientists. That's completely a huge benchmark with many challenges. Take us through the obstacles that you faced. Was adhering to weight and size your biggest issue?
Okay, so it has been a very long transformational journey which lasted 9 months. One of our main challenges was firstly learning about engineering. We had to start from the basics. We had to learn everything from the start. It has been a very transformational, very beneficial, life-changing journey where we had to learn, relearn everything, working on the design review, working on the ORR reports, working on other financial aspects. And we had to overcome all these challenges through the help of our teachers, our mentors, Anup sir, Suchi, our principal Suchi ma'am, and Ramita ma'am.
Right. Adya Shetty, the Human Exploration Rover Challenge continues NASA's legacy of providing valuable experiences to the students who are participating. How would you describe this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
I think it was completely transformative, as my peers also mentioned. Definitely, we learned a lot, not just about engineering, but we learned a lot from the other teams as well. The sense of camaraderie and friendship that everyone demonstrated at the competition was actually outstanding. There were lots of teams that were willing to help us out when we had questions. And as a rookie team, we felt really welcome there. One of the teams was even kind enough to lend us a locking pin for our rover, which turned out to be a very essential component which we were missing before an excursion. So I think really what we could take away from that whole experience was the sense of camaraderie that was instilled in the atmosphere then.
Right. Ved, your innovation, creativity and hard work is extremely inspiring when it comes to you as a team. What has been your source of inspiration?
So my source of inspiration, well, it's been our mentor. He's been helping us out tirelessly. Then the team itself, there's high expectations from the team. You have to deliver. And most importantly, our parents. They're the 2 people that you want to make proud of. That you want to make proud.
Right, absolutely. Teachers and parents, your biggest support system there. Zia, designing a rover to navigate a rigorous terrain requires teamwork. How did you work around, say, difference of opinion to be on the same page as everyone else, to get them on the same page? How difficult was that?
So I think definitely having a team of 17 people had its own challenges, and this obviously entailed the fact that everyone on our team had different opinions and they had different ideas. But I think the one thing that kept us united was that we all wanted what was best for the team. And so even if it took hours, we'd go through every single idea and every single solution we had to different challenges and make sure that we're coming out with the best one. Often this meant combining different ideas that we had. And I think in turn, that's one of the things that made our team so efficient.
Right. Adya, the challenge provided the participants a chance to engage with the Artemis program, which includes putting the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. Get us a little insight into the Artemis program.
Yes, so Artemis is NASA's 21st century lunar exploration program. And like you said, its goal is to get the first person of color and first woman on the moon's south pole. I think that is why female representation and women in STEM was such a big aspect of the entire competition, where even around a third of our team is made up of females. We believe that women are no less than men. So we believe that it's very important that we get to be some sort of representation for other girls around the world who are interested in STEM. And we hope that they're inspired to also put their best foot forward and participate in these kinds of competitions fearlessly and confidently. And we hope to be a beacon of inspiration for them.
Absolutely. What an inspiring story there when it comes to this team of 17 from the Khanna school in Mumbai. Ved, over to you. What would you like to base your future on now that you've won this major competition? You've won the Rookie of the Year award, which is an overall performance when it comes to a newcomer team. So take us to what does this Rookie Award really mean, and also take us to the hardships that you faced and how did you manage to overcome them?
So the Rookie of the Year award is the most points that have been scored in the high school and the college category. The rookie that has scored the most points wins the Rookie of the Year award. So the hardships is that from day one itself, having the team, we were one of the biggest teams over there. So getting the team united, scheduling meetings, then presentations. Presentation was stressful. Then I would say, but there were 8 drivers for contention, and only 4 drivers were selected. So 2 guys and 2 girls. So driver training, me being one of the drivers on day 2. So driver training was also pretty difficult. We trained hard, and I think that's it. And all this hard work helped us win this award. Yeah.
Right. Let me take my question to Pratham. When you talk about obstacles that were faced, I mean, weight management and sticking to a certain kind of weight, these are very lightweight rovers that we're talking about. Was that quite a challenge?
Yes, that was definitely quite a challenge, and that is one of the criteria based on which we get points over there. The volume constraints, the weight restrictions. So as a rookie team, we didn't know welding when we started this competition. So we experimented with aluminum welding, which is much lighter than mild steel or like steam steel welding. But we weren't as experienced with aluminum welding because you require a secondary alloy for that. So I think that was one of the challenges we faced, where our rover was slightly heavier than we intended it to be. But I think this year was a lot. It was a really big learning experience for us, and I think we can take this forward. Where if we participate again, we can try and better meet these restrictions that NASA has set for us for the narrative and the obstacles that simulate like Martian and lunar surfaces.
Right. Many congratulations to the entire team and all the best for many feats in the future as well. The challenge that has provided the participants a chance to engage with the Artemis program. This is one of the Artemis student challenges, and it reflects the goals of NASA's Artemis program, which includes landing the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. Thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you.
You know what time is it? क्योंकि अभी जो आपको मेरी स्माइल बता रही है, it's pretty obvious. The time is about Ask TG. This is the section जहाँ पे I try to answer all your questions जो आप पूछते हैं around your gadgets. अभी देखते हैं इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं और मेरे पास उनके क्या जवाब आपको मिलने वाले हैं. I'll be very honest with you. अगर हम बात करते हैं एक affordable printer की with a low running cost, it doesn't go together, to be honest. या तो जो आपका प्रिंटर है वो upfront थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्राइस आपको पे करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद with time the running cost would be really low. Otherwise, the kind of cheap printers that you get right up front उनकी पर पेज प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. दिस इज़ द हार्श रियलिटी ऑफ द कंप्लीट प्रिंटर इकोसिस्टम. So if you could please specify your budget next time, that if your budget is let's say 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 rupees, I would be in a better position कि मैं आपको एक ठीक जवाब दे पाऊंगा. Because as of now, to be honest, I'm not in a position to give you a right answer. And the simple reason is I don't know your budgets. At the same time, the running cost budget printer में usually high होती है if you compare. So I mean that's an honest answer.
Hi TG. Could you please suggest me a phone between 20 to 25,000? I need it for gaming and occasionally clicking pictures.
Okay, so you need a phone for gaming, which simply means that performance has to be good. And today, honestly speaking, अगर हम बात करते हैं एक अच्छी performance वाले phone की, in this price bracket, the OnePlus Nord CE4 comes straight to my mind because the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. It's very powerful. You get amazing package altogether. So 25,000 के budget में OnePlus Nord CE4 is a good bet.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and it's Congress's inheritance of loss. Well, Rahul Gandhi's advisor puts Congress in a spot as far as that redistribution of wealth row is concerned. Sam Pitroda advocates inheritance tax. Rahul's advisor gives this, talking about when people die in the United States, 50% of the wealth is taken away by the public and is distributed amongst the public. The state takes that money and distributes amongst the public so that, that wealth is distributed equally. Now, this is something that he has spoken about and says that it's something that should be implemented in India as well. So the BJP, they're reacting to it. Let's first listen in to what Sam Pitroda had to say.
Let me tell you, in America, there is an inheritance tax. So if, let's say, one has $100 million worth of wealth, and when he dies, he can only transfer probably 45% to his children. 55% is grabbed by government. Now that's an interesting law. It says you in your generation made wealth. You are leaving now. You must leave your wealth for public. Not all of it, half of it, which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that. If somebody is worth 10 billion and he dies, his children get 10 billion. Public get nothing. And law says you get half of it, public gets half of it. So these are the kind of issues people will have to debate, discuss. I don't know what the conclusion would be at the end of the day. But when we talk about redistributing wealth, we are talking about new policies, new programs that are in the interest of the people and not in the interest of super rich only.
Amit Walria there reacting to those comments made and has put out a message on X saying that the Congress has decided to destroy India. Now Sam Pitroda advocates 50% inheritance tax for wealth distribution. This means 50% of whatever we build with all our hard work and enterprise will be taken away. 50% besides all the tax that we pay, which too will go up if the Congress prevails, is what Amit Walria had put out on X. Switching tracks to Telangana, and Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has sparked a controversy there, talking about his waiver when it comes to the farmer loans. It says that even if KCR hangs, he will continue with that promise that he's made to the farmers to waiver their farm loan, which will take place on the 15th of August. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy reiterating his promise to waive farmer loans up to 2 lakh rupees, come what may, this time saying something bizarre. Even if KCR hangs in his farmhouse, he will waiver that that farm loan by the 15th of August.
అక్కడి సూర్యుడు ఇక్కడ మొర్చిన భూమి ఆకాశాలు తలకిందులైన కేసీఆర్ ఫామ్ హౌస్లో ఊరేసుకొని సచ్చిన 15 ఆగస్టు లోపల రైతులకు 2 లక్షల రుణమాఫీ చేస్తా.
So the comments were made by Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy in Kodangal, which is his own seat, assembly seat, and it falls in Mehboob Nagar, which is his native district as well. This is not something too unusual, I must say, in the run-up to these elections, because a lot of offensive language has been used by multiple leaders and candidates who seem to presume that that kind of language is something that is going to entertain their audiences and perhaps even win them fans and votes. Revanth Reddy is quite determined or quite desperate, should I say, to win in Mehboob Nagar, which happens to be his home district. He does know that if he faces defeat in a Mehboob Nagar or even a Malkajgiri, the knives may be out for him even within the Congress party itself. The background to this is that KCR has been going out into the districts and talking to drought-hit farmers and saying that it is because of the Congress government's negligence that they are suffering, and that in 10 years of his rule there was adequate water and farmers had not suffered in the same manner. In fact, KCR is going to begin his 17-day bus yatra from today onwards. BRS has been mocking Revanth Reddy, saying that he had promised to waive the loans of farmers as soon as he came to power, and that he had failed to do so. In Bongir, in a meeting a couple of days ago, Revanth Reddy had announced that by August 15, he would definitely waive 2 lakh rupee loans of farmers, to which Harish Rao, who is the nephew of KCR and also former minister, had in fact mocked him, saying that if you do not waive, are you willing to give up your seat? Will you be resigning? To which Revanth Reddy in fact retorted, saying that if he does implement the waiver as he has promised by August 15th, would KCR be willing to disband his party, the BRS. What I must point out is that Revanth does have, has in the past as well referred to KCR and KTR in that context, said that they deserve to be shot or even hanged. He had said that they had indulged in massive irregularities in the real estate in Hyderabad and Telangana, for instance. And he had also said something which was considered quite offensive during a public meeting that happened when the Telugu version of the Congress manifesto was released, and Rahul Gandhi was attending that meeting. And in that meeting, Revanth Reddy had gone all guns blazing and had in fact said that he would ensure that KCR goes to jail, and in fact mockingly said that he would build a 2 BHK for him in the jail so that his relatives can also join him in the same place. Of course, Revanth Reddy has publicly said that he does hold a grudge against KCR for having sent him to jail in 2015 in the vote for note scam when he was still in the Telugu Desam. DK Aruna, who is the BJP candidate from Mehboob Nagar, says that Revanth Reddy is desperate to win Mehboob Nagar, but she is determined to ensure that it is she who will win the constituency.
Thank you, Uma, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, parties and voters are not only having to contend with rising political temperatures, but also a heat wave that's sweeping many states, which is seen to have impacted the turnout in the first phase of polls that was conducted on Friday, the 19th of April. The voter turnout for the first phase was at 65.5%. That's a drop of 4.4% from last elections in 2019. What has got experts as well as the Election Commission worried is that there's a heat wave warning that's been sounded off for at least 4 states. We're talking about West Bengal as well as Bihar, along with parts of Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka during the second phase, which is going to take place this Friday, the 26th of April.
The decline in voter turnout in the first phase of the Lok Sabha polls on the 19th of April has worried the Election Commission, which had launched several nationwide campaigns to encourage voting. In many constituencies, an above-average maximum temperature on polling day is believed to have deterred many. Take, for instance, Bihar's Nevada and Gaya Lok Sabha constituencies. Data shows how the temperature affected turnout over the years. On April 11, 2019, the maximum temperature was 35 degrees. In Nevada, turnout was 52.5%. On April 19, 2024, the maximum temperature was 42 degrees Celsius in Nevada and the turnout was just 41.5%. On April 11, 2019, the maximum temperature was 35 degrees in Gaya and the turnout was 56%. On April 19, 2024, the maximum temperature was 42 degrees in Gaya and the turnout was 52%. The Indian Met Department has forecast a hot summer ahead with an increase in the number of heatwave days. With 6 phases of the polls still left, the Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commissioners have held a high-level meeting attended by the IMD Chief and took stock of the heat preparedness.
भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के साथ लगातार टच में है और हम सीजनल फोरकास्ट से शुरू करते हुए मंथली फोरकास्ट, वीक वाइज फोरकास्ट और एवरीडे फोरकास्ट हम इशू कर रहे हैं. पब्लिक तो इशू हो रहा है, इसके साथ साथ इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को भी ये इशू हो रहा है नेशनल लेवल पर और स्टेट लेवल पर भी.
Meanwhile, preparations are almost complete for the second phase of polling scheduled on April 26th in Ghaziabad. Ghaziabad is one of the constituencies that has struggled with urban voters' apathy and low voting percentage for many years.
How big a challenge will be heat wave? Heat wave क्या आपको लगता है आपके लिए एक चुनौती होगी इस बार?
जो हमारे बूथ्स हैं, बूथ्स में हम लोग पीने के पानी की व्यवस्था, आपकी छाँव के लिए जो हमारे टेंट्स हो सकते हैं या जो अन्य माध्यम हो सकते हैं छाँव के लिए, वो हम वहाँ पे उपलब्ध कराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. बल्कि इसका हमने एक मैपिंग भी कर लिया है जहाँ जहाँ पे इस तरह की समस्याएं आने की संभावनाएं हैं.
With Himanshu Shekhar Mishra, NDTV Bureau Report.
Now, just days to go for the second phase of polling that's going to take place this Friday. Prime Minister Modi's mega poll campaign will be taking place in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. The Prime Minister will address a rally in Chhattisgarh's Sarguja and Madhya Pradesh's Sagar and Betul. He will also lead a roadshow in Bhopal that's going to take place later in the evening today. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is campaigning in Kerala's Wayanad. She's scheduled to hold 3 corner meetings in Rahul Gandhi's constituency. Now, the poll campaigning of Congress MP Rahul Gandhi in Kerala's Wayanad was scheduled to commence on Tuesday, but it has been cancelled after the leader fell sick due to food poisoning. National Conference leader Omar Abdullah took a jibe on Mehbooba Mufti-led People's Democratic Party. He claimed that PDP has joined the BJP as its C team. Abdullah's statement comes after BJP leader Mushtaq Bukhari had notably urged members of the Pahari community to vote for Mehbooba Mufti in the ongoing Lok Sabha elections. And the Election Commission transfers the DCP of Hyderabad South. The EC has asked the Chief Secretary to provide names to fill the post. In order to fill that position, the EC also requested that the Chief Secretary provide the list of the 3 IPS officials' names by tomorrow. The Telangana Chief Secretary was instructed by the Election Commission on Tuesday to transfer Hyderabad's, this is the Deputy Commissioner of Police. Switching tracks to Arunachal Pradesh, and repolling has started in 8 polling stations where EVM was damaged. We're talking about EVM machines that were damaged during that violence that was reported during the polling in simultaneous Lok Sabha and Assembly polls that took place last Friday on the 19th. While the Commission in an order on Sunday declared that the polling in the 8 polling stations as void. An estimated 76.44% of the total 8,92,694 voters exercised their franchise on the 19th of April this year. But to elect 50 MLAs of the 60-member assembly in the northeastern state. To get more on this, we have my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary joining us. Ratnadeep, polling started this morning as early as 6 o'clock but will end as soon as 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's right, because sun rises early in Arunachal Pradesh, so therefore polling, or rather repolling, had started in this 8 polling stations where EC has directed for repolls after reports of vandalism and attempts of snatching EVMs. Although EVMs were not damaged, but there were attempts to snatch the EVMs were reported, and also clashes between supporters of candidates took place in the polling station, one of the polling stations. So therefore, this all this 8 polling station repolling is being done on. Remember, there were simultaneous Lok Sabha as well as Assembly polls held in Arunachal Pradesh on April 19 on the first phase of polls, and therefore in these 8 polling stations there would be now this repoll, which will also be simultaneous for the Lok Sabha seats as well as Assembly seats. The BJP already has an edge in the Assembly, given the fact that polling took place only for 50 constituencies of the total 60s constituency. 10 constituency BJP has already won uncontested, including that of Chief Minister Pema Khandu and his deputy. So therefore, at this moment, as we speak, the polling continues there, and this repoll will end at 2 p.m. and till this point of time, what we are picking up from our sources is that the repolling has been peaceful.
Right, thank you so much, Ratnadevi. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Moving on to Delhi now, and it's the Delhi government versus bureaucracy as a face-off over Delhi mayoral polls are concerned. So the Delhi government versus bureaucracy, as far as this is what is being said, as far as the Delhi Urban Development Minister is concerned, that files on appointment of presiding officer is being bypassed, and the files should have been routed via the Minister of Urban Development. The Chief Secretary has sent the file to the Chief Minister's office, despite knowing that the Chief Minister is in judicial custody. Now, this is what is being said. The issue is being handled as per law, and the file sent to the Chief Minister's office is what is being said. Seems like the Minister wants to enter the shoes of Delhi's Chief Minister. Let's just listen in to what Saurabh Bharadwaj had to say. So this is the Delhi government versus the bureaucracy regarding the mayoral polls. And do remember that the MCD had also sought the permission of the Election Commission, sending a formal request to the Election Commission seeking the permission to conduct elections for the position of the mayor and the deputy mayor on the 26th of this month. This move comes in the light of the ongoing implementation of the Model Code of Conduct due to the Lok Sabha elections which are underway. And due to that, in force amid the ongoing Lok Sabha elections in the country, it becomes necessary that the Municipal Corporation of Delhi to seek permission for the elections of the mayor. Now, this is on the 26th of this month. The mayor and the deputy mayor elections are going to take place. We have moved the file to the LG and the Election Commission. In the normal course of action, there is no role of the EC in the mayor and the deputy mayor elections. However, this time the Lok Sabha elections happening in the Code of Conduct is therefore in force, and hence the permission is mandatory. Now, as India heads towards its second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha, it's both our privilege and also a duty to cast our vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see lower voter turnout, including among office goers. NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching this campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter turnout. So you can get onto our site, ndtv.com/pledge to vote, and take that pledge to put that pledge on social media as well.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting right. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's Pledge to Vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Crucial top court order on VVPAT issue coming up in court today. A plea seeking 100% cross-verification of the EVM machines in order to count the votes. Ahead of Bengaluru polls, Karnataka Chief Minister speaks to NDTV, says that there is no Modi way whether it comes to the country, especially in Karnataka. These are big claims that are being made by Siddaramaiah that the NDA will not cross the 220 mark. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra takes on the Prime Minister over the Mangalsutra comments that were made, saying that my mother's Mangalsutra was sacrificed for the country. My grandmother sacrificed her gold. But it is the Prime Minister saying that the Congress wants to take away your gold and your Mangalsutra. And Revant Reddy courts a controversy by saying that even if KCR hangs, he will not waive the farmer loans by the 15th of August. Those are claims that are being made in that absurd statement that was being made by Revant Reddy.
Brought to you. The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. We are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
Welcome back. A senior ABC Australian journalist has claimed that she had to leave India abruptly on the day of voting for the first phase as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned because her visa extension was denied. Now, sources in the union government have labelled those claims as not being correct, misleading and mischievous. The sources have indicated that she had violated visa rules but was still given an assurance that her visa would be extended so she could cover the elections. In a post on social media, she's taken to social media saying that she was asked to leave India on Friday, the 19th of April. She had to leave as her visa extension was denied.
MEA sources claim that Ms. Dias was found to have violated visa rules while undertaking her professional pursuits, and in spite of this, on her request, she was assured that her visa would be extended for the coverage of the general elections. Her previous visa was valid till 20th April 2024, and later when she paid the visa fee on April 18, her visa was extended till the end of June on the same day, but she chose to leave India on April 20. And the source further added that the visa extension is stood approved at the time she left. And as far as the general elections coverage is concerned, this was mentioned to her or shared with her that while your visa processing is on, that later could not be issued to cover the general elections. And the source mentioned that her point about not being given permission to cover elections is also factually incorrect because coverage of election activities outside of polling booths is permitted to all journalists, visa holders. Authority letters are required only for access to polling booths and counting stations. This, however, could not be processed while the visa extension is under process. So this was something which was shared with the ABC journalist, and the MEA sources claim that whatever she's claiming in her statement or social media post that she was not allowed to cover elections and all is factually incorrect.
Thank you, Ghazali, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is starting his 3-day visit to China. He's going to be visiting Beijing as well as Shanghai. He has started his 3-day visit. This is in order to urge China to pressurize Iran against the escalating tensions in the Middle East. Antony Blinken to push for peace, stability as far as the Taiwan Strait is concerned and address China's aggression in the South China Sea. So this many issues that are going to be coming up during that 3-day visit of the Secretary of State of the United States, Antony Blinken, in Shanghai, Beijing this week, with the US-China ties at a critical point over numerous global disputes. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar is celebrating his 51st birthday today. Sachin, who is widely rated as the greatest batter of his generation, has been synonymous with India's growth story in the 1990s. He became an inspiration for millions of Indians. And who can forget the Desert Storm at Sharjah? Sachin broke numerous records and set new milestones during a career which lasted nearly 2.5 decades, culminating with a World Cup win in 2011. We at NDTV wish the Master Blaster a very happy birthday.
Brought to you.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
all use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको check करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish, it's very easy. Just type it down and आपको Google बता देगा that I love you को Spanish में क्या बोलते हैं. या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But
this is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
The Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict today on a batch of petitions seeking directions to tally VVPAT slips with votes cast through EVMs during the elections. Ajit Pawar's wife has been cleared in a 25,000 crore rupee MSCB bank scam. Sunetra Pawar is BJP's Baramati candidate. The Economic Offences Wing closure report says there's no criminal act, there's no loss to the bank. And in the wealth redistribution row, well, Rahul Gandhi's advisor puts the Congress in a tough spot. Sam Pitroda advocates for the inheritance tax. BJP says, we told you the Congress is eyeing your wealth. There's suspense over the Amethi seat. Rahul Gandhi is reluctant. Robert Vadra is eager. Well, those are the big questions. Ab ki baar, Robert Vadra posters show up in Amethi. Smriti Irani, meanwhile, takes a jibe at Robert Vadra and says, Jagdishpur, beware, hide your property papers. Bollywood actor Khanna Ranaut campaigns for Gajendra Singh Shekhawat in Jodhpur. She says, pride of those who demolished my home is broken, and only Jai Shri Ram and saffron is everywhere, is what she tells NDTV. Right, breaking news coming in. Sunetra Pawar, wife of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and NCP Lok Sabha candidate from Baramati, has now got a clean chit from the Economic Offences Wing in the 25,000 rupee crore Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case, though ED has contested the police probe. But the EOW has said Sunetra had resigned from Jai Agrotech as the director 2 years before it loaned money to the Ajit Pawar-linked Jalandeshwar Sugar Mills Private Limited, which the Enforcement Directorate has accused of money laundering. Before Sunetra Pawar, her sister-in-law and sitting Member of Parliament Supriya Sule had filed her nomination to make it clear that it would be a Pawar versus Pawar battle as far as the Baramati constituency is concerned. Baramati will be going to polls on the 7th of May, but the breaking news we're tracking at the moment, Sunetra Pawar has now got a clean chit from the Economic Offences Wing in the 25,000 crore rupee Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam. My colleague Radhika joining us with the latest details. Radhika, what details can you share with us currently?
That's right. Sunetra Pawar, wife of Deputy CM Ajit Pawar,
and NCP Lok Sabha candidate from Baramati has got a clean sheet from EOW. This is in connection to 25,000 crore rupee Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. In fact, the ED, as you mentioned, had contested the police probe. Now, not just Sunetra Pawar and her firms, but firms linked to Rohit Pawar has also got all clear from EOW. In fact, the EOW in its closure report has said that there's no illegality involved in the sugar mills associated with Pawars in Jarandeshwar Sugar Mills Private Limited taking on rent another sugar mill from another firm called Guru Commodity. In fact, ED in its charge sheet had said that the paper transaction to the project was not entered genuinely. Now, EOW also gave a clean sheet to Rohit Pawar, as I mentioned, between 2002 and 2017. MSEB had granted loans to cooperative sugar factories and later auctioned these units along with lands at throwaway prices. And it is alleged that these were given to relatives of those leading the bank in the guise of recovering these defaulted loans. So EOW in its closure report has said that 13 tenders were received for the auction. It was sold to Guru Commodities, a company of Omkar Builder at a certain price. Now, then it was leased out on a long-term basis to another company. So just 2 weeks after its formation, Jarandeshwar Sugar Mills Limited, a company which Ajit Pawar's relative is a director, received a few crores from Jay Agrotech. So now EOW in its closure report saying that Sunetra Pawar was a director of Jay Agrotech but resigned from the post in 2008. So therefore, there was no wrongdoing committed in the transaction, is what the EOW has said in its closure report.
Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details that you've accessed. Well, let's turn our attention now to the other crucial story we're tracking. The Supreme Court is scheduled to pass directions on petitions seeking 100% cross-verification of vote count in electronic voting machines, EVMs, with Voter-Verifiable Paper Audit Trail paper slips. In fact, a bench headed by Justice Sanjiv Khanna had reserved the case for judgment on the 18th of April. The petitioners, including the Association for Democratic Reforms, had argued that 97 crore registered voters in the country had a right to a more transparent electoral system with or without EVMs. The VVPAT, as you know, the Voter-Verified Paper Audit Trail, enables a voter to see if the vote was cast properly and actually went to the candidate he or she supports. The VVPAT generates a paper slip that's kept in a sealed cover and can be opened if there is a dispute. Currently, cross-verification of EVM VVPAT happens only in 5 randomly selected polling booths in a single constituency. Aishwarya has been tracking all the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Aishwarya, we know this is a crucial hearing in election season. In fact, the Election Commission in an earlier hearing had said that it's impossible to tamper with EVMs. But what time is the Supreme Court scheduled to pass directions in this matter?
Well, very important day as far as India's electoral process is concerned. It has been told to us that at around 11 or 11:30, the judgment will come, which will be a 2-judge bench judgment. Remember, it was on 18th of April. The Supreme Court had reserved its order after 2 days of intense hearing. In these 2 days of hearing, the petitioner in the case had clearly sought 3 to 4 points. Number one, it was asked by the petitioner that 100% verification through VVPAT and EVM should be done. There should be a complete change in process from EVMs to ballot papers in the country. And thirdly, there was also a point mentioned about the cross-verification of the VVPAT and the slip that comes out so that a voter can know that who he had casted the vote. Now, in the 2 days of hearing, there were several observations that were made by the Supreme Court. It was stated by the Supreme Court that electoral process is humongous in nature in the country, and converting it to completely manual process through checking the votes through a human cycle is very difficult. On the other side, there was senior officials of the Election Commission of India who interacted with the Supreme Court in these 2 days of hearing and explained the entire process, the mechanism of the EVMs, how it works. In that point, it was observed by the Supreme Court that and told by the Election Commission of India that tempering of EVM is very difficult, and only if there is a human error, then things can change. On the other side, it is the Supreme Court at last reserved a judgment stating that they will be also monitoring and examining the EVMs from randomly collected samples of from 5 state from 5 assemblies, and that will be also checked later. The Supreme Court reserved a judgment, and today the Supreme Court will be pronouncing its judgment, which will reflect as to whether there will be any change in the electoral process in the country via EVM, or it will remain the same as it is.
Thanks, Ashwarya, for joining us with that update. We'll, of course, touch base with you post 11 a.m. Meanwhile, in other news, the chairman of the Indian Overseas Congress, Sam Pitroda, has backed the party's stand on redistribution of wealth and advocated an inheritance tax law in the country. Emphasizing the need for policy towards wealth redistribution, Sam Pitroda elaborated on the concept of inheritance tax prevailing in America. Pawan Khera, meanwhile, has cleared the Congress's stand and dismissed the claim and said no such thing is present in the manifesto. But Mr. Pitroda, by the way, said the subject of wealth distribution is strictly a policy issue, and he feels concerned about Prime Minister Modi after his remarks on the Congress's manifesto. Listen to what Mr. Pitroda had to say regarding the inheritance tax law in India.
Let me tell you, in America, there is an inheritance tax. So if, let's say, one has $100 million worth of wealth, and when he dies, he can only transfer probably 45% to his children. 55% is grabbed by government. Now that's an interesting law. It says, you in your generation made wealth. You are leaving now. You must leave your wealth for public. Not all of it, half of it. Which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that. If somebody is worth 10 billion and he dies, his children get 10 billion. Public get nothing. And law says, you get half of it, public gets half of it. So these are the kind of issues people will have to debate, discuss. I don't know what the conclusion would be at the end of the day. But when we talk about redistributing wealth, we are talking about new policies, new programs that are in the interest of the people and not in the interest of super rich only.
In other news, Bollywood actress Khanna Ranaut, who's also BJP's candidate from Mandi, she's in Rajasthan actually on a 2-day tour campaigning for party candidates. She is among the star campaigners of the BJP. She touched down in Rajasthan on Tuesday and participated in roadshows in support of BJP candidates. In fact, she was supporting the Pali parliamentary constituency. PP Chaudhary, that's the candidate from the Pali constituency. She was campaigning for Gajendra Singh Shekhawat in Jodhpur. Now she is scheduled to campaign for party candidate Kailash Chaudhary in Barmer. And in Barmer, she is expected to participate in roadshows at Jaisalmer and Balotra. The polling will be held in 13 seats in Rajasthan during the second phase of the Lok Sabha elections on Friday, the 26th of April. Khanna Ranaut also spoken to NDTV. Listen into what she had to say.
केंद्रीय मंत्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत के समर्थन में जोधपुर लोकसभा क्षेत्र में फिल्म अभिनेत्री और हिमाचल प्रदेश के मंडी से लोकसभा प्रत्याशी कंगना रनौत जो है वो रोड शो कर रही है। जोधपुर के संसदीय क्षेत्र के सूरसागर विधानसभा में जो है कंगना रनौत का ये रोड शो चल रहा है, जो हाउसिंग बोर्ड से शुरू हुआ और अब जो है वो पूरी तिराई तक जाएगा। हम प्रयास करेंगे कंगना से भी बात करने का। आप देख सकते हैं कंगना रनौत जो है वो भाजपा का ध्वज हिलाकर जो है वो कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन भी कर रही है और जो है जय श्री राम के नारों के साथ जो है वो इस रोड शो में जो है वो गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। कितना उत्साह है कार्यकर्ताओं में?
सारा जोधपुर उत्साह से भरा हुआ है और यहाँ पे एक ही नारा सुनाई दे रहा है, भगवा ही लहराएगा था, भगवा ही लहराएगा। हर जगह एक ही नारा है, जय श्री राम।
देखिए, मेरे साइड से तो हमेशा मुद्दे की ही लड़ाई थी, मगर उनके पास मुद्दे है नहीं।
या मुद्दों की कमी है या जो है गहराई में वो चीज़ों को समझती नहीं है। तो शायद इसीलिए उनके तो बयान जो आते हैं, मैं उस पर टिक्का टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, मगर वो किसी को भी समझ नहीं आते हैं क्योंकि वो व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के बयान हैं। उसमें ना हिस्ट्री है, ना लॉजिक है, ना अर्थमेटिक है, बट इस तरीके की बयानबाजी करना जिससे वो खुद एक हंसी का पात्र बन जाती हैं, तो वो सोच उनको मुबारक है। हम तो मुद्दों के ऊपर जाएंगे और मुद्दों के ऊपर बात करेंगे।
Well, in other news, amid the suspense over the Congress's Amethi candidate, posters demanding a poll pass for Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's husband, Robert Vadra, have come up outside the local party office, as you can see on your screens. The posters read, "The people of Amethi want Robert Vadra this time." Amethi votes on the 20th of May in the 5th phase of Lok Sabha polls, and the last day of filing nominations is the 3rd of May. Now, while the BJP has announced sitting MP and Union Minister Smriti Irani as its candidate, the Congress is yet to name its pick. As you're well aware, Amethi has been a family seat for the Gandhis, represented in the past by Sanjay Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. But in the 2019 election, Smriti Irani pulled off a stunning victory over Rahul Gandhi, who had managed to score a win in Kerala's Wayanad. In fact, we have a reaction from Ms. Irani. Listen in.
लेकिन चिंता करने की एक बात जरूर है प्रधानमंत्री, राहुल गांधी को कुछ आए या ना आए, उनके जीजा जी के मुख से मैंने जगदीशपुर का नाम जरूर सुन लिया है। इसलिए जगदीशपुर की जनता तो सावधान हो जाए। अगर जीजा जी को जगदीशपुर सुरेश ध्यान में आ गया है, इसका मतलब एक एक गांव, एक एक घर, एक एक व्यक्ति अपना खेत का कागज छुपा ले।
And as India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha, it's both a privilege and a duty to vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see low voter turnout, including among office goers. But NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching a campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in this grand democratic exercise. So go onto our site, ndtv.com/pledge to vote, and take the pledge.
The power of India lies in the strength of its people. Our forefathers fought for every individual to have a voice and to use that voice to shape the future of our country. So voting day is not a holiday from work. It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India. I, Ajay Bijli, pledge to encourage my entire team at PVR Inox, their families and friends, and the larger business community to vote, because this is the true power of Indian democracy.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
Welcome back. 2 days before half the state's 28 constituencies vote in the second phase of the Lok Sabha polls on Friday, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has claimed that contrary to its aim of winning 400 seats, the BJP-led NDA will not cross even 220, and at least part of the reason for this will be that Prime Minister Modi has not fulfilled his promises. Speaking exclusively to NDTV, the Congress leader also said that the alliance between the BJP and former Prime Minister H.D. Devegowda's Janata Dal Secular is an unholy one. Listen in.
How would you respond to those who say that Siddaramaiah personality and state government's work is very important in an assembly election, but in a parliamentary election, the Narendra Modi image may have an edge?
Modi, what is the image he has when he has failed to fulfill the promises which he has made to the people of the country? How the same image will be continued?
So you don't see him having an impact in these elections?
I don't think there is a Modi wave in the entire country. Particularly in Karnataka, there is no wave.
The JDS and the BJP coming together, it didn't work out in 2019. You understand the JDS very well as well. Is there a worry? It's being called a natural ally. Is there a worry that that could potentially be a strong grassroots alliance in terms of caste arithmetic?
No, it is not. See, it is an unholy alliance. All along, Devegowda criticized BJP like anything. He called BJP a communal party. They are communalizing the entire society and also polarizing the votes on the basis of Hindutva. So the people will not forget what he said in the last parliament election. This time what he is telling now, people will not forget. People can understand why this alliance has been taken place.
What do you think is the most critical challenge in the old Mysuru region, your own home turf? Do you believe that that's going to be a very difficult challenge to hold on to the seats? Last time the Congress got only one seat in the old Mysuru region, in fact in the whole of Karnataka.
Last time the situation was different because they projected emotional issues. This time Narendra Modi has to tell what are the achievements that he has made during his 10 years tenure. That he is not talking. See, yes, there are no achievements of Narendra Modi. There are no what he has made, the promises which he has made to the people of the country, and those promises will never be fulfilled. So this is the situation, and people can understand. In 10 years, it's not a small period; it's a long period. 10 years. See, he's not talking about unemployment. He's not talking about price rise. He's not talking about farmers' issues. He's not talking about women issues. He's not talking about labor issues. He has not discussed any of these things.
Do you believe that the lack of a prime ministerial face for the INDI alliance is an inherent disadvantage as you head into an election against a personality like Narendra Modi?
See, you are all under the illusion that Narendra Modi is having a very big personality like that. What was he? See, he was Chief Minister of Gujarat before becoming the Prime Minister of this country. What is his contribution to the national politics?
So you're saying it's not a disadvantage not to have a prime ministerial face?
Yes, it is not at all a disadvantage to the India.
Okay. My last couple of questions, sir. You've been asked this many times. Is there a worry that there could be, the results of these elections could result in instability for the state government? Is there a fear of that?
No. no such fear. Because instability will come only if the people are unhappy. The stability means the government continues for 10 years is not a stability. See, the people should also be political, that their social and political and economic empowerment should be there to the people of this country. Then only we can say that the country is stable.
You know, I asked this question to Mr. D.K. Shivkumar as well yesterday. You've been asked this question many times. Irrespective of what happens or irrespective of how it is, who's the chief minister, what is the role, the Congress will be in power in Karnataka. Are you confident of that?
Yes, definitely. Congress will be in power and it will complete 5 years term. And afterwards, if the people, I hope that people of Karnataka will bless Congress party again and it will come to power.
What's your prediction for Karnataka, sir? Finally, out of 28 seats, what's your prediction for Karnataka? And more importantly, what's your prediction for India?
According to me, the NDA will get 200 to 220. That is the information I have. I may be correct, I may not be correct. As per my information, NDA may get 200 to 220.
And this month, we unite to mark World Immunization Week, a pivotal time from the 24th till the 30th of this month, dedicated to reinforcing the power of vaccines. This global initiative, championed by the World Health Organization, focuses on the urgent need for collective action to ensure everyone benefits from the life-saving vaccines. It's also a time to look at the hurdles we still face to achieve universal vaccination coverage.
World Immunization Week stands as a testament to the power of vaccines in our fight against infectious diseases. It's a call to action for communities, health organizations, and governments worldwide to come together in promoting the accessibility and importance of immunization. This campaign is crucial in combating vaccine hesitancy, ensuring equitable access, and highlighting immunization's role in safeguarding global public health. From its beginnings in 1974, focusing on shielding children from 6 major diseases, the expanded program on immunization, EPI, now encompasses 13 universally recommended vaccines, expanding its reach and impact. This year, we celebrate half a century of the EPI's monumental strides in preventing disease and saving lives, underscoring the transformative power of vaccines. Goals of World Immunization Week: advocate for widespread vaccination, increase awareness of how vaccinations prevent diseases and save lives, tackle vaccine hesitancy by clarifying myths about vaccine safety and effectiveness, stress the need for equitable vaccine access for all, bolster support for global and national immunization initiatives to strengthen public health systems. Through groundbreaking immunization efforts, we've eradicated smallpox, are on the brink of defeating polio, and continue to make strides in public health that enhance the quality of life and contribute to achieving health outcomes. It's time for renewed and continuous focus on vaccination programs to ensure many more lives can be saved.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Joe Biden has said on X, Ukraine's fight shows how important it is to stand up for freedom and democracy against tyranny and oppression. The House of Representatives has passed our national security package. This is what the US President has said on X.
Co-President.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana?
You are watching The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Here are the headlines we're tracking currently. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is starting 3 days of talks with senior Chinese officials in Shanghai and Beijing, with US-China ties at a critical point over numerous global disputes. Columbia University cancelled in-person classes. Dozens of protesters were arrested at New York University and Yale, and the gates to Harvard Yard were closed to the public as some of the most prestigious US universities sought to diffuse campus tensions over Israel's war with Hamas. The UK Prime Minister has pledged to send arms worth $620 million to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the US Senate has given final approval to a $95 billion wartime aid package for Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan, with a bipartisan coalition that was eager to send the long-stalled package to Biden's desk.
America will always defend democracy.
NASA's Voyager 1 probe, the most distant man-made object in the universe, is returning usable information to ground control following months of spouting gibberish. This is what the US Space Agency has confirmed. Skies over southern Greece turned an orange hue as dust clouds blown across the Mediterranean Sea from North Africa engulfed the Acropolis and other landmarks. Well, a big focus, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is starting 3 days of talks with senior Chinese officials in Shanghai and then in Beijing this week, with US-China ties at a critical point over numerous global disputes. Now, Antony Blinken's 3-day trip starting today comes after the approval of a $61 billion aid package for Ukraine by the US House, and in the midst of fears in Western capitals that Chinese aid to Moscow for manufacturing of military hardware is ramping up. This is also Antony Blinken's second trip to China after a high-stakes diplomatic mission to cool US-China tensions in June last year, and he is expected to hold meetings with senior Chinese officials that includes Foreign Minister Wang Yi. And joining us now, Laura Westbrook, live from Hong Kong. Thank you so much, Laura, for joining us on NDTV. You know, as Mr. Blinken heads to China, take us through the major divides he's going to try and bridge.
Yes, there has been some tough talk out of Beijing ahead of the visit by US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Beijing really wanting to get its message out there ahead of that trip. We heard from the foreign ministry official who said that they wanted to make clear Beijing's stance on a number of issues, such as the South China Sea, where Beijing increasingly sees the US being in its backyard, for example, holding naval exercises on the economy, as well as laying out its red lines, including Taiwan. Beijing is also very unhappy with US complaints of industrial overcapacity in manufacturing, particularly in these new energy industries. This foreign ministry official said that dismissed these allegations, calling them outright economic coercion and bullying. He also said that this behind it was an evil intention to suppress China's economic development. So ahead of these talks, we're really getting some tough talk out of Beijing, although they did say they want to also strengthen dialogue between these two superpowers.
Right. Also, Laura, you know, hours before Blinken's touchdown, the Global Times has actually published an article that preempts that Blinken is going to come to issue an ultimatum to China. And China seems in no mood to give in to him, his requests, as they assert that they will not compromise on their core issues.
Yes, I mean, we've just had a tweet on social media by Antony Blinken saying that as he heads to Shanghai and Beijing this week, that they will face intensive face-to-face diplomacy. Ongoing direct engagement is vital for making progress on issues that matter most to the American people and the world. So that's from Antony Blinken ahead of this trip. And the US is really framing this trip as part of efforts to maintain communication and channels of communication with China. And we have seen increased dialogue, especially in the last month, with US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's trip to China. There was also a phone call between President Xi Jinping and Joe Biden earlier this month that follows their meeting in San Francisco last year. And Antony Blinken will really have two key goals when he goes to China. The first of which is getting China on side and stopping Chinese companies providing support to Russia's war effort in Ukraine, and also de-escalating the growing conflict in the Middle East. Both of these areas, China has a growing influence. But really, it is about maintaining dialogue on the part of the US. Blinken will also bring up some human rights issues as well. So it really will be about striking a delicate balance on both sides, with both sides looking to put forward their point of view. But the US has said that having candid conversation and maintaining these channels of communication is really something that it sees as being vital.
In fact, Blinken has also said that China is Russia's primary contributor when it comes to industrial support for arms. I mean, from Russia and Ukraine to Israel, Iran, the broader Middle East, as well as the Indo-Pacific and trade issues, the US and China are on a series of collision courses that have sparked fears about military, strategic security, as well as international economic stability, Laura.
Yes, I mean, they are clearly divided on many issues, but I think from the US side, they will be trying to get China on side, particularly in influencing Russia when it comes to especially funding, Chinese companies funding Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. I think the US will really be trying to bring China on side and hope that it uses its influence in that area with Russia, as well as in the growing conflict in the Middle East, where China also has a growing influence as well.
Well, Laura Westbrook, thank you so much for joining us on NDTV. Really appreciate your insights into Blinken's touchdown in China. With that, let's turn our attention to the other big story we're tracking. What began last week when Columbia University students in the US refused to end their protest against Israel's war with Hamas had turned into a much larger movement as students across the United States set up encampments, occupied buildings, and ignored demands to leave. Protests have been bubbling for months but kicked into a higher gear after more than 100 pro-Palestinian demonstrators who had camped out on Columbia's Upper Manhattan campus were arrested. Now, dozens more protesters have been arrested at other campuses since, and many now face charges of trespassing or disorderly conduct. Take a look at the dramatic visuals playing out on your screens. With tensions at Columbia continuing to run high and some students afraid to set foot on the campus, officials said the Ivy League school will switch to hybrid learning for the rest of the semester, which will be finished by the end of next week. Now, as far as New York is concerned, at the New York University, police said 133 protesters were taken into custody late on Monday, and all had been released, with summons, though, to appear in court on disorderly conduct charges. Meanwhile, police arrested 60 protesters, including 47 students at Yale University, after they refused to leave an encampment on a plaza at the center of the Yale campus. Yale's president has said that protesters had declined an offer to end the demonstration and meet with trustees. After several warnings, school officials determined the situation was no longer safe, so police cleared the encampment and made arrests. As far as Harvard University in Massachusetts is concerned, they tried to stay a step ahead of protests by locking most gates into the famed Howard Yard and limiting access to those with school identification. In fact, the school has also posted signs that warn against setting up tents or tables on campus without permission. But you know, since the war in Gaza began, colleges and universities have struggled to balance safety with free speech rights and many long-tolerated protests. But now officials are doling out more heavy-handed discipline.
College protests continue to expand in the U.S. ever since multiple pro-Palestinian protesters were arrested at Columbia University's campus for setting up encampment and calling the university to divest all academic and economic stakes in Israel. In support of those who were arrested at Columbia, student groups in many universities, including Yale and New York University, began their own demonstrations. In response, officials are monitoring the situation closely. On Monday, more than 100 NYPD officers entered NYU's encampment and made over 130 arrests, although an official number is yet to be tallied. The university said it had warned the crowd to leave and called the police after the scene became disorderly. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams said that the city is working closely with the school to mitigate the crisis. He also added that a police officer was assaulted during the NYU protest, but that the helmet he was wearing protected him. He called the protesters who want to exercise their right to free speech to refrain from any violence. Students at MIT and UC Berkeley also set up tents to protest against the Israel-Hamas war. Columbia made its classes virtual until the semester ended, and Harvard closed its doors to people unaffiliated with the university. With only a few weeks left of the semester, many universities are struggling to contain the protests and mitigate tensions on campuses. I'm Nandini Gupta reporting for NDTV from New York.
In other news, the Lebanese group Hezbollah says it has launched drone attacks on Israeli bases in retaliation for the killing of one of its fighters, marking the deepest attack into Israeli territory since the Gaza war began. Now, Hezbollah launched a combined air attack using decoy and explosive drones that targeted two Israeli bases halfway between Acre and Naharia. This is what the latest statement says. The Iran-backed group said it acted in retaliation for an earlier Israeli attack killing one of its fighters. It published what appeared to be a satellite photo with the location of the attack symbolized by a flash with a red circle around it. But the Israeli military said it had no knowledge of any of its facilities being hit by Hezbollah, but had said earlier that it had intercepted two aerial targets off Israel's northern coast. Joining us for a quick update, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali from outside the Israeli embassy. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for joining us on the World 24/7. Now, the Hezbollah says that this is the deepest attack inside Israel since Israel's war with Hamas began. Is that accurate?
Yeah, because these two cities you mentioned, city of Akko and Haria, is in the northern part of Israel, and it also shows that perhaps if the video footage has to be believed, what Hezbollah has released, that somewhere they have managed to penetrate the aerial defense system of Israel. That is why what they claim that they have hit the army Golan Brigade's headquarters or the offices there in both the cities, though Israel denies it, and this is another tactic of warfare, that whosoever is attacked, whether it's Iran, Israel, Hezbollah in Lebanon, they will all try to downplay it despite the footage or the visuals being there. But the latest in this entire escalation between Israel and Hezbollah is that both Israel and Lebanese Prime Minister have approached France, because France had been a previous colonizer in Lebanon. It has good relations with the Lebanese government, and both the parties, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Israeli Prime Minister Mr. Netanyahu have approached France to be the mediator and to ensure that there is no sort of escalation on the northern border of Israel, because Israel is already facing a war with Iran. There are attacks from Yemen by Houthis. Then you are already fighting the Gaza war with Hamas. So Israel doesn't want to escalate or get entangled in a war from multiple fronts, and that is why after initial exchange of rockets between the two countries from Hezbollah in Lebanon and from Israel on its northern border, Israel is not interested to escalate it. Perhaps that is why both the parties are trying to show that they have inflicted maximum damage on their rival.
As always, Ghazali, thank you so much for breaking down the details for us. Let's switch tracks now. The British Prime Minister arrived in Poland to meet Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk and the Secretary General of the NATO Defence Alliance and promised more money to support Ukraine. The UK will provide an additional £500 million to Kiev on top of the £2.5 billion allocated for this financial year. Rishi Sunak wants to emphasise the UK's role in defending Ukraine. The US Senate, meanwhile, passed $95 billion in war aid to Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan, bringing the bill to the brink of passage after months of delays and contentious internal debate over how involved the United States should be abroad. The vote to end a filibuster drew the support of 80 senators. 10 more than supported the bill when the Senate first passed it in February, virtually guaranteeing that the bill will soon reach the US President Biden's desk. And now I'm told that bill has now been passed.
Ukraine is struggling against Russia 2 years after the war began. In a bid to counter Russia, the West is swooping in to rescue Ukraine amid ammunition shortages along the front line and more, after months of stalled foreign aid. In the latest, the UK pledged arms worth $620 million to Ukraine as Prime Minister Rishi Sunak visited Warsaw, meeting NATO leaders where he made the announcement.
We will send Ukraine an additional £500 million, hitting £3 billion of support this year, and will provide them with the largest ever package of UK military equipment. This will include more than 400 vehicles, 4 million rounds of ammunition, 60 boats and offshore raiding craft, vital air defences, and long-range, precision-guided Storm Shadow missiles.
Similarly, the US Senate also voted overwhelmingly to move ahead with $95 billion in war aid to Ukraine, Israel and Taiwan, bringing the four bills to the brink of passage. This aid package includes $61 billion foreign aid to Ukraine, including a $1 billion military aid package.
Today, those in Congress who stand on the side of democracy are winning the day. To our friends in Ukraine, to our allies in NATO, to our allies in Israel, and to civilians around the world in need of help, help is on the way.
After months of facing economic turmoil and military shortages in a 2-year-long war which has devastated the country, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky breathed a sigh of relief as several crucial foreign aid packages are finally on their way to Kyiv.
Сьогодні є також вкрай потрібна хороша новина про військові пакети від партнерів. Є новий пакет від Великої Британії – $500 мільярда. Деталі ми обговорили з прем'єр-міністром Сунаком. І головне – вчасно поставити зброю в Україну. ракети саме такі, які потрібні, бронетехніку, яку очікують на фронті, ППО, а також катери для захисту нашої економічної безпеки у Чорному морі. Дякую, Британії.
As foreign aid to Ukraine starts to trickle in, Russia has threatened to step up strikes, specifically on depots for Western weapons.
Соразмерно угрозам, создаваемым Соединенными Штатами и их союзниками, продолжим совершенствовать состав и структуру вооруженных сил, увеличивать выпуск наиболее востребованных образцов вооружения и военной техники. Повысим интенсивность ударов по логистическим центрам и базам хранения западного оружия.
As the war rages on, only time will tell how this new batch of aid actually helps Ukraine. With Disha Bagchi, Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV. Let's turn our attention to the other story we're tracking. NASA's Voyager 1 phoned home from 15 billion miles away. NASA's Voyager 1 probe, the most distant man-made object in the universe, is returning usable information to ground control following months of spouting gibberish. This is what the US Space Agency has announced. The spaceship stopped sending readable data back to Earth on the 14th of November last year, even though the controller could tell it was still receiving their commands. But in March, teams working at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory discovered that a single Well, we have breaking news coming in. As you know, the Supreme Court is scheduled to pass directions on petitions seeking 100% cross-verification of vote count in EVMs with VVPAT slips. The hearing is currently underway right now. But we can tell you that the Supreme Court has asked for clarification. It's asked for the Election Commission officer to be present at 2 p.m. this afternoon. In fact, the Supreme Court has said that they will delve deeper into the matter and they need more information. The hearing is currently underway, but Aishwarya is tracking all the latest developments as far as the Supreme Court hearing is concerned. He joins us live at the moment. Aishwarya, now the Supreme Court has called the Election Commission officer at 2 p.m. and the Supreme Court has said that they need more information. What further details can you share with us?
Well, certainly there are clarifications that have been sought by the Supreme Court from the Election Commission of India, and therefore at around 2 p.m. we have been told that the officials from the ECI has also been called. It was stated by the Supreme Court that there are some clarifications regarding the microcontroller being installed in the EVMs and the VVPAT. Certainly it is Supreme Court who has stated that they need to confirm that the microcontroller is one of the time program or not. Then you must refer to symbol loading units as well. How many are available? That is the question that is in front of the Supreme Court, and they need clarification regarding this. Now, very importantly, in the ongoing observations that are being made by the Supreme Court, they have stated that the limitation is for 45 days and the time limitations for election please 30 days. Then whether there is an storage in this microcontroller chip is of 45 days or not. So that is one of the questions that needs to be clarified, and therefore the reason perhaps the Election Commission of India officials are being called by the Supreme Court at around 2 p.m. In the judgment, it is also being stated by the Supreme Court that what we have said is on the basis of arguments which has addressed till now. It was 30 days in the past, but it was for the 45 days for corresponding period, but it can be more than 60 days. So all of this because the Supreme Court wanted to go to the technicalities of the VVPAT as being asked by the petitioner earlier, that whether there is a transparent process. The very important point that was mentioned by the petitioner, that whether a voter can recheck or can have a slip as he cast his votes, and can he know about who he is casting his vote, can he reconfirm that. So for that, at least if any petition goes to Supreme Court challenging the winnability of any candidate, then whether it has certain time period so that the decision or the voting can have its storage for almost these days or not. So all of these need to be clarified, and therefore the reason perhaps now Supreme Court has called for these clarifications at around 2 p.m. the Election Commission of India officials. Only after that, I think the entire judgment will come out. But currently, Supreme Court making very important observations as far as the plea regarding the VVPAT EVM clarification is concerned.
Crucial observations made by the top court there, Aishwarya. Thank you so much for breaking down the details for us. But if I understand you correctly, the Supreme Court is seeking clarification, as the EC had said that the VVPAT had a flash drive, but now they found that there's a microchip. So essentially, the EC official has been called in for clarification regarding the microcontroller?
Well, certainly, and that's the reason perhaps they have gone to Section 80 of the Representations of People Act, which clearly states that any election can be challenged and a plea can be filed in the court within 30 days of time period. Then whether this microcontroller chip which has storage, whether this is a one-time programmer or this can have a storage for almost 45 days or 60 days for that matter. And these are certain questions that needs to be clarified in front of the Supreme Court. So therefore the reason perhaps Supreme Court first stated that they need few clarifications in these matter, and later only they can have a judgment on this. Perhaps at 2 p.m. the Election Commission of India officials are being called at the Supreme Court. Later the clarification will be given from their side. Remember, in the 2 days of intense hearing in the past as well in the Supreme Court, the ECI officials clearly had explained the entire mechanism of how the EVMs and VVPATs work. So that was also being sought earlier by the Supreme Court, but now more clarification is needed in this aspect. So at around 2 p.m. we have been told, Justice Sanjiv Khanna also mentioning at this point of time that the source code cannot be disclosed, else integrity will be compromised and people will try to misuse it. What time has been said is one-time program, so it cannot be altered. What undertaking is needed now? So, more clarification and Supreme Court going into nitty-gritties of the entire mechanism process of the EVMs and the VVPATs has been asked by the petitioner as well, and only after, I think, the judgment will be delivered.
Aishwarya, thanks for the details. As my colleague Aishwarya Jain is reporting from outside the top court, a bench of Justices Sanjiv Khanna and Dipankar Datta have asked an official from the Election Commission of India to be present in the court at 2 p.m. this afternoon to answer a few queries. Aishwarya, but this is not entirely new, right? An EC official being called to court. In the last hearing as well, the bench had extensively interacted with the poll panel official to understand the functioning of EVMs.
Well, certainly, Deputy Election Commissioner along with two directors, these are the officials from the Election Commission of India who represented the entire mechanism, the process of the EVMs, how it works, how the VVPAT works, whether it is feasible for the country to have a ballot paper system. The humans can be involved in this, the rechecking of the votes can be done or not. So several of the questions were asked by the Supreme Court to these officials, to which Supreme Court made observations in the past as well, that election process is a humongous task for India. Almost 95 crore voters are registered. So whether this can happen or not, and therefore the reason clarification was sought in the past as well. And now today, when the judgment was about to deliver, it was Supreme Court who stated that they need more clarification into this mechanism process, and therefore the reason the judgment will be only pronounced after 2 p.m. I think after the Election Commission of India gives clarity on the points that have been sought by the Supreme Court.
As always, Aishwarya, thank you so much for taking us through the nitty-gritties of what's happening in the Supreme Court. We will, of course, keep touching base with you. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead. poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity.
Supreme Court asks for more information in the EVM VVPAT case. The top court calls Election Commission officer at 2 p.m. today. Supreme Court on the VVPAT issue said they needed more information. Amid the wealth redistribution row, Rahul Gandhi's advisor Sam Pitroda puts Congress in a spot. Under BJP fire, Pitroda now backtracks. He claims that his comments were twisted and he doesn't need to withdraw them. The suspense over Amethi continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Ab ki baar posters highlight Vadra in Amethi. Smriti Irani takes a dig at Robert Vadra and says, Jagdishpur, beware and hide property papers. Ajit Pawar's wife and BJP's Baramati candidate Sunetra Pawar cleared in the 25,000 crore MSCB bank scam. EOW closure report says there is no criminal act and that there has been no loss to the bank. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. Our top story, the Supreme Court is hearing the petition on the VVPAT case right now. It is scheduled to pass directions on petitions which are seeking 100% cross-verification of vote count in the EVMs with VVPAT slips. That hearing is underway right now. The top court has asked a few questions. In fact, the Supreme Court has asked for more information on the EVM VVPAT case. The Supreme Court has called the Election Commission officer at 2 p.m. today, and they said that they needed more information. They also put out a question saying that is microcontroller the controlling unit or the VVPAT itself? Now, under the current system, VVPAT paper slips of 5 randomly selected EVMs in each assembly constituency or each assembly segment in a parliamentary constituency are physically verified. Now, in its response to petitions seeking VVPAT verification of all votes, the poll body has pointed out previously to the manpower and infrastructure challenges. Aishwarya Jain joins us to give us more details. Aishwarya, the Supreme Court has called the Election Commission officer at 2 p.m. today. What sort of clarification is the Supreme Court seeking?
Well, remember on 18th of April, it was the Supreme Court of India who reserved its judgment on the entire petition that was filed by the ADR on the clarification of VVPAT and the verification regarding the usage of the VVPATs and EVMs. Now, today the judgment was about to be delivered, but it was the Supreme Court of India, the judges over there clearly had stated that they need more clarification into the micro-blocking chip that is used in the VVPATs or the EVMs, and therefore the reason perhaps to seek that clarity, it was the Supreme Court of India who had ordered the ECI officials to be present in the court at around 2 p.m. Now, what clarity is Supreme Court looking forward to is something that we need to understand. Number one, this micro-blogging, this microcontroller chip, whether this is this has the storage of 45 days or 60 days, whether this is a one-time programmer or this can be reused multiple times or not. Certainly, it was earlier stated to the Supreme Court that only within 30 days an election plea can be filed, but later it was clarified by the Supreme Court that according to the Section 80 of Representations of People Act, the election plea can be filed for 45 days. Then this storage must have at least a time period of 60 days to have the storage kept in that. So all of these technicalities Supreme Court want to understand as far as the mechanism of the machine is concerned, and only after the Supreme Court will deliver at 2 p.m. we've been told that the ECI technical officials have been called by the Supreme Court, and there they will seek more clarity, and after that the judgment can arrive.
All right, Aishwarya Jain, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, we are also joined by M. Satyakumar, an advocate of the Supreme Court. Mr. Kumar, simplify this for our viewers. What is the clarity that Supreme Court needs at this particular point, especially with respect to the mechanism of the machine?
Yes, if you see the VVPAT the petition, especially concerning the EVM, what essentially the Supreme Court is looking at is looking at the authenticity of the votes. Point number one. Point number two, what are the control measures that the ECI has involved itself with respect to electronic voting machines? And it wants the Supreme Court also wants to understand the working of the EVM, because everybody casts their vote in the EVM, but less that the people will know how the EVM itself works. Now, this petition, which is filed in the Supreme Court, is going to give a lot of clarity to the citizens of this country at this juncture, because election polling is going on, and every educated and the poor and everybody who is voting should know that this how the EVM works in the first place. No, that is the reason the top court has asked the functioning of the EVM. Second important thing is also that there is a particular component. There's a particular component in the EVM wherein the vote, that microchip which they are using for voting, whether that microchip is can be modified, that is that can be deleted, whether the data in the microchip can be deleted, or if so, how many days it takes for deletion. All those things are being now questioned in the court, and this is a very important petition where the citizens should understand the ingredients of this matter, because it is concerning the electoral process. I think it's in the right time this question is being asked, but the petition is being filed in the Supreme Court, and I hope the ECI today, when they're going to come at 2 p.m., they're going to speak about the working of the EVM.
Mr. Kumar, another side of the story is, and this is what the Election Commission has also pointed out the last time around, that such a step, 100% verification of the VVPAT slips, that would delay the counting process. Now, will the Supreme Court consider this particular side as well?
Definitely, considering now today is a technology world where artificial intelligence are now penetrated into different technology. I'm very sure even the Election Commission will be considering to implement artificial intelligence with respect to verification of the voting slips. So 100% verification may not be at this time possible, but we are waiting for the ECI to respond on this petition. So that we have to see what is the modus operandi that they are going to, or justification that they are going to give with respect to sample tests that they are doing now for five. I think it is about 5 booths that they are doing as a sample test with respect to EVM. I think the samples may be extended more. Maybe the 100% verification may not be possible. But what are the modus operandi or the mechanics in which the verification can be done? Maybe replied by the ECI in the days to come for the petition that has been filed in the Supreme Court.
All right, Mr. Satyakumar, advocate of the Supreme Court, thank you very much for getting us all those vital details and giving us those answers. In our other story, in a stunning own goal that has pushed the Congress on the back foot, senior party leader and Rahul Gandhi's advisor, Sam Pitroda, he stoked the debate over the BJP's allegations that the Congress is planning a redistribution of wealth. Now, Pawan Khera of the Congress, in the meanwhile, has cleared Congress's stand and dismissed the claim, saying that there is no such thing in the manifesto.
Let me tell you, in America, there is an inheritance tax. So if, let's say, one has $100 million worth of wealth, and when he dies, he can only transfer probably 45% to his children. 55% is grabbed by government. Now that's an interesting law. It says, you in your generation made wealth. You are leaving now. You must leave your wealth for public. Not all of it, half of it. Which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that. If somebody is worth 10 billion and he dies, his children get 10 billion. Public get nothing. And law says, you get half of it, public gets half of it. So these are the kind of issues people will have to debate, discuss. I don't know what the conclusion would be at the end of the day. But when we talk about redistributing wealth, we are talking about new policies, new programs that are in the interest of the people and not in the interest of super rich only.
Meanwhile, the BJP has responded. In fact, Amit Malviya has posted on X saying that Congress has decided to destroy India. Now, Sam Pitroda advocates 50% inheritance tax for wealth redistribution, which means, and this is what Amit Malviya says, this means 50% of whatever we build with all our hard work and enterprise will be taken away. 50% besides all the tax we pay, which too will go up if the Congress prevails. In fact, Himanta Biswa Sarma, he also tweeted saying that the family advisor is spilling the beans. Their intention is, and I quote, organized loot and legalized plunder of your hard-earned money. This is what Himanta Biswa Sarma has said. Meanwhile, Pawan Khera has cleared Congress's stand, saying, this is what he posted on X, saying that has he said that the Congress will bring this policy? He's asked this question, as has the Congress said in its manifesto. Is discussing and debating different ideas not allowed in this ancient land of Shastrat? Meanwhile, Sam Pitroda has backtracked on his statement and has posted a clarification on X. He also claims that his comments were twisted and he doesn't need to withdraw them. This is what he posted on X. He says that it is unfortunate that what I said as an individual on inheritance tax in the US is twisted by Godi media to divert attention from what lies. Prime Minister is spreading about Congress's manifesto. Prime Minister's comments, Mangal Sutra and gold snatching is simply unreal. All right, the wealth redistribution for common good, and this is what the Supreme Court is hearing that matter. Can the government redistribute private property for community welfare is the question. Now, a 31-year-old case is being heard in the Supreme Court. Remember, in 2002, a 7-judge constitution bench, it referred it to a 9-judge bench. That 9-judge Supreme Court bench has started hearing the matter on Article 39B. The question is whether it is more political than legal. The Supreme Court is examining if directive principles permit government to redistribute that wealth. The Supreme Court examines if the if this can be done for the greater general good. And on the minority view, the community resources include private properties. Now, the wealth redistribution for the common good, let's try and understand that. The 9-judge Constitution bench is hearing that. The Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices Rishikesh Roy, Justice B.V. Nagaratna, Justice S. Dhulia and Justice J.B. Pardiwala, along with others, are hearing this. The suspense over Amethi continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Now, Ab Ki Baar posters highlight Vadra in Amethi. In fact, in the meanwhile, Smriti Irani has taken a dig at Robert Vadra and says, Jagdishpur, be beware, hide your property papers. Now, the big question is Rahul Gandhi or Robert Vadra? Who is Congress's pick for Amethi?
लेकिन चिंता करने की एक बात जरूर है प्रधानमंत्री, राहुल गांधी को कुछ आए या ना आए, उनके जीजा जी के मुख से मैंने जगदीशपुर का नाम जरूर सुन लिया है। इसलिए जगदीशपुर की जनता तो सावधान हो जाए। अगर जीजा जी को जगदीशपुर सुरेश ध्यान में आ गया है, इसका मतलब एक एक गांव, एक एक घर, एक एक व्यक्ति अपना खेत का कागज छुपा ले।
All right, Sunetra Pawar, the wife of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and NCP Lok Sabha candidate from Baramati, has got a clean chit from the Economic Offences Wing in the rupees 25,000 crore Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Now, in Maharashtra's Baramati, there is a historic showdown that is awaiting as the splintered NCP gears up for a unique Pawar versus Pawar contest in Supriya Sule, the daughter of the party's patriarch Sharad Pawar, going up against Sunetra Pawar, wife of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. And Radhika Ramaswamy joins us to get us more details. Radhika, it's a family battle that awaits us in Baramati. And now that Sunetra Pawar has been cleared, this comes as good news for the Ajit Pawar faction.
Certainly relief for Ajit Pawar faction. Sunetra Pawar, wife of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, and of course she's also the Lok Sabha candidate from Baramati. She's been given a clean chit by Economic Offences Wing in its closure report. In fact, the closure report says that no criminal offence has been made against Sunetra Pawar and that there has not been any wrongful loss caused to Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank, and that almost 1,300 crore has already been recovered. Now, as far as this entire scam is concerned, it dates back to years between 2002 and 2017, where the allegation is that the bank, MSEB, had in fact disbursed loans to several sugar mills and factories, and when they turned into non-performing assets, they were in fact auctioned to relatives of directors of many of these banks. Of course, many of these banks headed by politicians, many connected to the Pawar family. So therefore, the allegation is that there were wrongful transactions done, financial irregularities carried out, and therefore causing loss to the banks. Now, just to read out the portions from the closure report, as far as Sunetra Pawar allegation and her being given clean chit is concerned, now this is the transaction relating to sale of Jarandeshwar Sugar Sahakari Kharkhana. This is a sugar factory that was operational in Satara. The ED probe here saying that factory was sold to one Guru Commodity Services in 2010 at 65 crore. And when the financial deteriorated, in fact, despite taking loans from cooperative banks, the money was put to buy this factory. Now, this was given to buyer by two other companies, Jarandeshwar Sugar Mills Private Limited and J Agrotech. Now, the important point here is Pawar's wife Sunetra was apparently the director of this agrotech company till 2008, and Ajit Pawar's uncle also was the director of JSM. Now, ED had named this particular company linked to the transaction as accused, and the EOW saying that sale now, of course, although the allegations had been put forth over the last several years, there was a closure report that was filed in 2020 as well, and then it reopened when NBA was in power, and once again closure report being filed now, and now it's saying that the sale of the factory was not at throwaway price but was at 19 crore more than reserve price. also specifying that when the transaction took place, Sunetra was not linked to this particular company, which is J Agrotech, and she was the director before that and not during the sale. So yes, this speaks about several transactions that were made, not just connecting Sunetra Pawar, but also connecting Rohit Pawar and another relative of Ajit Pawar. So all of them being given clean chit. So certainly a relief for Ajit Pawar and his family members, but remains to be seen how the opposition reacts to the timing of EOW giving clean chit to Sunetra Pawar.
All right, clean chit given to Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar, who's also fighting from Baramati seat. Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. Bollywood actress Khanna Ranaut, who is also BJP's candidate from Mandi parliamentary constituency in Himachal Pradesh, is on a 2-day tour to Rajasthan to campaign for party candidates. She spoke exclusively to NDTV. Listen in.
केंद्रीय मंत्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत के समर्थन में जोधपुर लोकसभा क्षेत्र में फिल्म अभिनेत्री और हिमाचल प्रदेश के मंडी से लोकसभा प्रत्याशी कंगना रनौत जो है वो रोड शो कर रही है। जोधपुर के संसदीय क्षेत्र के सूरसागर विधानसभा में जो है कंगना रनौत का ये रोड शो चल रहा है, जो हाउसिंग बोर्ड से शुरू हुआ और अब जो है वो पूरी तिराई तक जाएगा। हम प्रयास करेंगे कंगना से भी बात करने का। आप देख सकते हैं कंगना रनौत जो है वो भाजपा का ध्वज हिलाकर जो है वो कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिवादन भी कर रही है और जो है जय श्री राम के नारों के साथ जो है वो इस रोड शो में जो है वो गूंज सुनाई दे रही है। कितना उत्साह है कार्यकर्ताओं में?
सारा जोधपुर उत्साह से भरा हुआ है और यहाँ पे एक ही नारा सुनाई दे रहा है, भगवा ही लहराएगा था, भगवा ही लहराएगा। हर जगह एक ही नारा है, जय श्री राम।
देखिए, मेरे साइड से तो हमेशा मुद्दे की ही लड़ाई थी, मगर उनके पास मुद्दे है नहीं या मुद्दों की कमी है या जो है गहराई में वो चीज़ों को समझती नहीं है, तो शायद इसीलिए उनके तो बयान जो आते हैं मैं उस पर टिक्का टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, मगर वो किसी को भी समझ नहीं आते हैं क्योंकि वो व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के बयान है, उसमें ना हिस्ट्री है, ना लॉजिक है, ना अर्थमेटिक है। बट इस तरीके की बयानबाजी करना जिससे वो खुद एक हंसी का पात्र बन जाती हैं, तो वो सोच उनको मुबारक है। हम तो मुद्दों के ऊपर जाएंगे और मुद्दों के ऊपर बात करेंगे।
All right, time for a very short break. But before that, as India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha, it's both our privilege and a duty to vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see low voter turnout, including among office goers. Now, NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching a campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in this grand democratic exercise. So go on to the website ndtv.com/pledge to vote and take the pledge. Don't forget to share your pledge on social media as well.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand
to India. With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jagannath be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for.
Welcome back. 2 days before half of the state's 28 constituencies vote in the second phase of the Lok Sabha polls on Friday, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has claimed that contrary to its aim of winning 400 seats, the BJP-led NDA will not even cross 220, and at least part of the reason for this will be that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not fulfilled his promises. Speaking exclusively to NDTV on Tuesday, the Congress leader also said that the alliance between the BJP and former Prime Minister H.D. Devegowda's Janata Dal Secular is an unholy one. Listen in.
How would you respond to those who say that Siddaramaiah personality and state government's work is very important in an assembly election, but in a parliamentary election, the Narendra Modi image may have an edge?
Modi, what is the image he has when he has failed to fulfill the promises which he has made to the people of the country? How the same image will be continued?
So you don't see him having an impact in these elections?
I don't think there is a Modi wave in the entire country. Particularly in Karnataka, there is no wave.
You know, the JDS and the BJP coming together, it didn't work out in 2019. You understand the JDS very well as well. Is there a worry? It's being called a natural ally. Is there a worry that that could potentially be a strong grassroots alliance in terms of caste arithmetic?
No, it is not. See, it is an unholy alliance. All along, Devegowda criticized BJP like anything. He called BJP a communal party. They are communalizing the entire society and also polarizing the votes on the basis of Hindutva. So the people will not forget what he said in the last parliament election. This time what he is telling now, people will not forget. People can understand why this alliance has been taken place.
What do you think is the most critical challenge in the old Mysuru region, your own home turf? Do you believe that that's going to be a very difficult challenge to hold on to the seats? Last time the Congress got only one seat in the old Mysuru region, in fact in the whole of Karnataka.
Last time the situation was different because they projected emotional issues. This time Narendra Modi has to tell what are the achievements that he has made in his 10 years tenure. That he is not talking. See, yes, there are no achievements of Narendra Modi. There are no what he has made, the promises which he has made to the people of the country, and those promises will never be fulfilled. So this is the situation, and people can understand. In 10 years, it's not a small period. It's a long period, 10 years. See, he's not talking about unemployment. He's not talking about price rise. He's not talking about farmers' issues. He's not talking about women issues. He's not talking about labor issues. He has not discussed any of these things.
Do you believe that the lack of a prime ministerial face for the INDI alliance is an inherent disadvantage as you head into an election against a personality like Narendra Modi?
See, you are all under the illusion that Narendra Modi is having a very big personality like that. What was he? See, he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. Before becoming the Prime Minister of this country. What is his contribution to the national politics?
So you're saying it's not a disadvantage not to have a prime ministerial face?
Yes, yes. It is not at all a disadvantage to the India.
Okay. My last couple of questions, sir. You've been asked this many times. Is there a worry that there could be, the results of these elections could result in instability for the state government? Is there a fear of that?
No such fear. Because instability will come only if the people are unhappy. The stability means the government continues for 10 years is not a stability. See, the people should also be political, that their social and political and economic empowerment should be there to the people of this country. Then only we can say that the country is stable.
You know, I asked this question to Mr. D.K. Shivkumar as well yesterday. You've been asked this question many times. Irrespective of what happens or irrespective of how it is, who's the chief minister, what is the role, the Congress will be in power in Karnataka. Are you confident of that?
Yes, definitely. Congress will be in power and it will complete 5 years term. And afterwards, if the people, I hope that people of Karnataka will bless Congress party again and it will come to power.
What's your prediction for Karnataka, sir? Finally, out of 28 seats, what's your prediction for Karnataka? And more importantly, what's your prediction for India?
According to me, the NDA will get 200 to 220. That is the information I have. I may be correct, I may not be correct. As per my information, NDA may get 200 to 220.
All right, let's also listen in to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's speaking on the controversy that created on sample.
माइनॉरिटी नहीं है, हमारी प्रायोरिटी गरीब है, जो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा है, देश के संसाधन पर सबसे पहला अधिकार देश के गरीब का, दलित का, आदिवासी का और पिछड़े का है। मैं मानता हूं देश की जनता ने आवाज मुखर करनी चाहिए और डिमांड भी करनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद। उन्होंने स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि यही उनका मकसद है और देश की जनता को भी मैं अपील करना चाहता हूं, इनके महत्वपूर्ण नीति निर्धारण करने वाली लोगों की टीम के मुखिया सैम पित्रोड़ा के बयान को देश की जनता गंभीरता से ले। इनके मन में छुपी हुई मनसा क्या है आज बाहर आ गया है। इसका कॉग्निजेंस, इसका संज्ञान देश की जनता ने लेना चाहिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी अगर ये नहीं करना चाहती तो अपने मैनिफेस्टो से सर्वे की बात को विड्रॉ करना चाहिए, ये घोषित करना चाहिए। हमारी प्रायोरिटी माइनॉरिटी नहीं है, हमारी प्रायोरिटी गरीब है, जो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा है, देश के संसाधन पर सबसे पहला अधिकार देश के गरीब का, दलित का, आदिवासी का और पिछड़े का है। मैं मानता हूं देश की जनता ने आवाज मुखर करनी चाहिए और डिमांड भी करनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Home Minister Amit Shah speaking on the redistribution of wealth, Rao. Time for a very short break now. More news and updates on the other side.
Just as we spoke about the new nothing earphones, मुझे sound दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं click कर रही थी, and sound से दिमाग में आया Siri, because all the iPhone users, at least the ones जो नया iPhone लेते हैं या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग जो काफी टाइम से iPhone को यूज कर रहे हैं, at times they tend to use Siri a lot. वो बार बार बोलते हैं hey Siri this, hey Siri that, और बात करते रहते हैं अपने iPhone के साथ में आने वाले डिजिटल असिस्टेंट के साथ. But the question is, did you know which iPhone was it जिसके साथ में Siri was launched for the first time? You know what? Siri is quite old. She is actually 13 years old, and the simple reason is it was in 2011 that Siri came along with the iPhone 4S for the first time ever. Now that time Siri was not that powerful, थोड़ा slow भी था, at the same time the functionality was quite limited, but today it's very smart, at the same time kind of enables us to do a lot more stuff with our iPhone just by using our voice. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know just by writing at tg@ndtv.com, और मैं देखता हूँ कि आपके पास में क्या और कोई इंटरेस्टिंग ट्रिविया है मेरे पास भेजने को.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
All right, let's go across to the Prime Minister who's speaking in Sargoja right now. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
कि देश बर्बाद होता गया. आज भाजपा सरकार आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद के विरुद्ध कड़ी कार्रवाई कर रही है, लेकिन कांग्रेस क्या कर रही है? कांग्रेस हिंसा फैलाने वालों का समर्थन कर रही है. इतना ही नहीं, जो लोग निर्दोषों को मारते हैं, लोगों का जीना हराम कर देते हैं, पुलिस पे हमला करते हैं, सुरक्षा बलों पर हमला करते हैं, अगर वो मारे जाएं तो एक कांग्रेस वाले उनको शहीद कहते हैं. जब आप ऐसे लोगों को शहीद कहते हो ना, तो इस देश के शहीदों का, वीरों का अपमान करते हो. इसी कांग्रेस की सबसे बड़ी नेता आतंकवादियों के मारे जाने पर आंसू बहाती है. ऐसी ही करतूतों के कारण कांग्रेस देश का भरोसा खो चुकी है. भाइयों और बहनों, आज जब मैं सरगुजा आया हूं तो कांग्रेस की मुस्लिम लीगी सोच को देश के सामने रखना चाहता हूं. और जब उनका मैनिफेस्टो आया, उसी दिन मैंने कह दिया था, आज नहीं कह रहा हूं, उसी दिन कहा था कि कांग्रेस का मैनिफेस्टो पर मुस्लिम लीग की छाप है.
We are in Srikakulam and tracking one of the topmost leaders of this country, a senior regional player, the TDP chief and also former Andhra Chief Minister, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. Mr. Naidu, this is your first television interview and first interview of the poll season. So thank you so much for speaking to NDTV.
Very nice of you. Thank you.
Sir, let me...
Of you for doing this interview first. That is a very unique one. I will remember.
Sir, let me begin by asking you, it's an important battle for you. 175 assembly seats and 25 Lok Sabha seats go to polls in one phase on 13th of May. It's 2 weeks to go for the elections. How is TDP doing in Andhra Pradesh?
Now, we are doing extremely well. I don't have any doubt. It is only a matter of number. People have decided. People have realized what they have lost for the last 5 years. Now, I am seeing the response. I have faced 9 elections. This is 10th election at the helm of affairs. Today, there is an extraordinary response. Every section of the people totally annoyed. They are all frustrated. They want to take, as a matter of fact, protect the state. It is not election for me or 3 political parties who are all in NDA. It is the election for 5 crore people of Andhra Pradesh and their future and also their children's future.
Mr. Naidu, I was on a rail yatra only recently, and there were a lot of people from Andhra Pradesh who were there on that train. It was the Kerala Express. And whosoever I met on that train from Andhra Pradesh, they were speaking about absence of a capital city. Do you think that's an emotive issue for the people of Andhra Pradesh?
No, that is one of the most important issues. For any person, you name address. For a state, you name capital. That is very, very important for capital. If you see Tamil Nadu, we can tell they can tell proudly Chennai, Andhra, Telangana, Hyderabad, or Karnataka, Bangalore. Today, after 10 years, we don't have address to tell which is your capital. This man is saying, this psycho Jagagan is saying 3 capitals. Anywhere in the world it has been successful. That is the madness he's having. That is how we destroyed the future of Andhra Pradesh and opportunities of Andhra Pradesh and future generation.
Mr. Naidu, how confident are you of repeating the performance of 2014? The reason why I'm saying is that in 2018, you walked out of this alliance with the BJP. And of course, you have returned to the NDA fold. When you walked out of the alliance in 2018, you had said that it was because special status was not given. And it was a bitter fallout. When you returned to the NDA fold, you have not spoken after that. What really played out?
No, we are very clear. If you see, from the beginning, I am for Telugu community. I might have contributed so many things at national level. Second generation reforms I implemented. And also all technology I promoted. It is beneficial to Telugu community and at the same time national level. If you see our Golden Quadrilateral Road, first proof of concept from Nellore to Chennai. That is first starting project. Then it has replicated. Telecommunication sector, I have given the report. Because of all these things, we are having first mover advantage, but it is benefited to the nation. After bifurcation, we are having a sentiment special status. I tried to get it, but somehow it didn't happen. But at the same time, the present Chief Minister has betrayed the people of Andhra Pradesh, saying that he will get special status, all these things. Now, if you compare, one is bifurcation is a painful process. We are all feeling at that time not fair. Justice has been done, both the states. Now, issue is 5 years rule of Jagan Mohan Reddy has destroyed further. He has done more damage than special status, more damage than bifurcation. Now, my duty is to protect the state and also the future of Andhra Pradesh. If you see our Amaravati capital, I laid very strong foundation for Hyderabad. Because of that, that ecosystem is working, wealth has been created there. Here, everything I got it done. Law, he destroyed like anything. In the name of 3 capitals, he destroyed the future of Andhra Pradesh.
Since, simultaneous elections are happening in Andhra Pradesh along with 4 other states, I want to understand from you, Mr. Naidu, since you are also now in alliance with the BJP at the center, And at that time, in 2014, this was seen as a dream team. And of course, then there was bitter fallout which happened. If in 2024, if you are able to form the government, and there is also a government at the center, will Andhra Pradesh get the special status?
No, what I am saying, it is very clear indication. PM is planning for 2047, Narendra Modi ji. He wanted to make India number one. Indians number one globally. I strongly believe that. In that process, we wanted to coordinate with central government and state government. We wanted to fulfill the aspirations and ambitions of people of Telugu community. That is my dream. You know very well, we have done so many things in this country. I am confident we will do justice for our community, that is Telugu community.
Do you get a sense of resentment against the BJP because of refusal of special status?
What I am saying, I tried, but I couldn't get it. That is not the issue. At that time, I got so many things. 11 All India institutes of education and health, I got it. After that, not even one single institute, I am telling you, IIT I got it, IIM I got it, IISER I got it, NIIT I got it, IIIT I got it, so many things. All India Institute of Medical Sciences. One institute was not started, that is Tribal University. Till even today, it is not happening. 5 years time. Polavaram I got it, 72% I completed. Even Amaravati, they gave money and also they gave clearances. Even for farmers, they have given capital gains exemption. All these things I got it. Only special status, that is one issue. But apart from that, today 5 years, we have lost everything. Nothing has been done. Even Narega they are not using. At that time, Narega used very well. 25,000 kilometers cement roads I have laid in the villages. That development we have done extremely well. This is one area I request them. Today, with Narendra Modi's vision and you know my experience, we'll make it. Andhra Pradesh the best.
Mr. Naidu, you have been the first CEO chief minister of the country in many ways. You know, after that, several chief ministers started to project themselves as CEO, but you were the original CEO. Help us understand the economic condition of Andhra Pradesh, because there are reports which are coming which are very, very disturbing, particularly of the fiscal, management having gone wrong.
No, I am telling you, this is where we are all concerned. Bluffing the poor is not correct approach. Always I strongly believe creation of wealth is important. Under the same time, by getting more and more revenues, again you have to do balance between welfare and also development. Then only there will be sustainable ecosystem. Now it has misbalanced. Now is corruption, looting the state, even natural resources. Even opportunities he has killed totally, he has destroyed. Second one, even all systems we have established over a period of 75 years. Improved one system, going on improving further. Then efficient CM, he will do further. But he destroyed, destabilized all institutions. Now it is chaos. If you say one thing, he will say something, he will act reversibly. He said very clearly, I will implement prohibition, then only I will ask court. Today he borrowed money, 25,000 crores, by pledging excise income, liquor income. Can you believe this? He has done. He has mortgaged government properties, collectorate, Grama Sachivalayam, or health center, or Raitu Bazaar. Nowhere I have seen this type of chief minister. He is thinking only today, not even tomorrow. He is bluffing the people. And also he has borrowed left and right 13 lakh crores.
But Chandrababu Garu, there were allegations of personal corruption against you as well. You spent time in jail. How do you look at that?
Are able to produce even one evidence? Accusing is different. Political victimization is different. But he has a past track record, 43,000 crores CBI has charge sheeted, ED cases are pending. That is by using his father. Today, so many scandals. He wanted to throw mud on me. He is trying his best, but ultimately I am telling you, the entire nation knows about my character. And also, as you rightly mentioned, as CEO, or they may name anything, I have contributed great things for this nation, great nation. Never I have uttered for the last 45 years, I am surviving in politics because of my credibility, my honesty, my integrity. Nobody can question it. No case so far on me. You can understand me. 40 years, nobody, they tried, but they couldn't succeed. This fellow, to victimize me, he has booked all cases.
So you see that as a political conspiracy?
Conspiracy, victimization, vindictive attitude. There is no second thought on that. You go through files. You can go through their allegations. Where is the evidence? Anybody can say anything, but there must be from prima facie or evidence for that. That is what I am saying.
Okay. Chandrababu Garu, you know, this is also a battle of personality cults. There is a lot of emphasis on brand Narendra Modi, and there has been a focus by BJP in southern India. The Congress says that Mr. Modi is a no factor here. 130 seats which go to polls in all these states and union territory, the BJP will have little or no impact. What, according to you, is happening in the entire, region and also in Andhra Pradesh?
No, what I am saying, the situation has been changed. Even in South India, originally regional parties are dominant. Either Tamil Nadu or Andhra Pradesh, to a certain extent Karnataka, even Kerala, there are two parties, United Front, Left Front. That is how politics has been divided in the states. Now, people are also thinking differently now. In Andhra Pradesh, we are having alliance. Whenever we are having alliance, we had a very good prospects. Either Telangana and Andhra, or earlier United Andhra Pradesh.
So is brand Narendra Modi resonating in southern India?
Now what I am saying, local leadership with strong national leadership will help us.
Okay, so local leadership and national leadership are the winning formula in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah.
Okay, and recently there was stone pelting incident which happened against the current Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Jagan Reddy, and there have been some actions which have been taken, which it also includes the transfer of intelligence chief and Vijayawada Police Commissioner have been transferred.
Can you believe this? I am asking a straight question. He is the Chief Minister. He is a habituated liar. 2014, he told to the people, my father was killed, so I am fatherless child, so you help me. 2009, he killed his babai, he blamed others. He got sympathy vote. There was one case, that is Kodikatti case. Small life of cockfighter, that he has shown assassination on him. Today, small stone, which is not visible, which is not traceable. Now he is saying assassination attempt. Can you believe this? He is the Chief Minister. There is power cut. Who is responsible? You are responsible. You are the Chief Minister. How can you blame others to cut power?
So Election Commission has taken action here.
Election Commission has taken action, but CM or state government didn't take action. What is the indication? That is only manipulation and also blaming on others. This is drama. Every election he needs some drama. He is a good drama actor.
Why do you say it's a drama?
If I throw stone on you, that stone is visible, no? Here visible, invisible stone has come. That is the drama I am saying. So many people are there, thousands of people with hundreds of thousands of police. That stone you have traced, you show me. Without stone, untraceable stone has come, and also it has hit him. It has caused damage. Now he is saying attempt to murder. That is where I am saying it is very clear drama. It is not correct approach.
The TDP has made one allegation, and I'm going to continue tracking your campaign trail. Sir, just one last question before we move on. The TDP has alleged that YSRCP has given government contracts to its relatives and members of family.
No, what I am saying, not one contract. Is a big contractor, is having middleman. Everything centralized corruption and decentralized collection. Be clear. By evening is account for liquor, sand, mining, lands and settlements, everything they have done. Today, AP Land Titling Act is bringing. The Titling Act, no records will be available. It is only one record online. If they change online, that is another matter. This is where I am saying, never have seen any chief minister who damaged, who collected money, huge corruption. I cannot imagine, I'm telling you. You can go through all these things.
All right, Mr. Naidu, thank you for speaking to NDTV. We'll be continuing to track your campaign. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
जीत हार की बाजी है आज क्रिकेट बड़ा जबरदस्त
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
You know what time is it? क्योंकि अभी जो आपको मेरी स्माइल बता रही है, it's pretty obvious the time is about Ask TG. This is the section जहाँ पे I try to answer all your questions जो आप पूछते हैं around your gadgets. अभी देखते हैं इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं और मेरे पास उनके क्या जवाब आपको मिलने वाले हैं. You know, I'll be very honest with you. अगर हम बात करते हैं एक अफोर्डेबल प्रिंटर की with a low running cost, it doesn't go to.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that.
Amid the wealth redistribution row, Rahul Gandhi's advisor Sam Pitroda has put the Congress in a spot under the BJP fire. Pitroda has backtracked. This is with the Prime Minister stepping up its attack, saying that the Congress wants to loot the people. Rahul Gandhi retorts, saying that the Prime Minister has been rattled by the manifesto. Supreme Court asked for more information in the EVM VVPAT case, and the top court has called the Election Commission officer to come into court at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So more time has been sought, and that they need more information on the issue. TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu exclusive to NDTV. Naidu speaks on the special status. We tried but couldn't get it, is what he said. And Prime Minister Modi is planning for 2047. Viksit Bharat 2047 is what he's talking about. The suspense over Amethi continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Up ki baar posters highlight Robert Vadra in Amethi. Those posters have come out outside the Congress's office in Amethi. And Smriti Irani taking a dig at Robert Vadra says, be aware, hide your property papers. Ajit Pawar's wife and BJP's Baramati candidate Sunetra Pawar has been cleared in the 25,000 crore MSCB bank scam. The Economic Offence Wing closure report says there's no criminal act and there's been no loss to the bank. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get to your top story. In a stunning own goal that has pushed the Congress on the back foot, senior party leader Sam Pitroda stoked the debate over the BJP's allegations that the Congress is planning a redistribution of wealth. Mr. Pitroda's example of an inheritance tax in the United States has added fuel to that fire, and the Congress has been trying to douse. Now, the Congress has distanced itself from the statement that was made, those remarks that were made by the senior leader, and said that they do not reflect that party's position confusion whatsoever. Now, Pawan Khera, in the meantime, has gone on to say that the Congress's stand is very clear and has dismissed the claim, saying that there is no such thing in the manifesto, while Amit Shah has gone on to react, saying that this exposes the mentality of the Congress, while the Prime Minister is rattled, is how Rahul Gandhi is retorting, saying that the Congress manifesto has rattled the Prime Minister and it aims to give back 90% Indians a part of the 16 lakh rupees given to the big businesses as a loan waiver. Let's just listen in to what was said.
Let me tell you, in America, there is an inheritance tax. So if, let's say, one has $100 million worth of wealth, and when he dies, he can only transfer probably 45% to his children. 55% is grabbed by government. Now, that's an interesting law. It says, you in your generation made wealth. You are leaving now. You must leave your wealth for public. Not all of it, half of it, which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that. If somebody is worth 10 billion and he dies, his children get 10 billion. Public get nothing. And law says, you get half of it, public gets half of it. So these are the kind of issues people will have to debate, discuss. I don't know what the conclusion would be at the end of the day. But when we talk about redistributing wealth, we are talking about new policies, new programs that are in the interest of the people and not in the interest of super rich only.
And let's just listen in to what Home Minister Amit Shah had to say, attacking the Congress over those remarks that were made by Sam Pitroda.
आज सैम पित्रोड़ा जी के बयान ने कांग्रेस का मकसद देश के सामने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। वो देश के जनता की निजी संपत्ति का सर्वे कर निजी संपत्ति को सरकारी खजाने में डालकर जो उन्होंने यूपीए के शासन में तय की थी प्रायोरिटी कि देश के संसाधन पर सबसे पहला अधिकार माइनॉरिटी और उसमें भी मुस्लिम लोगों का है।
And Amit Malviya put out a message on X on the social media platform saying that the Congress has decided to destroy India. Now Sam Pitroda's advocates 50% inheritance tax for wealth redistribution. This means 50% of whatever we have built with all our hard work and enterprise will be taken away. 50% beside all the tax we pay, which too will go up if the Congress prevails. You also have Hemanta Biswa Sarma putting out a message on X saying family advisor is spilling the beans. Their intention is organize loot and legalize plunder of your hard-earned money. That's the message that's being put out on X by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Now let's also listen to Rahul Gandhi, who was hit out at the Prime Minister, saying that the Prime Minister is rattled by the manifesto of the Congress party, which is why such reactions are coming in. Listen in.
और आप लोग डर गए तो आप लोग उसका मजाक उड़ा रहे हो कि आपको अच्छा नहीं लगा कि इंडिया की एक औरत आपके सामने आकर जो आप काम करते हो उससे अच्छा काम कर गई। नहीं, ताली मत बजाइए, अभी कहानी पूरी नहीं हुई है। तो वो मुझे कहता है, देखो तुम लोग सुपर पावर की बात करते रहते हो, मगर ऐसे तुम लोग सुपर पावर कभी नहीं बनेगे। और अगर तुम सचमुच बात समझना चाहते हो तो मैं समझा देता हूं, मगर तुम्हें अच्छी नहीं लगेगी बात। मेरा दोस्त है, मैंने कहा देखो बात यह है कि हिंदुस्तान से लड़की आई है, तुम लोग घबरा गए, तो ऐसे उल्टे सीधे बहाने मत बनाओ। कहता नहीं, मैं समझाता हूं तुम्हें।
Well, also those comments that are being made by Rahul Gandhi explaining his stand. Now, to get more on this, in fact, let's just get in Sunil Prabhu, who will also explain to us, the reactions that are coming about. But let's just listen into how the Prime Minister has reacted.
उन्होंने कुछ समय पहले कहा था, और ये परिवार उन्हीं की बात मानता है। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारा देश का जो मिडिल क्लास है, मध्यम वर्गीय लोग हैं, जो मेहनत करके कमाते हैं उन्होंने कहा उन पर ज्यादा टैक्स लगना चाहिए, ये इन्होंने पब्लिकली कहा है। अब ये लोग उससे भी एक कदम आगे चले गए हैं। अब कांग्रेस का कहना है कि वो इनहेरिटेंस टैक्स लगाएगी, माता पिता से मिलने वाली विरासत पर भी टैक्स लगाएगी। आप जो अपनी मेहनत से संपत्ति जुटाते हैं वो आपके बच्चों को नहीं मिलेगी, बल्कि कांग्रेस सरकार का पंजा उसे भी आपसे छीन लेगा। यानी कांग्रेस का मंत्र है कांग्रेस की लूट।
Now we have Sunil Prabhu joining us. Sunil, under the BJP fire, Sam Pitroda has backtracked those statements that he was making, claiming that the comments were twisted. What did he really mean to say in the comments that were made?
Well, I'm happy, firstly, that you actually played those remarks of Sam Pitroda, and if you heard what he said, there should be debate and discussion. First of all, 3 points that need to be pointed out. One, he himself has clarified and said it the context and attacked the media for the way it has portrayed it, and very clearly saying that there is something in terms of a debate that has happened. And just for your information, Divya, it was the BJP and the late former finance minister, Mr. Arun Jaitley himself, who talked about an inheritance tax and contemplated upon it. It's only then that it was decided against it, and that's the reason for it. The Congress has been in power, as the Prime Minister as well as all BJP leaders say, for the last 60, 70 years. Have they ever talked about inheritance tax? Has it ever been implemented here in India? That's the question that we need to ask. And the other question that we need to actually look at is this whole boogie of redistribution. Divya, I want you or any of our viewers to look at that Congress manifesto, look at it. I've read that Congress manifesto 3-4 times now. I can't see anywhere where the point of redistribution has come about. So it's in this context we need to put things in perspective. It's clear that this is being done because of an election and clearly you want to hit out at each other. But definitely it has to be on facts. Fact-checking is important, and we in the media need to ask questions. Where is redistribution written? And of course, as the Congress firefights and distances itself from Mr. Sam Pitroda and his clarification has come, we'll have to wait and see, because now this is a perception battle which the BJP wants to carry on redistribution, which isn't there in the manifesto.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. We also have our guest joining us. We have Pooja Tripathi, the spokesperson of the Congress, joining us. We also have Ashutosh Srivastava, political analyst, joining us, and the advocate of the Supreme Court. Over to you first when we talk about the manifesto that's been released by the Congress party. Ashutosh Srivastava, take us through where does it mention redistribution of wealth?
See, whether it is written or not, but the question arises that when a political party who is having many member of parliament also, and if they are representing people of this country, they should be very serious and concerned as to what kind of statements they are making, because any statement made in public, it is meant for the public. So the citizen of this country obviously will take it seriously as to the statements which have been made. So whether it is there in the manifesto or not, but the thought process which has been disclosed by one person of a political party holding such a high position in the party obviously makes the people to think about it. And so far as the legality is concerned, I'm really distressed and disappointed and surprised, considering the laws in India for inheritance. We have that, Indian Succession Act, we have Hindu Succession Act, we have laws for different communities and personal laws so far as the inheritance of properties are concerned. So everywhere there is no any mentioning of the taxation policy at all. So it is also against the basic principles of law laid down by the constitution of our country so far as the inheritance of properties are concerned to the citizens of this country who would have got it after their hard work and dedication over the generations to gather it for their future generations to enjoy the fruitful results of the same. And this is really disappointing for anybody in the country. And I'm sure this will have far-reaching effect on the economy of the country also, where the real estate or the properties are concerned. People will be very much serious and they would think 100 times before buying the properties for the future generation. So obviously, any statement made in public by a political party or a chairperson, sitting abroad, will have far-reaching effect on the people. So it cannot be said that it is not there in the manifesto. If it is not there in the manifesto, there was no need to speak about it. Why was it spoken? So that is the question
Let's
the people of this country
Dr.
would like to
Pooja
ask.
Tripathi of the Congress party also reacting to that. How would you react to those allegations that are being made, that if it wasn't really part of the manifesto, why was it spoken about? I mean, we do know that the Congress on the back foot has, said that the views of Sam Pitroda do not reflect to those of the party. But is redistribution really something which, has been spoken about? Why was it brought up in the first place?
Divya, is Mr. Sam Pitroda part of the manifesto committee? No. Is he the official communication line of Congress? No. What he said, what he expressed in a personal capacity, any person in a democracy is free to express, debate and say whatever he wants, and that's his opinion. Sensationalizing it and taking it out of context to divert attention from what PM Modi's mischievous and absolute scaremongering political campaigning that's happening based on lies, that I think that can be avoided. It was his personal remark. He mentioned something that's happening in US, and that's it. Congress party doesn't believe in. And talking about redistribution, our 46-page manifesto spanning 395 topics, I challenge anyone in the country to bring out the word redistribution. We never talked about redistribution. We talked about socio-economic caste census, having the numbers of OBCs, SC, STs, EWS and minorities to know their representation in the various business or media, bureaucracy, and to bring out this fact that their representation is at stark odds with their population. I think this whole Prime Minister saying Mangal Sutra, Mutton, Machli, Prime Minister invoking Mangal Sutra is the biggest irony of the day. Prime Minister didn't invoke Mangal Sutra of 700 farmers that died in the protest. Prime Minister did invoke Mangal Sutra of the 47 lakh COVID deaths according to WHO happened in the country. Prime Minister saying aapka Mangal Sutra le lenge, aapka sona le lenge, redistribution le lenge. I think this lie should be, exposed in front of the country, that Congress manifesto believes in the socio-economic caste census. Congress manifesto believes in the equitable distribution of resources. Misquoting and modifying what Dr. Manmohan Singh said, and then what Congress manifesto is saying. I would like to present a copy of manifesto to Prime Minister so that he stops saying lies again and again. And as far as Mr. Sam Pitroda is concerned, his comment was in a personal capacity. He has tracked back down from the same comment, and Congress party does not associate. We are not taking anybody's inheritance. We are not applying inheritance tax. And the matter of the fact is this: the idea of inheritance tax was, introduced in 2014-15 by Mr. Jayant Sinha to be introduced in the budget. And this is the party that's claiming that Congress aapka paisa le legi, Congress aapka paisa le legi. I think this lie should be exposed.
Right, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, they're making that point that it was the BJP and Arun Jaitley that had talked about inheritance tax at first. Thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. Moving on to more news, the Supreme Court is scheduled to pass directions on petitions seeking 100% cross-verification of voter count in the electronic voting machines, the EVMs, with Voter-Verifiable Paper Audit Trail papers. We're talking about the VVPATs. The top court has asked a few questions. They've asked for more information in the case. So they have gone on to say that they want a few clarifications, and factually they want more time and more information regarding the same. The microcontroller is installed in the controlling unit, or as far as the VVPAT is concerned. So they've they've asked for the Election Commission officer to come in at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to court, and that is when the case will convene. Now, we have under the current system, the VVPAT paper slips of 5 randomly selected EVMs in each assembly constituency or each assembly segment in a parliamentary constituency are physically verified. In its response to the petition seeking VVPAT verification of all votes, the poll body has pointed to manpower infrastructure challenges and argued that such a step would delay the counting process. We have Aishwarya joining us. Aishwarya, take us through what really happened in court. And now we do know that more time is being sought, more information is being asked for, and even the Election Commission officer has been called to court, and that's all going to start at about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, certainly remember, for 2 days, intense hearing took place in the Supreme Court, and a 2-judge bench reserved its order on April 18th, and today the judgment was about to come on the plea filed by the ADR, and which sought VVPAT verification as far as the votes are concerned. It's a very important day for the electoral process of the country, but as soon as today in the morning, when the 2-judge bench was about to deliver the judgment, it was first the clarification which was sought from the Election Commission of India officials. It was stated by the Supreme Court that they want to understand about the mechanism process of the microcontroller. In fact, the Supreme Court posted 2 to 3 questions in front of the Election Commission of India that whether the microcontroller is a one-time programmer, whether it has a storage capacity of more than 60 days or not, if an election plea is filed as earlier stated in the Supreme Court, that the time period is for 30 days according to the Section 80 of RP, which was clarified later that it is 45 days when an election plea can be filed, and if 45 days is that the time period to file the petition for election, then whether it has a storage capacity for 60 days or not. So all of these technical questions were sought by the Supreme Court from the Election Commission of India officials, and they had been asked to be in the Supreme Court at around 2 p.m. Later, the judgment will be delivered. As far as the clarification is concerned, the Supreme Court only will give its judgment. Most likely, we have been told that first the Supreme Court will understand the nitty-gritties and the technicalities of the mechanism process of the entire machine, and later the judgment can arrive.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details. And of course, all eyes are on that verdict that's expected later in the afternoon, after more time has now been sought by the court and asking for the Election Commission officer to come in at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Switching tracks now, the wealth distribution case is coming up in the top court as well. The Supreme Court hearing the matter as far as this 31-year-old case is concerned that's being heard in the Supreme Court to examine if directive principles is the permit that the government has given to redistribute wealth, examining if this can be done for the greater general good. In the minority view, the community resources include private properties as well, and that case is coming up in the top court today. As now India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha, it's both our privilege and also our duty to cast our vote. Unfortunately, in urban areas, often the lower turnout as far as voters are concerned, especially amongst office goers, is what is seen. Now, NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is urging voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in this grand democratic exercise. You can get onto our website, ndtv.com/pledge to vote, and take that pledge. Don't forget to share that pledge on social media.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's Pledge to Vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Mumbai. And Sunita Pawar, the wife of Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar and NCP Lok Sabha candidate from Baramati, has got a clean sheet from the Economic Offences Wing as far as the 25,000 crore Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case is concerned. In his closure report, the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank has said that they have specified that there was no criminal offence in the transactions allegedly linked to Sunita Pawar, and also said in its report that there was no financial loss that was caused to the bank, and so far more than 1,343 crores have been recovered by the bank from the loans that were given. Let's just get my colleague Radhika to join us to get us more on this. Radhika, take us through this clean sheet that was given to Sunita Pawar, and not just her but also to Ajit Pawar and other members of the family.
Certainly, this comes as a relief to Ajit Pawar faction. Of course, Sunita Pawar, who is the wife of Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, and also the Lok Sabha candidate from Baramati, has been given a clean chit by the Economic Offences Wing. This is in connection to Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam to the tune of over 25,000 crore rupees. Now, as far as this case is concerned, the allegation is that between 2002 and 2017, MSEB had given loans to several sugar mills and factories in a fraudulent manner, and when these sugar mills and factories turned weak and when they became non-performing assets, they were auctioned to the relatives of the directors of the banks. Remember, most of these banks, most of these state cooperative banks had political leaders and their relatives as the king, and many of the sugar mills and factories owned by politicians as well. So therefore, there was, financial transactions that was carried out without following norms and regulations, therefore causing loss to the banks. Now, as far as Sunita Pawar's case is concerned, EOW in its closure report has named some of the transactions, and interestingly, it's not just Sunita Pawar who's been given a clean sheet, but Rohit Pawar, who is part of Sharad Pawar faction, has also been given a clean sheet. So therefore, no criminal offence against Sunita Pawar as far as the transactions are concerned, or against Rohit Pawar, is something EOW has said. No wrongful loss to the bank has also been mentioned, and that almost 1,300 crore has been recovered by the banks. So now to take the case of Sunita Pawar in particular, it speaks about a transaction to the sale of Jarandeshwar Sugar Sahakari Kharkhana. ED probe saying that the factory was sold to Guru Commodity Services Limited in 2010 at rupees 65 crore after its finances deteriorated. Now it is alleged that the money to buy the factory was given to the buyer to buy two other companies, which also includes Jay Agrotech as well as Jarandeshwar Sugar Mills Private Limited. Now the report in fact says that Sunita, who was the director of Jay Agrotech till 2008, and Ajit Pawar's uncle was the director of JSM. However, here it says that the sale of factory was not at a throwaway price as being alleged, and that Sunita was not linked to Jay Agrotech as she was the director from April 1, 2004 to July 18, 2008, and not during the sale. So therefore, this completely absolves Sunita Pawar. This report, the closure report by EOW, stating that no financial irregularities happened, and when the sale had taken place, Sunita Pawar was not heading that particular firm. So certainly a relief to Ajit Pawar family, but remains to be seen how the opposition will react to the timing of EOW, in fact, giving clean chit to Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks to Amethi now, and the suspense continues as to who will be fielding that seat, will it be Rahul Gandhi or not this time around. Well, now what we are seeing is that Robert Vadra, the posters of Robert Vadra have surfaced outside the Congress's office in Amethi, and Smriti Irani, after saying that it is the brother-in-law, the Jijaji of Rahul Gandhi, who's eyeing the seat of Amethi, she's gone on to say now Jagdishpur people need to have to be aware, and they need to hide their property papers. But the big question still continues as to who will really be fielding that seat. Will it be Rahul Gandhi or Robert Vadra, as what is being hinted?
लेकिन चिंता करने की एक बात जरूर है प्रधानमंत्री, राहुल गांधी को कुछ आए या ना आए, उनके जीजा जी के मुख से मैंने जगदीशपुर का नाम जरूर सुन लिया है। इसलिए जगदीशपुर की जनता तो सावधान हो जाए, अगर जीजा जी को जगदीशपुर सुरेश ध्यान में आ गया है, इसका मतलब एक-एक गांव, एक-एक घर, एक-एक व्यक्ति अपना खेत का कागज छुपा ले।
As the suspense for the Amethi seat continues, we will keep tracking that story and coming back to you with a whole lot more. We're slipping into a short break for now.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India.
Amid the wealth distribution row, Rahul Gandhi's advisor Sam Pitroda puts the Congress in a spot under the BJP fire. He has now backtracked from his statements. However, he has not withdrawn the statements that were made. The Prime Minister steps up and says the Congress wants to loot the people, while Rahul Gandhi says it's the Prime Minister who's been rattled by the manifesto of the Congress party. The Supreme Court asked for more information in the EVM VVPAT case. The top court has called for the Election Commission officer to come into court at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Needing more information is the time that they have sought till about 2 o'clock this afternoon. TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu's exclusive interview to NDTV talking about special status. He says we tried but couldn't get it, and it's the Prime Minister Modi who's planning for 2047 in an exclusive interview to NDTV. The suspense over Amethi continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Upki bar posters highlight Robert Vadra in Amethi. They've come up right outside the Congress's office. Smriti Irani takes a dig, says that the people of Jagdishpur need to be aware as they need to hide their property papers. Ajit Pawar's wife and BJP's Baramati candidate Sunetra Pawar declared in the 25,000 crore MSCB bank scam. She has been given a clean sheet, and the Economic Offences Wing closure report says there's no criminal act and there has been no loss to the bank. Let's get your latest, and that's the battle for the Darjeeling seat that heats up. It's going to be a triangular contest for that seat of Darjeeling. It's going to be BJP versus the Congress versus the Trinamool. The contest will be surrounding the BJP's Raju Bista, who won by a record of 4 lakh votes last time around in 2019. And TMC has fielded Gopal Lama, a local face, and the Congress has picked up DU Professor Munish Tamang.
The misty cool weather, the breathtaking mountainsides carpeted by tea gardens are no indicator of the political climate of these hills. As the heat and election fervor rise across India, the politics in Darjeeling is no different. This man, a young Gorkha, was given the ticket pretty late as there was confusion over whether the BJP would field him or former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla from this seat. Eventually, his margin of 4 lakh votes last time and his grip over regional satraps in the area worked for him. He now has the support of major parties in the hills like the Bimal Gurung-led Gorkha Janmukti Morcha and GNLF or Gorkha National Liberation Front. Parties that propagate the idea of a separate state of Gorkhaland. Raju Bista is, of course, the BJP candidate from the Darjeeling seat, but his ticket announcement came much later, leading to speculation that whether initially the party wanted to go with him or not. But having said that, he is the MP who won with the highest margin for the BJP in 2019, and he has managed to gain the support of several local satraps who have rallied behind him over the Gorkha cause.
मैं जब 19 में चुनाव लड़ने आया तो बोलते आप टूरिस्ट एमपी नहीं हो, इसका क्या प्रमाण है? वो 5 साल में वो प्रमाण दिया मैंने और विश्वास करके पार्टी ने मुझे यहाँ पे भेजा और जनता का इतना प्यार मुझे मिला और जो आप देरी बोल रहे थे वो तो समय पे ही हुआ, लेकिन जनता को लग रहा था कि पहली लिस्ट में आएगी, उनके मन में एक उत्साह था उसको जानने का.
But it's on the issue of Gorkhaland where things get a bit tricky for most parties that have a statewide or national imprint. The BJP has assured a permanent solution, but that is yet to materialize. And with the TMC also fielding a local candidate, the pressure to commit on Gorkhaland is there on all candidates. The BJP camp is aware that the margin will fall this time.
जहाँ मुझे विषय रखना होगा पार्लियामेंट, मैं उसी के लिए जा रहा हूँ और विषय वही रखूंगा.
थोड़ा लीड कम होगा, लेकिन अच्छा होगा.
The Trinamool Congress candidate is confident that he will be able to make up for the margin last time. With the Trinamool organization in the plains and the Bharatiya Gorkha Prajatantrik Morcha in the hills, the TMC believes they have a chance with this seat. But with the Gorkhaland sentiment strong in the hills, it is going to be a very difficult battle.
ये मार्जिन को मेकअप करने के लिए ऐसा है 2019 में जो वोट हुआ था उसमें हम लोग का जितना पार्ट में था सबने बीजेपी को वोट दिया था. 2019 में अलग सिचुएशन था, अभी सिचुएशन पूरा चेंज हो गया. गोरखालैंड इशू ऐसा है कि ये कोई वोट में मांगने का चीज़ नहीं है, हमने क्लियर किया है हमारा वक्तव्य में जहाँ पे भी जा रहा है. ये एक जाति का मुद्दा है, ये जाति ठीक करेगा. जाति तो भारतवर्ष में गोरखा जाति तो सब जगह ही है, गोरखालैंड तो सभी का है, किसी का एक पार्टी का नहीं है. मगर पार्टी से गोरखालैंड नहीं होगा, क्योंकि हमारा यही बोलना है कि इलेक्शन के टाइम में गोरखालैंड उठाने से नहीं होगा.
The Congress's pick of a candidate is someone who's open about his views on Gorkhaland. Delhi University professor Dr. Munish Tamang is originally from Kalimpong, and his candidature is being supported by the Hamro party led by Ajoy Edwards. Munish Tamang is committed to the Gorkhaland cause and he accuses the BJP of not delivering despite having won so many times.
Now, Gorkhaland issue is something that's been a long-standing sentiment and a long-standing demand. It's not something that is new. It's about 100 years old. And every person in the hills, or whichever political persuasion, believes in that sentiment, subscribes to that sentiment. So Congress will engage with the sentiment and taking all stakeholders on board, we will find a constitutional solution to this.
Both the TMC and the BJP, however, have promised the inclusion of 11 Gorkha sub-communities in the scheduled tribes list, with both Union Home Minister Amit Shah and TMC National General Secretary promising to deliver.
কিন্তু আপনাকে মাথায় রাখতে হবে, আপনাদের ভুল বুঝিয়ে
প্রধানমন্ত্রী বড় বড় ভাষণ দিয়েছে 2014, 16, 19-এ চা বাগানের শ্রমিকদের জন্য অমুক করব তমুক করব। 11টা গোর্খা জনজাতিকে 2016 সালে বলে গেছিল আমরা তপশিলি উপজাতি তালিকাভুক্ত করব। আমি গত সপ্তাহে শিলিগুড়িতে বসে এদের সাথে সবার সাথে দেখা করেছি, কথা বলেছি। 4 দিন আগে 5 দিন আগে আমাদের ইস্তাহার প্রকাশ হয়েছে।
Darjeeling is a unique constituency in West Bengal for various reasons. One, that it includes constituencies from both the plains and the foothills and also the hills, where the demographics and aspirations are very different. But as the BJP hopes to pull off a win, this time too, the Trinamool says the battle is still on as they too have fielded a local candidate. With camera person GD Shankar in Lebong, Darjeeling, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Switching tracks now to Andhra Pradesh, and Chandrababu Naidu, in an exclusive interview to NDTV, the TDP chief has gone on to say that Jagannath Reddy has betrayed the people of Andhra Pradesh. While talking about the Prime Minister, he says the Prime Minister is planning for 2047. He's spoken about special status as well as corruption and a whole lot more in this special interview with my colleague Maria Shakil.
Mr. Naidu, how confident are you of repeating the performance of 2014? The reason why I'm saying is that in 2018 you walked out of this alliance with the BJP, and of course you have returned to the NDA fold. When you walked out of the alliance in 2018, you had said that it was because special status was not given, and it was a bitter fallout. When you returned to the NDA fold, you have not spoken after that. What really played out?
No, we are very clear. If you see, from the beginning, I am for Telugu community. I might have contributed so many things at national level. Second generation reforms I implemented. And also all technology I promoted. It is beneficial to Telugu community and at the same time national level. If you see our Golden Quadrilateral Road, first proof of concept from Nellore to Chennai. That is first starting project. Then it has replicated. Telecommunication sector, I have given the report. Because of all these things, we are having first mover advantage, but it is benefited to the nation. After bifurcation, we are having a sentiment special status. I tried to get it, but somehow it didn't happen. But at the same time, the present Chief Minister has betrayed the people of Andhra Pradesh, saying that he will get special status, all these things. Now, if you compare, one is bifurcation is a painful process. We are all feeling at that time not fair, justice has been done, both the states. Now, issue is 5 years rule of Jagannath Reddy has destroyed further. He has done more damage than special status, more damage than bifurcation.
Simultaneous elections are happening in Andhra Pradesh along with 4 other states. I want to understand from you, Mr. Naidu, since you are also now in alliance with the BJP at the center, and at that time in 2014 this was seen as a dream team, and of course then there was bitter fallout which happened. If in 2024, if you are able to form the government and there is also a government at the center, will Andhra Pradesh get the special status?
No, what I am saying, it is very clear indication. PM is planning for 2047, Narendra Modi ji. He wanted to make India number 1. Indians number 1 globally. I strongly believe that. We wanted to fulfill the aspirations and ambitions of people of Telugu community. That is my dream. You know very well, we have done so many things in this country. I am confident we will do justice for our community, that is Telugu community.
Do you get a sense of resentment against the BJP because of refusal of special status?
What I am saying, I tried, but I couldn't get it. That is not the issue. At that time, I got so many things. 11 All India institutes of education and health, I got it. After that, not even one single institute, I am telling you, IIT I got it, IIM I got it, ISER I got it, IIIT, NIIT I got it, Tribal IT, I got it. So many things. All India Institute of Medical Sciences. One institute was not started, that is Tribal University. Till even today, it is not happening. 5 years time. Polavaram I got it. 72% I completed. Even Amaravati, they gave money and also they gave clearances. Even for farmers, they have given capital gains exemption. All these things I got it. Only special status, that is one issue. But apart from that, today 5 years, we have lost everything. Nothing has been done. Even Narega they are not using. At that time, Narega used very well. 25,000 kilometers cement roads I have laid in the villages. That development we have done extremely well. This is one area I request them. Today, with Narendra Modi's vision and you know my experience, we will make it. Andhra Pradesh the best.
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
all use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको check करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish, it's very easy. Just type it down and आपको Google बता देगा that I love you को Spanish में क्या बोलते हैं. या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But did you know that you can also do this to your PDF documents? Well, ये एक बहुत ही interesting tip है. Just imagine that you have a long PDF document जो कि English में लिखा है and you want it to get translated into Hindi. अब ये एक तरीका है कि that you select the text, paste and then get the Hindi version and then paste again and whatever. But the easiest option is that just use the Google Translate option. वहाँ पे you have an option to upload a document. Just carefully upload your file and within seconds you would see आपको जिस language में अपना translation चाहिए, Google is doing that for you in just one click and you get a PDF right away. Well, formatting थोड़ा सा change हो सकती है तो एक बार आप उसको double check कर लें तो you will have a immediate copy of a document in the language that you want. Quite interesting tip, जरूर use करना, काफी time बचाएगी आपका.
Welcome back. India ranked fourth globally in military expenditure in 2023, totaling $83.6 billion US, as per the new data from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. My colleague Parmeshwar has the details. Let's get it.
The world spent $2.4 trillion on military forces last year, the highest amount ever recorded by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Now, SIPRI has been monitoring military expenditures since the year 1949 and found in its latest annual report that in 2023, they rose to 2.3% of the global GDP from 2.2% the year before. The findings of this report are baffling. This actually means that every man, woman and child on the planet was taxed an average of $306 for military spending last year, the highest rate since the Cold War. Also, the increased spending exactly matched the global rate of inflation of 6.8%, so it doesn't necessarily translate into greater military efficacy everywhere. But as SIPRI said, spending was not evenly spread out because world military expenditure is highly concentrated among a very small group of states. The United States remained the biggest spender, representing 37% of the world's military outlays. China came second with an estimated $296 billion. Russia was third at $109 billion, although SIPRI considers this an underestimation due to the increasing opaqueness of Russian financial authorities since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. India ranked fourth globally in military expenditure in 2023, totaling $83.6 billion, marking a 4.2% increase from 2022 and a substantial 44% rise from the year 2014. Now, this report also says the surge in India's military spending was primarily due to escalating personnel and operation costs, comprising nearly 80% of the total military budget for 2023. It's likely SIPRI's report on military expenditures this year will once again find an increase in spending. In 2023, Israel's large-scale offensive in Gaza, the war and tensions in the wider region led to the highest annual growth in military spending the Middle East had seen in 10 years.
Well, time to get you some sports news now, and it's over to my colleague Osama, who has a very special interview lined up for us.
India's Grandmaster Gukesh D, he made history on Monday as he became the youngest player in the world to win the Candidates Chess Tournament 2024. The 17-year-old has qualified for the World Championship final. But today we have someone who has not just won the world title once, but 5 times. A man under whose guidance chess has flourished in India, and we are now seeing the results on the world stage. Vishwanathan Anand, welcome to NDTV. My first question to you is, what is your reaction on Gukesh's win? Is it a massive achievement?
Totally. It's a historical moment, actually. Youngest ever challenger. And I remember waiting for the result. And 10 minutes before the end, literally, it was heading for a tie break. And then, you know, just miraculous. Just a few minutes before the end, there was a blunder on the other board. And
Yes.
After that, his opponent defended perfectly against Caruana, and Gukesh was through. So also one of these moments that surprised you so suddenly.
But what would this victory mean to Gukesh? And more importantly, to you, sir, you have been such an integral part of his journey.
Gukesh is a very level-headed boy. I'm sure still the magnitude is sinking in of what he has done. But what little I spoke to him, he's just thinking about now, what do I do next? And looking forward. So he seems to have landed on his feet. Let's see. As for me and for Indian chess, I would say that 4 years ago through VACA, I started interacting with Gukesh. And I've helped him make a lot of changes to the composition of his team, to how he works and so on. And we've been working closely together. And I'm just very, very proud that he has managed this phenomenal achievement. In a way, I feel like I've managed to pass on the baton.
Well, you certainly have. And there are so many of these young chess players who are doing so well on the world stage. Do you consider this as the golden era of Indian chess?
Yes, we have 4 or 5 youngsters who are already in the top 20. And then we have another 5 or 6 in the pipeline. So what this means is that in every single competition in chess for the next 5 or 10 years, there will be one Indian to root for, at least. I mean, it just seems like a very realistic expectation. And there's a good chance a lot of them will compete for the highest title. What's even more important, what makes this generation very strong is they're already a golden generation, as I mentioned. But just imagine, they may be in the top 20 in the world, but they may not even be number 1 in their city, because they're constantly looking over their shoulder at each other. And this means that that competition will keep them ahead. So I also like to joke that Prag and Vaishali have to look nervously within their own household, and then everyone else in the same city and so on. So I think that competition will keep them in top shape.
Vishwa sir, I also want to ask you about VACA, the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, your academy. What is the long-term objective of this academy?
Okay, so the idea that Westbridge and me had when we started this academy was, let's do something to help the next generation get set up. I was already looking at slowly winding down. And so we thought, well, let's do something to support the next generation. And we were looking at this segment really. the very best juniors in India. How do we make sure they get to exactly this, the top 10, compete for the world title and so on? Because until now, we've had some phenomenally talented players, but their progress wasn't always that smooth, and we felt we could intervene and help. In that sense, I would say we have gone quite fast. They have exceeded my expectations and my plans. I mean, I try to set realistic goals, but they've been broken time and again. So we are here, but we're continuing to work with a lot of youngsters as well. And plus, we work closely with Gukesh, with Vaishali, with Prag, and we're supporting them directly in many ways. I think it looks very good. I'm very, very excited to have this opportunity as well, to work with such great talents.
In fact, we are all very excited. Gukesh has actually become only the second Indian after you to win the candidates. What is your reaction on Gukesh emulating that feat?
It's a huge step because he did it 7 years earlier than I did.
Yeah.
And he's competed in one of the strongest candidates tournaments in history. The three rivals he had going into the last round were all some of the highest rated players in history.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. In fact, before the tournament, most people predicted experience would win.
Yeah.
And in the maybe euphoria over Gukesh, we shouldn't overlook that actually experience did pretty well. The next three guys are all experienced, but he kind of broke the mold. It's just, it's fantastic. Now I'm keen to help him, and let's see when the dates of the match and against Ding Liren get announced and all that. And of course, Westbridge and I will be very closely working with him and helping him get ready for that match.
Well,
I guess now that I've shared my experiences in the candidates, I have to start sharing the experience of the World Championship next.
Well, he'll definitely need that help from you. And like you mentioned, he will be facing Ling Diren in the World Chess Championship final. How much of a challenge is it going to be, and what is the realistic expectations? Because Gukesh says that he is very confident.
I'm glad he's confident. I would just say you always have to prepare for the best version of your opponent. Ding Liren has had some doubtful form recently, but historically he's been one of the best players. And in several years, he's shown just very, very impressive stats. So I would just say, look, prepare for the best version, because you never know when it comes back. And, take it from there. But, Gukesh is generally very hardworking, very sensible in that sense. And I think, he will have a quite difficult 6 or 7 months. But these are also the moments when you grow a lot, because you're forced to work a lot. You can expand a lot as a person and as a chess player. And I hope he will use the chance to make a lot of big changes.
To ask, what is that one message that you have for all the budding chess players who want to take up this particular sport professionally?
I just want to tell them, play your chess, enjoy your chess. That's what Gukesh has been doing for the last decade or so. So just is a great example to emulate. Play your chess, try to enjoy it, get in a lot of it, and you will get stronger. It may not happen always when you expect it to, but it will happen. And more generally, I would tell people, look, this is going to be a very exciting time for Indian chess. Why don't you watch us and follow us and play a little bit? I mean, even a little bit of chess helps at school, for instance. So it's a great activity to include in your routine.
All right, Vishwanathan Anand, thank you very much for being here on NDTV, but most importantly, for paving the way for chess as a sport in India.
Thank you so much.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Let's start this edition at 1 with the headlines at the top of this hour. Amid the wealth redistribution row, Rahul Gandhi's advisor Sam Pitroda puts Congress in a spot under BJP fire. Pitroda backtracks. PM Modi steps up attack, says Congress wants to loot people even after their death. Rahul Gandhi says PM Modi is rattled by the Congress manifesto. Suspense over Amethi seat continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Ab ki baar posters highlight Vadra in Amethi. Smriti Irani takes a dig at Robert Vadra, says Jagdishpur beware, hide property papers. Suspense over Amethi continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Ab ki baar posters highlight Vadra in Amethi. Smriti Irani takes a dig at Robert Vadra. TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu exclusive on NDTV. Naidu speaks on special status, says we tried but we couldn't get it. Prime Minister Modi is planning for 2047, says Chandrababu Naidu. 9-judge Constitution bench hears wealth redistribution case. Wealth of community versus public good in the court. Case taken up after nearly 2 decades. We're starting this edition with some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning the BJP is protesting against the Congress manifesto. BJP workers are conducting a sitting protest near the Congress headquarters. This is the latest coming in. We have visuals also coming in of the BJP protest that is taking place right outside the Congress headquarters. The BJP workers have gathered outside the Congress headquarters and they are now staging this protest against the Congress manifesto. Huge row has erupted over the poll promises made in the manifesto of the Congress party. The Prime Minister also launched a scathing attack on the Congress party over its poll manifesto promises once again, saying that the Congress party wants to loot the people of the country, referring to the poll promise regarding the wealth redistribution that has been made in the Congress party manifesto. Ishika, my colleague, is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Ishika, what are the details now coming in? We are learning there's a huge protest that is taking place. These are visuals also now that we are getting at the moment. Right outside Congress headquarters, the BJP workers are staging this protest. What are they demanding?
Well, in fact, the protest is in fact almost over now, but we did see that the BJP workers had in fact marched towards the Congress headquarters in huge number, and they were raising slogans continuously, after which they were detained from the spot. Let me show you that we are standing right outside the Congress headquarters, and you can see the kind of, security deployment that was there. The BJP workers in fact had broken several barricades to reach here, but certainly couldn't go towards the Congress headquarters. Now, what they say today, is in fact, that Congress, with their poll promises, are trying to loot the people of Delhi, and they are now doing appeasement politics. Now, the BJP today also demanded that Congress should take back its manifesto, and also, in fact, Congress also owes an apology to the women of India. This is what today BJP, while staging this massive protest here outside the Congress headquarters, said. So currently I'm showing you the visuals from here. Most of the workers are in fact detained here. Just a while back, the protest was almost over, because certainly all of these workers, all of them were detained, but certainly very dramatic visuals that came from this protest. Certainly when we saw all of these workers trying to break the barricades and trying to march towards the Congress headquarters. So certainly the drama here in the streets of the national capital continues to intensify over the Congress manifesto.
Okay, what is the Congress party now saying? Any reaction that has come in on that? Well, we have been witnessing a face-off between the BJP and the Congress over the manifesto promise. The BJP, of course, has intensified its attack on the Congress party, saying that it wants to loot the people of the country. Prime Minister Modi also referred to the Congress manifesto and Sam Pitroda's remark today during his rally, and said that the Congress party wants to loot people even after their death. Now, what is the reaction now coming in from the Congress party at the moment? Ishika, what are you learning?
Well, Kitty, we have seen how after the Prime Minister attacked the Congress party, the BJP is in fact, planning protests not just in the national capital, but in fact across India. Now, after that, we had heard Priyanka Gandhi, very senior leader of the Congress party. She had said, in fact, that her mother had sacrificed her Mangal Sutra for this nation. So certainly after that also, the BJP goes on to say that it certainly shows that with the Congress party now putting it again in their manifesto, shows their, in fact, mindset. In fact, we are showing you the visuals also from here, how BJP today staged a protest here, but they also plan to do a pan-India protest over this issue. So certainly on that note, the Congress response over this is certainly awaited. But certainly
Ishika,
BJP
you're
is
saying that the
planning to
BJP
hold a
workers who
pan-India
were
protest
protesting
over
here
this
right
now.
outside the Congress headquarters, they've been detained. Where have they been taken? Give us more details about the BJP strategy. You're saying they're planning for these protests to be taken out not just in Delhi but in other states as well. What is the BJP now planning to do? How are they going to strategize this?
50 Delta 250.
Well, Kitty, we did see after how, the Prime Minister had attacked the Congress party, we did see how, in fact, he went all out on Congress party, saying that it shows the mindset of the Congress party and how they still believe in the appeasement politics. Now, after that, today, a massive protest was held by the Delhi BJP delegation here. But certainly this is just the start, is what the BJP goes on to say. They are saying, in fact, that they are now going to hold a pan-India protest over this issue, over Congress manifesto, until and unless the Congress Congress takes back its manifesto. And also, the BJP here demands an apology from the Congress party. Now, certainly, with the BJP planning a pan-India protest, the Congress reaction over that is still awaited. But certainly, one thing is for sure is that the drama over this continues to intensify. Over to you.
Ishika, you're saying that the BJP is now seemingly up in arms against the Congress over this very issue, the promise in the Congress manifesto, which the Congress party says has been twisted. The words have been twisted by the BJP party, but the BJP isn't going to let go of this issue, it seems.
Well, certainly, this is what it looks like from now because, after we saw Prime Minister attacking the Congress party over this, we are seeing that the BJP is certainly, upping its ante against the Congress party with their massive protests. And in fact, today, the Delhi BJP President Viren Sachdeva also said that they are not going to stop here. They are going to hold multiple protests over this till and until, the Congress party takes back its manifesto. And we are also, getting to know from our sources that, in fact, the BJP also plans to hold a pan-India protest over this. So certainly, the BJP is trying to amp up the pressure on the Congress party for an apology and for them to take back their manifesto. So now, certainly, all eyes will be on what the Congress will, on what the Congress next step will be after this. Over to you.
Okay, these are more visuals now that have come in of the BJP workers' protest that was taken out just a while back, how the BJP workers who were protesting right outside the Congress headquarters over the manifesto promises by the Congress party, they have been detained. These are dramatic visuals that are coming in at the moment. Well, the BJP workers who were protesting outside Congress headquarters, they have been taken away by the police. They've been carried by the police officials here. They were not ready to leave, it seems, and they've been forcibly taken away by the cops here right outside the Congress headquarters. They've been staging this massive protest, not just men but women also. The BJP workers, as we see in those pictures, have been protesting against the Congress poll promises. They were sitting right outside the street, right outside the Congress headquarters, and the BJP had difficult, I beg your pardon, the police has had a difficult time taking them away, and after the police intervention only the protest outside the Congress headquarters could be stopped. All right, Ishika, could you also show us the visuals around? You're saying that the BJP workers have been detained. Have all of them been taken away by the police? What is the situation at the Congress office here at the moment?
Well, at this point of time, Pity, the protest is almost over. All of these workers who had gathered here today and were doing this massive protest outside the Congress headquarters, all of them were detained by the police because there was certainly a huge police deployment here, and they have been now being taken, to a nearby police station. But certainly, what we are also, what we saw today, that there were dramatic visuals of how, the BJP workers, they were marching towards the Congress headquarters. They broke several layers of barricades and they were trying to march towards the Congress headquarters. But because of the huge police deployment that was there, they were not able to do so. We also saw a scuffle between, between the security forces and the BJP workers, after which they also sat on a sit-in protest, sit-in dharna, just outside the Congress headquarters. Now, after that, they were detained by the police. So certainly very dramatic visuals that we saw today from this BJP protest outside the Congress headquarters. Now, the BJP says that they are not going to stop at this. There will be many more protests that will be witnessed on the streets of Delhi over this issue. So certainly the drama continues to intensify here. Over to you.
What is party planning to do? You're saying, Ishika, the information that's coming in at the moment is that the BJP, of course, is planning a pan-India protest. The BJP isn't going to let go of this issue soon. Well, we've seen how BJP leaders, also top BJP leaders, including HM Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi also have launched these fierce attacks on the Congress party over this issue, over the promises made by the Congress party in its manifesto, specifically referring to the wealth redistribution promise by the Congress party. The Congress party, on the other hand, is saying that the words have been twisted by the BJP leaders. There is no such poll promise that the BJP is talking about in its poll manifesto. Well, yes, they have spoken about wealth redistribution, but referring to minorities, what the BJP is saying, the words have been twisted by the BJP. That is what the Congress is saying. What is the Congress now planning to do next? Is it also going to plan protest, counter protest that we are likely to see in the coming days against the BJP?
Well, Kitty, that certainly is awaited from the Congress party as to, what will be their action plan ahead. Because certainly, as you rightly said, we have seen top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, be it Prime Minister Narendra Modi, be it Amit Shah, or be it, the other leaders, senior leaders of the BJP, they were, they had attacked the Congress party and they continue to do so. And now, in fact, it has gone ahead to, in the form of protest. BJP continues to hold protests and they say that they are not going to stop until and unless, the Congress takes back its manifesto. So certainly, we are seeing that the drama is, intensifying over this. But what will be the action plan of Congress after this? Because the Congress right now says that their words were twisted by the BJP, and this is not the first time that it has been done. But certainly after, this protest, this dramatic visuals that came in today, and with the BJP going on to say that they are not going to stop, at this, there are going to be many more protests over this issue. We are still waiting, to get a response from Congress as to what will be their next step ahead. Because certainly, just giving a comment that their words were twisted, that certainly at this point of time does not seem to be enough. So all eyes will be on what will be the Congress plan of action next. Over to you.
Okay, all right. It looks like there's a lull now outside the Congress headquarters. The BJP workers have been detained. They've been taken away by the cops. They've been protesting since some time now. In the morning, we've seen these visuals coming in from right outside the Congress headquarters, carrying those flags in their hands. The BJP workers had staged this massive protest right outside the Congress headquarters, asking for the Congress party to take back its manifesto. Well, there has been an intense standoff between the BJP and the Congress party over the manifesto promises, and now we are learning after these massive protests outside the Congress headquarters, the BJP workers have been detained and carried away by the cops. Well, in a stunning own goal that has pushed the Congress party on the back foot, senior party leader Sam Pitroda stoked the debate over BJP allegations that the Congress is planning a redistribution of wealth. Pitroda's example of an inheritance tax in the US added fuel to the fire that the Congress has been trying to douse. The Congress party distanced itself from the senior leader's remarks and said they do not reflect the party's position. While Pawan Khera, in the meanwhile, said that there is no such thing that has been referred to by the BJP in our manifesto. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah today said that the remarks made by Sam Pitroda expose Congress mentality. And, Prime Minister Modi, on the other hand, had said today that the Congress wants to loot the people of the country even after their death. Sam Pitroda, meanwhile, has made a clarification saying that it was unfortunate that the comments were twisted to divert attention from what lies PM is spreading about the Congress party's manifesto. Listen in to his remark first.
Let me tell you, in America, there is an inheritance tax. So if, let's say, one has $100 million worth of wealth, and when he dies, he can only transfer probably 45% to his children. 55% is grabbed by government. Now, that's an interesting law. It says, you in your generation made wealth. You are leaving now. You must leave your wealth for public. Not all of it, half of it. Which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that. If somebody is worth 10 billion and he dies, his children get 10 billion. Public get nothing. And law says you get half of it, public gets half of it. So these are the kind of issues people will have to debate, discuss. I don't know what the conclusion would be at the end of the day. But when we talk about redistributing wealth, we are talking about new policies, new programs that are in the interest of the people and not in the interest of super rich only.
All right, let's also play out what Union Home Minister Amit Shah today said while attacking the Congress party over Pitroda's remark.
आज सैम पित्रोड़ा जी के बयान ने कांग्रेस का मकसद देश के सामने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। वो देश के जनता की निजी संपत्ति का सर्वे कर निजी संपत्ति को सरकारी खजाने में डालकर जो उन्होंने यूपीए के शासन में तय की थी प्रायोरिटी कि देश के संसाधन पर सबसे पहला अधिकार माइनॉरिटी और उसमें भी मुस्लिम लोगों का है।
All right, Prime Minister Modi also has slammed the Congress party over Sam Pitroda's remarks, saying that the Congress wants to loot people even after their death. Listen into what he said.
उन्होंने कुछ समय पहले कहा था और ये परिवार उन्हीं की बात मानता है। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारा देश का जो मिडिल क्लास है, मध्यम वर्गीय लोग हैं, जो मेहनत करके कमाते हैं, उन्होंने कहा उन पर ज्यादा टैक्स लगना चाहिए। ये इन्होंने पब्लिकली कहा है। अब ये लोग उससे भी एक कदम आगे चले गए हैं। अब कांग्रेस का कहना है कि वो इनहेरिटेंस टैक्स लगाएगी, माता पिता से मिलने वाली विरासत पर भी टैक्स लगाएगी। आप जो अपनी मेहनत से संपत्ति जुटाते हैं, वो आपके बच्चों को नहीं मिलेगी, बल्कि कांग्रेस सरकार का पंजा उसे भी आपसे छीन लेगा। यानी कांग्रेस का मंत्र है कांग्रेस की लूट। कांग्रेस का मंत्र है कांग्रेस की लूट, जिंदगी के साथ भी और जिंदगी के बाद भी।
Well, the face-off between the BJP and the Congress seems to have escalated over Sam Pitroda's remark. My colleague Sunil Prabhu with us on the broadcast here. Sunil, the BJP has stepped up its attack on the Congress party even as the Congress is on the back foot in damage control mode over Sam Pitroda's remark.
Well, I'm happy, firstly, that you actually played those remarks of Sam Pitroda, and if you heard what he said, there should be debate and discussion. First of all, 3 points that need to be pointed out. One, he himself has clarified and said it the context and attacked the media for the way it has portrayed it, and very clearly saying that there is something in terms of a debate that has happened. It was the BJP and the late former finance minister, Mr. Arun Jaitley himself, who talked about an inheritance tax and contemplated upon it. It's only then that it was decided against it, and that's the reason for it. The Congress has been in power, as the Prime Minister as well as all BJP leaders say, for the last 60, 70 years. Have they ever talked about inheritance tax? Has it ever been implemented here in India? That's the question that we need to ask. And the other question that we need to actually look at is this whole bogey of redistribution. Divya, I want you or any of our viewers to look at that Congress manifesto, look at it. I've read that Congress manifesto 3-4 times now. I can't see anywhere where the point of redistribution has come about. So it's in this context we need to put things in perspective. It's clear that this is being done because of an election and clearly you want to hit out at each other. But definitely it has to be on facts. Fact checking is important, and we in the media need to ask questions. Where is redistribution written? And of course, as the Congress firefights and distances itself from Mr. Sam Pitroda and his clarification has come, we'll have to wait and see, because now this is a perception battle which the BJP wants to carry on redistribution, which isn't there in the manifesto.
All right, BJP's Sudhanshu Trivedi is also addressing a press briefing at the moment. Let's step in.
बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारे यहां यह परंपरा है, हमारे यहां सोना कोई एसेट नहीं है। यह फॉरेन के माइंडसेट से बाहर आइए। कोई भी हिंदू सनातनी पूजा करता है तो उसमें स्वर्ण रखा जाता है। विवाह होता है तो गरीब से गरीब आदमी हाथ में सोना देता है, और यहां तक कि जब लगता है कि प्राण छूटने वाले हैं तो कहा जाता है यदि घर में सोने का कोई टुकड़ा हो तो वो उनके मुंह में रख दीजिए। किस प्रकार की चीजों के लिए, किस भावना से प्रेरित है? बहुत साफ हो गया, विदेशी मानसिकता से प्रेरित। जिसको भारत की विरासत से नफरत है वो भारतीयों की विरासत पर गिद्ध दृष्टि डालकर बैठे, मगर अपनी पार्टी की विरासत परिवार के बाहर नहीं जानी चाहिए। ये वो सारे दल हैं कि मेरी पार्टी तो पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी ट्रांसफर करेंगे बगैर इनहेरिटेंट टैक्स के, मगर आपसे इनहेरिटेंट टैक्स लेंगे। मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं, एक तरफ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जन धन योजना के द्वारा 54 करोड़ गरीबों के खाते में धन पहुंचाया उन्होंने, और उन खातों में 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक रुपया है, और आप जन जन का धन खींच लेना चाहते हैं। अगर 4 करोड़ निर्धनों को आवास मिले हैं, और हमने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में यह कहा है कि अब उसे बढ़ाकर 7 करोड़ करेंगे, मैं देशवासियों से पूछना चाहता हूं, जिस भी शहर में ये मकान है कुछ सालों में वो भी कुछ लाख रुपए के हो जाएंगे, और जब वो अपने बेटे बेटियों को देना चाहेंगे तो उनसे टैक्स लिया जाएगा, क्योंकि तब आप कहेंगे तो कई लाख के हो गए। इसलिए हम बिल्कुल साफ कह सकते हैं कि देश की विरासत पर, जब सांस्कृतिक गौरव विरासत की बात आती है तो उस पर इनकी कुदृष्टि होती है, और देश के जन जन की विरासत पर इनकी गिद्ध दृष्टि है। और अब इसमें कुछ बचाव की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं रह गई है। अब इस पे ये कितनी भी सफाई दे लें, जिसे कहते हैं कि बिगड़ी बात बने नहीं, लाख करो किनकोए, रहीमन बिगड़े दूध को मथे न माखन होए। और अब एक बात साफ हो गई, कांग्रेस की गारंटी क्या है। मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, जब कांग्रेस सत्ता में थी, ये सत्ता में आने के साथ ही क्या काम करते हैं। 2004 में आने के बाद पहला काम क्या किया था, आप जाके चेक करिएगा। पहली कैबिनेट में पहला काम पोटा को रिपील करने का किया था, और उसके बाद देश में जो असुरक्षा का माहौल उत्पन्न हुआ था कि चंडीगढ़ से लेकर चेन्नई तक, गुवाहाटी से लेकर सूरत तक, और पटना से लेकर गया तक, हैदराबाद से लेकर लखनऊ तक, और नागपुर से लेकर जयपुर तक धमाके होते थे। चलती ट्रेन, चलती बस में धमाके होते थे। पार्कों और रेलवे स्टेशन पे लिखा रहता था कि छूना नहीं, धमाके हो सकते हैं, यानी जान खतरे में पड़ने की गारंटी है। और अब जान के साथ आपकी जान और माल दोनों खतरे में पड़ने की गारंटी, यह गारंटी कांग्रेस ने अपने चुनाव घोषणा पत्र से साफ कर दी। मैं पुनः कहना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र का जो एक्सरे उनके हाईटेक गुरु ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है, राहुल गांधी के उस एक्सरे का मीनिंग भी साफ कर दिया है।
BJP intensifying its attack on the Congress party over the Congress manifesto and Rahul Gandhi's remark, wherein he had said earlier that the Congress party will conduct a census and then redistribute the wealth equally in different sections of the society.
दुनिया के बड़े-बड़े think tanks ने कहा है।
All right. Today a 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court commenced the process for interpretation of Article 39B of the Constitution to determine whether this directive principle of state policy provision allows government to treat and redistribute privately owned properties under the garb of material resources of the community for greater common good. The 31-year-old case is being heard in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court today examines if the directive principles permit the government to redistribute the wealth. Article 39B provides that the state shall direct its policy towards securing that the ownership and control of the material resources of the community are so distributed as best to subserve the common good. And well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead. The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey.
Welcome back after the break. The suspense over Amethi seat continues as Rahul Gandhi stays reluctant. Well, up-key bar posters have been put up highlighting Vadra in Amethi. Smriti Irani also has now taken a dig at Robert Vadra and says, Jagdishpur, beware, hide your property papers. Listening.
लेकिन चिंता करने की एक बात जरूर है प्रधानमंत्री, राहुल गांधी को वो आए या ना आए, उनके जीजा जी के मुख से मैंने जगदीशपुर का नाम जरूर सुन लिया है। इसलिए जगदीशपुर की जनता तो सावधान हो जाए। अगर जीजा जी को जगदीशपुर सुरेश ध्यान में आ गया है, इसका मतलब एक-एक गांव, एक-एक घर, एक-एक व्यक्ति अपना खेत का कागज छुपा ले।
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments there. Meanwhile, as India heads towards the second phase of polling for the 18th Lok Sabha, it's both our privilege and a duty to vote. Unfortunately, urban areas often see low voter turnout, including among office goers. NDTV, with the support of prominent corporate citizens, is launching a campaign to urge voters to cast their ballots. Our Pledge to Vote campaign aims to boost voter participation in this grand democratic exercise. So go on to our site ndtv.com, pledge to vote, and take the pledge. Do not forget to share your pledge on social media.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
The poll heat is rising. All set for phase 2. Big faces on NDTV. NDTV keeps you ahead.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear.
Welcome back after the break. The Supreme Court is scheduled to pass directions on petitions seeking 100% cross-verification of vote count in EVMs with the VVPATs. The top court has asked a few questions. In fact, the Supreme Court has asked the EC for more information in the EVM VVPAT case. The court says we just wanted a few clarifications. Factually, we should be on the same page. If the microcontroller is installed in the controlling unit or the VVPAT, this is what the court has asked. Please call the officer at 2 p.m. Well, the Supreme Court today called the Election Commission officer for clarification on the matter at around 2 p.m. My colleague Ishwarya also joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Ishwarya, what more details do we have? Well, we do understand the Supreme Court is seeking more clarification and more information with regards to the EVM VVPAT case before it passes any directions. What all happened in the court?
Well, as we all know that the two-judge bench had reserved judgment on 18th of April on the petition filed by ADR seeking cross-verification of the VVPAT votes. There were three arguments and the demands that were put forward in the petition by the ADR. First, of course, the cross-verification. Second, if the entire electoral process can be transferred to a ballot paper voting in this country, to which Supreme Court in its observation stated that the election process in India is a humongous task and it would be very difficult for humans to be involved, and therefore Election Commission of India had earlier stated that EVMs cannot be tempered unless and until there is a human error involved into it. Today, when the two-judge bench sat in the morning to give a judgment, it was stated by one of the judges that they need more clarity as far as the mechanism of the VVPATs and EVMs are concerned, and therefore the reason perhaps ECI officials, the technical committee of the ECI and the member from the body had been called at around 2 p.m. for gathering some information regarding the entire mechanism process, and only after that we'll get to know that whether the Supreme Court today would be dismissing this petition or the electoral process will go as it was going earlier, or whether there would be some directions from here on in the electoral process.
But it's very clear that those directions, if the court passes them today itself, won't be implemented in the ongoing elections. Well, the process has already started. The first phase has already started. The second phase is going to take place in just a day from now. So the directions, if the court passes them today, do not apply to the current elections.
Well, certainly, first phase elections have already concluded, and it would be very difficult for the Election Commission of India to follow up the directions as to what will happen to those votes which had already been counted in the first phase. Now, it will all depend on the judgment, what the Supreme Court judges think about it, and a detailed order will come later. But certainly today, there is a very less possibility of passing on an order. First, the Supreme Court categorically stated that they need more clarity on into it, and later that will be included in its judgment as well. So all eyes will be at around 2 p.m. when the Election Commission of India officials will arrive in the Supreme Court and will clarity on the points that Supreme Court judges mentioned above.
Okay, so there are about 5 queries, we do understand, 5 questions that the Supreme Court has asked, and a senior election officer has been called to the court. Well, the hearing is going to start again at around 2 p.m. We'll keep an eye on the details there. Thank you so much, meanwhile, Ishwarya, for getting us all those details. Well, in some more news now, in a stunning own goal that has pushed the Congress party on the back foot, senior party leader Sam Pitroda today stoked the debate over BJP's allegations that the Congress is planning a redistribution of wealth. Sam Pitroda's example of an inheritance tax in the US added fuel to the fire that the Congress has been trying to douse. The Congress distanced itself from Sam Pitroda's remarks and said they do not reflect the party's position. Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah said that the remarks made by Sam Pitroda exposed the Congress party's mentality. Rahul Gandhi has said Prime Minister Modi is rattled and Congress manifesto only aims to give back 90% Indians a part of 16 lakh rupees that were given to big businessmen as loan waivers by the Modi government. Well, Sam Pitroda also has now come out and said that he made the remarks as an individual. It was unfortunate that his comments were twisted. Listen in.
Let me tell you, in America, there is an inheritance tax. So if, let's say, one has $100 million worth of wealth, and when he dies, he can only transfer probably 45% to his children. 55% is grabbed by government. Now, that's an interesting law. It says, you in your generation made wealth. You are leaving now. You must leave your wealth for public. Not all of it, half of it, which to me sounds fair. In India, you don't have that. If somebody is worth 10 billion and he dies, his children get 10 billion. Public get nothing. And law says, you get half of it, public gets half of it. So these are the kind of issues people will have to debate, discuss. I don't know what the conclusion would be at the end of the day. But when we talk about redistributing wealth, we are talking about new policies, new programs that are in the interest of the people and not in the interest of super rich only.
Well, let's also now listen into what Union Home Minister Amit Shah today said while attacking the Congress party over Sam Pitroda's remark.
आज सैम पित्रोड़ा जी के बयान ने कांग्रेस का मकसद देश के सामने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। वो देश के जनता की निजी संपत्ति का सर्वे कर निजी संपत्ति को सरकारी खजाने में डालकर जो उन्होंने यूपीए के शासन में तय की थी प्रायोरिटी कि देश के संसाधन पर सबसे पहला अधिकार माइनॉरिटी और उसमें भी मुस्लिम लोगों का है।
All right, let's now also listen into what Mallikarjun Kharge today said on the Congress party manifesto and the face-off now that has erupted between the BJP and the Congress over the remarks.
How can there is a constitution and constitution never allows to do this, and we are not we don't have any intention. Why you are putting his ideas in our mouth? Why you are propagating? He is just for votes. He is playing all this game.
Well, Prime Minister Modi also has slammed the Congress party over Sam Pitroda's remarks, saying that Congress wants to loot the people of the country even after their death. Listen in.
उन्होंने कुछ समय पहले कहा था, और ये परिवार उन्हीं की बात मानता है। उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारा देश का जो मिडिल क्लास है मध्यम वर्गीय लोग हैं, जो मेहनत करके कमाते हैं, उन्होंने कहा उन पर ज्यादा टैक्स लगना चाहिए। ये इन्होंने पब्लिकली कहा है। अब ये लोग उससे भी एक कदम आगे चले गए हैं। अब कांग्रेस का कहना है कि वो इनहेरिटेंस टैक्स लगाएगी, माता पिता से मिलने वाली विरासत पर भी टैक्स लगाएगी। आप जो अपनी मेहनत से संपत्ति जुटाते हैं, वो आपके बच्चों को नहीं मिलेगी, बल्कि कांग्रेस सरकार का पंजा उसे भी आपसे छीन लेगा। यानी कांग्रेस का मंत्र है कांग्रेस की लूट। कांग्रेस का मंत्र है कांग्रेस की लूट, जिंदगी के साथ भी और जिंदगी के बाद भी।
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments there on that big story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, it's TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu's first interview in the poll season. Well, Naidu has spoken exclusively to NDTV on his alliance with the BJP and on the Andhra Pradesh elections. Listen in.
Mr. Naidu, how confident are you of repeating the performance of 2014? The reason why I'm saying is that in 2018, you walked out of this alliance with the BJP, and of course, you have returned to the NDA fold. When you walked out of the alliance in 2018, you had said that it was because special status was not given, and it was a bitter fallout. When you returned to the NDA fold, you have not spoken after that. What really played out?
No, we are very clear. If you see, from the beginning, I am for Telugu community. I might have contributed so many things at national level. Second generation reforms I implemented. And also all technology I promoted. It is beneficial to Telugu community and at the same time national level. If you see our Golden Quadrilateral Road, first proof of concept from Nellore to Chennai. That is first starting project. Then it has replicated. Telecommunication sector, I have given the report. Because of all these things, we are having first mover advantage, but it is benefited to the nation. After bifurcation, we are having a sentiment special status. I tried to get it, but somehow it didn't happen. But at the same time, the present Chief Minister has betrayed the people of Andhra Pradesh, saying that he will get special status, all these things. Now, if you compare, one is bifurcation is a painful process. We are all feeling at that time not fair, justice has been done, both the states. Now, issue is 5 years rule of Jagan Mohan Reddy has destroyed further. He has done more damage than special status, more damage than bifurcation.
Simultaneous elections are happening in Andhra Pradesh along with 4 other states. I want to understand from you, Mr. Naidu, since you are also now in alliance with the BJP at the center, and at that time in 2014, this was seen as a dream team. And of course, then there was bitter fallout which happened. If in 2024, if you are able to form the government and there is also a government at the center, will Andhra Pradesh get the special status?
No, what I am saying, it is very clear indication. PM is planning for 2047, Narendra Modi ji. He wanted to make India number 1. Indians number 1 globally. I strongly believe that. We wanted to fulfill the aspirations